I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
Only thing I know about the song that I think is really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. Holy fucking, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Wednesday,
You said America deserved.
November 20th, 2024. 11:49 a.m. and it is 61 degrees and clear here in sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live. We are alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and the number one thing I have to tell you, of course, is that I'm late, and I apologize for that, and that is because we have Donnie O'Sullivan and the CNN crew in the building where they spent the morning with me. We talked about machismo and right-wing media and a litany of different issues, but I think it's for good reason. I was like, you know what, the conversation is nice. I'm just, I'll be a little late. It's all good. Yes, I'm saying CNN is more important than chat. Absolutely. But as far as personal news goes, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And there is a lot happening in the HasanAbi verse. Number one, last night I had the fortune of working out with one of my favorite content creators, Dr. Mike Israetel, the man, the myth, the legend, the medically enhanced, scientifically enhanced lifter, science-based lifter himself. It was incredible. It was an incredible experience overall. It was fantastic for my trainers who were pissing and shitting themselves out of all of the excitement that they felt for the first time. They were super stoked, and I also personally was very stoked to hang out with him. Is it not weird doing the stream with people just filming you? This is not my first time doing this at this point, so like I have lost all sense of embarrassment. This is like the 8th time we've done something similar to this. So at this point is like, I just do my intro, my regular intro, do everything else. And it don't matter. But yeah, you were super giddy, Law. It was adorable. Absolutely. I got real sweaty. I worked out real hard. It was kind of embarrassing because I was so fatigued. So unfortunately I couldn't give him my all, but we'll upload some videos from our workout and our combos on YouTube. But overall, fantastic stuff. Please don't yell at me in front of CNN cameras. I will always yell at all the chatters in front of every camera and in front of every mainstream media outlet when you deserve it. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so ended the broadcast, was very tired, went back home, passed out immediately. Still haven't been able to get through the first episode of Arcane Season 2 after I blew through Arcane Season 1, which is fantastic. Overall, passed out, woke up early in the morning, tried to do my very best to get as much news and information as I could into my brain, pump it into my brain before I went and worked out with Donnie. And that's going to be really fun when it comes out. And I hope that Donnie is brave enough to keep that in the edit, because he was yak to the gills. You know what I mean? I mean, this man was pumping iron. Okay. He was putting up weights. I was shocked to see. I was like, damn, this dude, the Irish legend, dude, he was going crazy. Bench press. He basically embarrassed everyone at the gym. He was like, oh, you guys work out with this? Like, I don't even warm up with this shit. Like, that's crazy. I guess I'll do it for you guys. And he was just like, boom, 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 boom. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. But did you see the Fox News article they wrote saying you're a quote cheerleader for terrorism is actually psychotic? Yeah, it's awesome. I think the Fox News article is dope. Contrary to what everyone else is thinking, and we will dive into that Fox News article, I think it's hilarious that they were like, Hasan wants to do 9/11 too. And it's going to be really funny watching like all the Redditors and Keemstars of the world be like, Fox News says Hasan loves terrorism. Why is Twitch still allowing him to exist? And it's like, yeah, okay, suck my dick. Anyway, but yeah, where is the white shirt from? It's a Norse project, I think. So we aren't executing the plan anymore. Girl chatters are asking to be recognized.
HasanAbi.
Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Are you worried about going to jail? Maybe. My parents saw the article and questioned what I watched. Since I've brought you up to them, they were concerned. Your parents watch and read Fox News. You should be more they should be concerned about their media diet if they're fucking taking something that is written on foxnews.com seriously. Is that surprising to you? Not. Lemon Fail just at my dad. Yeah, your parents have a lot larger problems to worry about if they're fucking mainlining Fox News, baby. Not gonna lie. In any case, yeah, related clip from last night with Dr. Mike. Yeah, here is Dr. Mike Israel's assessment of the one article that he read about me being anti-Semitic. Let's take a look. Like you have editorial control over it, right? Like I'm live for 8 hours a day, talking about hot button issues, political stuff. So a lot can be misconstrued purposefully, and things get clipped out of context deliberately. So there's like the good and the bad. You know what I mean?
I read an article about you recently that like you're an anti-Semite or whatever. Yeah. And it was one of those articles where like the longer I read, the more I wanted to break my phone open, because I was like, you motherfuckers quoted a quote of some guy's tweet who alleged some very vague generality. Yeah, it's like ridiculous. Of a guy that you were on a panel with, and the guy said some funny jokes, and that guy was actually Jewish, and I was like, I'm not reading this shit anymore. Yeah. It was a classic example of like, just take as much as you can out of context as possible. It was just like, yeah. I'm sure you see a lot
stuff like of course. That stuff like that happens all the time, especially in political stuff. It's like, God. Because people have like an ideological perspective.
They already hate you.
They're already primed. Yeah, that's like what normal people who already have like a healthy working distaste have when they are encountering yet another one of these like think pieces. Okay, just remember that. Like there are a lot of people out there who just like look to these articles and go, I don't really know what the fuck. This seems like a whole bunch of nothing. Anyway, I liked it a lot more than I thought. He was very quick with his jokes. I just wish you guys did it earlier. Everyone seemed a little tired. Well, you have to remember, like, my man is here for a very short period of time, and he was gracious enough to come on the stream for a little bit. So, we made the most of it. We the Brolic Parasocials demand a response. Oh my God, as a personal trainer, I'm currently baffled by what the fuck I'm seeing. They should have let Mike guide this. Their current split in exercise is whack as fuck. Yeah, I saw the parasocial personal trainers like ripping into my trainers and saying I'm bad. The annoying part about this is that if you're a personal trainer, when your client is like hyper fucking fatigued. Mini F's happening? What's happening? I'm seeing a little bit of a drop here on my frame rate. Okay, anyway, if you're a personal trainer, when someone is like full blown fatigue, like when they did a tremendous amount of cardio right before and also worked out pretty hard the day before, then yeah, you have to rewrite the program with restrictions. Having said that, the only part that I think I agree with is we should have let Mike lead it. We should have let Dr. Mike Israel lead it. Okay, that's the one aspect that I will agree to that we dropped the ball on. We should have just made him do the workout. Not bad. Anyway, that's it though. Fox News claims I want 9/11 part 2. I'm talking Trump's cabinet, viral MAGA couple, hogwatch, and more. Get in now. Anyway, CNN in the building. Well, CNN left already, but I'll clickbait it. Who cares, you know? But yeah, we did I have a bunch of other media spots as well. That was kind of the focus of Dr. Mike and Jeff Nipp's video. Dr. Mike cooked Jeff with a bar with 5 plates on it. It was great. Yeah, you can do that. That's the thing. Like, what do you think was the most valuable lesson from last night? You don't need to go super hard on the weights. All you need to do is focus on intentionality of your movement and make sure that you get a full stretch. And if you do the full stretch in the exercise, you can exert. Like, you have to focus on form and tension, time under tension. That's what his like major point is. That's why he was like hyper focusing on eccentrics, the often forgotten part of exercising. When you're like dropping the weight instead of just like letting it drop and free fall, you're supposed to control the eccentric movement, and it's a very successful method in my opinion. WWE co-founder in charge of education. All right, and then let's blast off with a fucking meme. Do we have a good meme to blast off with, Chad, or no? Because if not, I'm just gonna use the Fox News. Oh, dude, this is amazing. The Jesus one is amazing. We're just gonna use that one. Okay, boom, there it is. Fox is after you. I know, man. I know. Your ass definitely needed to drink more water. Yeah, I didn't bring enough water. I didn't hydrate enough. Yeah, this is funny. Testosterone does wonders. Look at that. This is like one cycle of Trenbolone and Anavar. One cycle of Trenbolone and Anavar, and this is what you turn into. 1120 is the 821. No, dude, this is not a fucking real thing, okay? Can everybody calm down? The Fox News the Fox News article is not that fucking significant, nor is it serious. Are you crazy? Like, I think you guys are focusing on it a lot more than anyone else is. Like, it's not real. It's just like, it's gonna pop off on all of the worst circles, but who gives a shit? They're trying to cancel you, King. Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Didn't they do primetime coverage of you last time? Yeah. Wow, dude. The Heritage Foundation fucking despises me. I'm shocked. You know? Do you know the hot Dr. Mike? Yeah, I've met him before. Globe Twitter is having a field day with it. Yeah, because they fucking suck, and they're also reactionary garbage monsters. Woke Globe Twitter is like one step removed from being a Fox News watcher to begin with. Okay? That you got to understand that. Like, yeah, it's fucking Twitter. It's completely meaningless. Fox News is the most high motion. Fox News is the most high motion incident that has occurred so far in this entire saga, in this entire process, but it's still, it's not real. It's like very obviously an idiotic hit piece that most people, in my opinion, unless they're already heavily motivated to be like, I fucking hate this piece of shit, Hasan, are going to look at this and go, yeah, this is yet another fucking cynical attempt to cancel someone for being fucking pro-Palestinian. Also, Fox News writes hit pieces on me every fucking year, dog. What are we talking about? They got mad. They wrote an article about me buying a house. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, okay, wow. I love this article. I'm not going to lie to you. I read it this morning and I thought it was sick. I did. I thought it was dope. And I'll tweet about it later too. But before we do that, here's coming out of the HasanAbi head.
HasanAbi this, HasanAbi that. I've been a member for 4.5 years, and I'm tired of pretending like I'm not. I've been watching since Fish. I mean, like, that's one of the first memories I have. And it's been a journey, but I'm sick and tired of pretending like I'm not a HasanAbi head. I've had Prime subscription for literally 40 something months now.
Hell yeah.
And I'm in the chat every day on Twitch.
I will never admit to being a HasanAbi head. You should. I'm reposting that.
I don't know another girl. I don't know one girl every day on Twitch.
I will never admit to being a HasanAbi head. You should. I'm reposting that.
I don't know another girl. I don't know one girl. I don't know another girl that subscribes to anybody like that on Twitch like that. Like, I can't stop. I'm so invested. So, I just wanted to come out as a HasanAbi head. Hi, chat. Look for me in there.
Hell yeah. Evet ama çok geç daha 3 gibi. Okay, söyleyin. What do you mean? Here. Come take it. Here. Murat biliyor password'umu. Kaya, don't even think about moving. You used to hate us 9-month subs. Now we are 45-month subs. We exist. I'm a lurker, but clocking daily nonetheless. Girl, same. Women watching Twitch needs to be more normalized. This is going to be on stream. I just know it. Busted Open 420. Oh my God. Your username is Busted Open 420. That's crazy. Okay, here. Let's blast off again. Let's blast off. Hey. I've been watching you see rizzed up Tommy Lauren on your YouTube segment. Jesus Christ. That's a long ass time. That's me. Hi, chat. 30-month subscriber. Busted Open. This is low-key corny. Why do I feel so embarrassed? This is corny. 6.5. Aw, that's sick. The HasanAbi girlies. The girlies need to rise up. The girlies need to unionize. I work 15-hour shifts and have you in my ear. Before that, I used to just watch everything on YouTube. Hell yeah. I think if Twitch allowed a better way to... I think if Twitch allowed for a better way to just, have people watch when they're not immediately in the chat. Like if they could watch when... Like when you get YouTube Premium, you could watch when you exit out of YouTube. If Twitch allowed that to happen, I think that would the platform would thrive, you know? Anyway, what is this? It's cut short for this app, or here's a supercut of Dr. Mike at the gym with us on.
Hello, chat. No trap bar bragging today.
Yeah,
trap bar does not exist in gym bragging.
It's not a brag. Yeah, I know. On the trap bar, I was repping. What was it like?
Don't care.
10 Nordic curls.
10
Nordic. Very Nordic. Have you had your testosterone levels checked?
Yeah.
So?
It's average.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Looks average. Of course, ice cream sandwich.
That makes perfect sense.
Still
deficit ice cream sandwich, obviously.
Look, I'm not SIBO. I'm not like fucking competing.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
You're tired, yeah? You had a long day of sitting on your ass in front of a
I
computer.
played basketball too earlier.
Oh shit! This is like middle school again.
Against guys our height.
I'm a 33-year-old man.
Basketball against 53-year-old men.
Well,
I'm a
3 so old. That's my grandpa's age.
Yeah. Wait, how old are you, Dr. Mike?
40.
You're not 40.
I know. I look 50, but I'm 40.
What? No, that's crazy. You don't look a day over 26.
Fuck
on trend though.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so 40.
You look like
So you look 55 is what I'm trying to say.
You look like you'd be a trend twin.
There you go. Are you sure you're gonna be okay after this? This is the hardest anyone's ever worked, I think.
It was so sick. It was so sick. I think it was the mechanics in the first one that fucked me up a little bit. I haven't done a Meadows run in a while.
We got excuses on top of excuses here, fellas.
Dr. Mike, is it true when you have calves that big that when you dine at restaurants, you get better seating?
I'm sometimes the only person seated entirely. They close down most.
Dude, look at how wide my man is. Like, look at how wide he is, bro. It's crazy. He is like a fridge. He is a real Tonka truck, dude. He's built like a goddamn character, dude. Like a video game character. It's crazy. Yeah, he looks like the wide Putin meme. He's got crazy aura. I didn't understand what the Zoomers meant until he appeared on stream. Yeah, he's got that quiet confidence.
Restaurants for me when I show up. Because they're like, oh, you're that, oh my God, you're calves.
He's the girthiest man alive, dude. Dr. Mike, what do you think my body fat percentage is with just the look?
35?
Is today gonna get any better?
15 to 17, it's not much better.
I just ate, so.
Oh, keep pulling it down. Listen, you gotta realize, even though your body fat's not super, super low, You like your shape is really good, and you have definition in your arms. So like I would say for like club fuckboy, you're there.
I'm 33. I'm not a club fuckboy.
Why do any of us work out?
I do. What do you mean? To impress other men.
Well, where are they? They're
Yeah. Everybody knows that. You don't work out to attract the ladies. You work out to impress men. You work out to impress Dr. Mike. And Dr. Mike was not impressed, okay? And I feel kind of sad. I feel there's a deep sadness in my heart that I was not able to impress him with the way I look or with the way I lift. And I should have prepared for it. You know what I mean? I should have prepared for it much better. But, you know, next time when he sees me, it's going to be different. Next time when he sees me, I'm going to be a different man. Okay. Genuinely, that was one of my favorite recent collabs. I felt like people didn't really appreciate it that much because there's a lot of people who are just like unironically anti-gym. Like there's a hell of people in this community that just straight up fucking despise the gym.
much anymore.
Why not?
Man, I was so heavy into the fucking pushing bricks game, you feel me? I got all kinds of nicknames down there. Powder, they call me Snow White, they call me Santa Claus, bringing that snow. Oh yeah, Chef Boyardee up in this motherfucker, man. I can't really go to Miami much anymore.
I think if he did it earlier in the day, everybody was so low energy, it would have been better. He couldn't do it before the time that that we did it at. Anyway, we'll do a Jeff Nippert collab too. Bit awkward for his audio listeners. Fair. Anyway, we'll do a Fox News compy, but we'll get started. I guess we'll get started on the cheerleading for terrorism. Twitch star called for a new 9/11. Dismissed horror of October 7. Hasan Piker, a far-left Twitch streamer, broadcast propaganda to millions of his impressionable fans by Andrea Margolis. Now, yeah, they want 9/11 too, baby. Now, I knew that they were gonna. I knew that they were gearing up for this fucking idiotic hit piece a while back. She did reach out for comment. My comment is in the article. It's just all the way in the fucking bottom of the article. Okay, like they put my response at the bottom of the article, which is pretty funny. After pumping it full of like ridiculous nonsense. But I look, this is fair and balanced. Okay, Fox News, best in journalism, best use of journalism out there. Doing a hit piece like this, doing a cancel culture hit piece like this is really funny. But real American patriots are gonna get mad if this makes its way to like actual Fox News editorial stuff. Then it's a problem. But if it's as long as it just stays on the digital platform, it is what it is. If it gets onto the editorial side, then like, yeah, conservatives will come up my ass again, over and over again, trying to kill me. But overall, this is slander you should sue. That's not how this works, man. Let's take a look. I read the article this morning. I loved it personally, but I'm sure a lot of people will be like, see, Fox News understands the situation. Okay. All right. First on Fox, a popular Amazon-owned video platform geared towards teenagers and young adults is filled with extremist content, including one of its biggest stars praising terrorist groups and even blithely calling for another 9/11 to his 2.9 million strong audience, according to a Fox News digital review. Okay. What is this? They hyperlinked 9/11. Hey guys, if you don't know what 9/11 is, okay. Hasan Piker, who has millions of followers on Twitch, has broadcast propaganda from Yemen's Houthis, framed violent terrorist acts as resistance, expressed sympathy for extremist groups who target civilians, and downplayed the October 7 attacks against Jews in Israel. Piker's shocking diatribes are among the most popular on the video game streaming platform, which allows viewers to listen to their favorite personalities opine on topics ranging from pop culture to current events while playing video games. It doesn't fucking matter if rapes happen on October 7, Piker said in a May 22nd stream. It doesn't change the dynamic of Palestinians and Israelis for me. I wonder what I was saying there. Oh, that's right. I was talking to a random person who was saying that rapes did not actually take place on October 7, and I was telling them, no, there is a likelihood that they did, but that doesn't justify genocide. But of course, if you try to massage it in this way, all of a sudden, you can maybe try to reframe the conversation. Okay? So, that's number one. And I mean, I can show video clips of all of this stuff and talk through it piece by piece. And I feel like I feel like I'll make a YouTube video out of this eventually. But starting off, does anyone have the HasanAbi Productions video? Because that responding to Richie Torres, because this was originally posted by Richie Torres, a 17-second clip that they used. They put the clips in the article. You don't need to look them up. No, I'm not talking about just the clip in the article. I'm talking about like the actual the actual longer explanation. Guys, stop sending me the video on the Fox News website. I know what their clip chimps are. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a specific. Oh, here it is. Okay, here's the context. Ridiculous. Okay, that's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Wow, I wonder why they clipped the beginning. Okay, this doesn't even show the full context. Okay? Because right before this, I'm actually arguing with a chatter who says rapes did not happen. Why are you saying that they did? And I'm saying that there is a likelihood that rapes did happen on October 7th, but that doesn't justify genocide. Okay? Here's the original clip. Oh, here. Evidence. There is, however, evidence. There is, however, real evidence as far as like first-hand accounts and testimony, even second-hand accounts and testimony from hostages. So that part is real. That did happen, which is very important, and that was a part of the UN investigation that was conducted. So that's also a broader conversation about like the UN investigation. Okay, the full 12-minute clip. Richie Torres tweeted about me. Oh, you know. No, just go to the original. We got to find the original, not just like HasanAbi Productions clip. Or not even October 7th, but because like the original. Keep seething. Oh, I'm seething, man. I'm so mad. Can you tell? Look at how mad I am. Oh my God. The right-wing propaganda outlet that has written about me on numerous occasions is upset at me again. Oh, I'm fuming. I'm fuming. I'm seething. My face of unbridled rage. Here, let me see if we can find the actual VOD that it's from. Bro, calm down. I can't. I'm shaking. I'm shaking with anger. Be a little mad. I feel bad for them. Oh, the VOD timestamp. Oh, here. But if the conclusive evidence is coming from Zakah or the Israeli government or the Israeli police force claiming that they have a mountain of evidence, because remember, the Israeli police force said they had a mountain of evidence. So this is an assessment over the validity of the claims that systemic rape happened in the hands of Hamas on October 7th. There has been no such evidence for this, and there has been plenty of reporting, including but not limited to even New York Times' own journalists leaking to the press that their screams without words coverage that detailed and genuinely editorialized like October 7th, claiming that mass rapes had happened in the hands of Hamas militants and it was directed by Hamas, was not meeting the editorial standard of the paper of record. Okay? This is my slander would kill my self-esteem. I don't know how you do it. I just know I'm on the right side of history, and I know that at this stage, most people understand that this is the one method that many people have that want to defend Israel will then just instead of actually like openly defending Israel when it's like very clearly indefensible, people will then turn around and just say like, oh no, all the naysayers are actually doing it for some cynical anti-Semitic purposes. That's it. Most people know, most people understand it. At this stage, if you have seen the genuine human toll, if you've seen the casualties, if you've seen the tents on fire, if you've seen the Israeli government bomb elderly people trying to get flour and bring it back to their houses, and you read this article and you go, yeah, this guy seems like a real vicious anti-Semite with all of these fucking stupid ass clips out of context. Like, yeah, no, it's not gonna It's just a hit piece, and most people understand where Fox News is coming from. Yeah, what they were clipping. What? They're clipping this. Stop fucking around. Okay, here. This is the full context. I think this was the full context. I think this is when I had no evidence whatsoever. It's ridiculous. Like first, wait, where I pull up a chatter? Oh, here. What do you mean? Because so a chatter comes in and says, how do you dismiss accounts of kerosene and burning, but do not dismiss sexual violence? Okay. And I tell them the reason why I don't dismiss offhandedly incidents of sexual violence on both October 7 and beyond. And I'll explain exactly why here. There is no evidence whatsoever for one. It is completely and utterly made up. But there is a likelihood for the other, and also evidence as far as firsthand testimony from a hostage. The fuck? That's the difference. Anyway, the problem, however, is that given the intensity and proclivity for the Israeli state to lie about things like this, and also other like non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7, this has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way. Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7, and they were conducted themselves perfectly. But these kinds of stories delegitimize Palestinian resistance? No, it does not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you think it delegitimizes Palestinian resistance. Okay? You think so. I don't. The fuck? That's why this is so silly. Like, it is an ongoing conversation that I'm having with someone who is saying, no, rapes definitely did not occur. And why are you even saying that they might have occurred? Okay? And they clipped 17 seconds of that to say, they clipped 17 seconds of that to literally claim falsely that I'm saying like, oh yeah, Palestinians are raping as a form of resistance. They imply. They said, it doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th, Piker said in a May 22nd stream. It doesn't change the dynamic of Palestinians and Israelis for me. Which is, again, yes, that is literally my assessment. Yes, I do not think that sexual assault occurring I do not think that sexual assault occurring justifies genocide. I don't. You cannot engage in ethnic cleansing because sexual assault happened. That is fucking psychotic. So yeah, I think I'm valid. Okay? If you were to look at that clip in that short period of time and say, oh, Palestinians were doing resistance rapes and Hassan thinks that's good, then you're a fucking idiot. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's crazy. Piker, a 33-year-old Turkish-American commentator who lives in California and grew up in Istanbul, is a former producer for the far-left internet commentary program The Young Turks and is the nephew of its co-creator, Shaky Gurga. His Twitch streams regularly hit over 1 million views, often have as many as 30,000 viewers at a given time. The political commentator has a cult-like leader status among his fans and maintains a Discord server with 125,000 dedicated followers. Many are almost certainly very young, and the minimum age to join Twitch and Discord is 13. A 2022 Pew study found that 22% of teenage boys use Twitch, and a 2020 Statista report revealed 34% of Twitch users are between the ages of 10 and 19. If they think that my audience is between the ages of 10 and 19, they're fucking delusional. We actually have demographics for that. My audience is much older than that. But let's continue. In addition to his massive following on Twitch, Piker has millions more followers on Instagram and X. On YouTube, he regularly posts his Twitch streams to his 1.45 million subscribers. In a recent stream, Piker broadcast propaganda from the Houthis, an Iranian-backed group in Yemen that has been designated by the U.S. as a terrorist group. Instead of explicitly addressing the materials as questionable propaganda, the streamer instead expressed sympathy and admiration for the group. In the stream, which was posted on September 28th, I gotta sneeze, hold on. Piker showed fellow Twitch streamer Nick Pollum a Houthi musical released by the militant group and said it was an act of resistance. Now, I can't show you the full context of the clip on this one because I did get a warning for this. So obviously, I don't want to get fucking banned for showing the context of this music video. But as someone who routinely wears MAGA hats, as someone who has routinely shown the music video "Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump" leading up to the election, I show a litany of different musicals from a variety of different political perspectives. If you were to compare this to, I don't know, ISIS propaganda videos, you would be wrong. There is obviously a very clear difference there. Okay, this is a diss track by the Yemeni population against the Saudi government and the Saudi genocide that was being conducted, the UAE and Saudi America-backed genocide that was happening in Yemen. This was to showcase to Nick Pollum over a 5-hour conversation about the dynamic between resistance groups and the way that they're covered and all this shit, and the people that are on the receiving end of the bombing campaigns. So they clipped this and said they do musicals about like their fucking actions all the time, Piker said, of the terrorist propaganda. They love walking over the American flag and the Israeli flag side by side. I did say that. They do not care about the heavy missiles. They will literally take the war to them no matter what. For them, it's an act of resistance. You know what I mean, he added. During the same stream, Piker broadcast propaganda video of armed Houthi terrorists seizing a cargo ship and expressed admiration for the group. They're flexing, Piker said. You have to understand, this is a deterrent. Their goal is to film it and show it to the world. So they have to massage this with statements like this when what I'm talking about there is, you know, pretty obvious, pretty clear. Yes, they openly stated their desires for why they wanted to implement a blockade on the Red Sea. America institutes blockades all the fucking time, and that is seen as a perfectly valid and perfectly normal, perfectly permissible situation. These guys, regardless of their own internal dynamics, regardless of their own personal politics that I clearly do not agree with, I'm explaining what their framework is, and I'm offering analysis. Okay? But these people, unfortunately, don't want that. There is no room for any sort of analysis whatsoever. There is never any room for analysis. You must not talk about some of the logical steps that any kind of group, non-state actor or even state actors, in this case, this is a state actor, that engages, any sort of non-state actor or state actor engages in that is outside of the periphery of America. If they are declared foreign adversaries, God forbid you offer any sort of analysis whatsoever. If you do that, that means you love terrorism. That means you agree with every single thing that they've ever done or every single thing that they've ever said. Okay? I know. What is this? You ordered like a fruit tray? Okay, 2 of them got refunded. No fresh cut tray and no vegetable dip tray. Only the fruit tray was found. Okay. Anyway, Hassan's worst enemy fruit. Yeah, Hamas fruit basket coming in. Pollum did not respond to Fox News Digital's request for comment about the exchanges with Piker. That's pretty funny that they try to get a comment from Nick Pollum. Piker often and passionately defends the anti-imperialist motivations of Middle Eastern terrorist groups. During a stream uploaded to YouTube on October 13th, 2023, Piker berated a viewer who challenged his position on the then nascent Israel-Hamas war. You want every single Palestinian to be fucking executed ruthlessly on the streets so that you can build another fucking theme park on Gaza. You fucking baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Piker argued, suck my dick. That one, that actually, didn't that go viral on TikTok too? Yeah. I said, you don't want solutions. You don't want to understand why this violence happens. I do. Okay. You just want to say, nope. They're barbaric, violent monsters that have no reason to do what they're doing and instead are operating on the boundaries of unlimited anti-Semitism and omega violence that they want to engage in. There is no reason for people to, feel a certain type of way about a nation state that is an apartheid that is currently conducting a genocide that has dominated the Palestinian population for 75 fucking years. Once again, Analysis. Not allowed. Though Piker says he's not aligned with Hamas and called October 7 attacks one of the most unjustifiable, unimaginable, and ongoing acts of cruelty shortly after they began, his rhetoric has become more extreme since the Israel-Hamas war began, and he routinely defends violent Palestinian actors from any criticism. This part is really good. I don't feel comfortable placing the blame of a violent settler colony that has killed and displaced tens of millions of Palestinians on Palestine. I don't feel like it's appropriate to lay the blame in the hands of anyone that is resisting against their own brutal occupation, Piker said in an October 19th YouTube video about the death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. During an April 18th stream, Piker expressed that Hamas was the lesser evil next to the Israeli military. Now, this part I really like. Why do I really like this? Because they put my full fucking quote in here, and it is objectively true. Hamas unironically is the lesser evil of the two. Why do I really like this? Because they put my full fucking quote in here, and it is objectively true. Hamas unironically is the lesser evil of the two, the streamer said. If you look at the civilian casualties, if you look at the civilian deaths versus the deaths of soldiers, Hamas's percentages are infinitely better than Israel. That's just facts. So no, Hamas is the lesser evil. It's true. Why are you posterizing my dubs on Fox News? It's correct. That is objectively correct. There is no lie told there. You cannot look at the numbers on the board and act like I'm saying anything that is false here. That's why I really like this article, for the record, because they didn't do the classic, like they did the bad faith framing. They did the classic clip chimping, all of that stuff, clips out of context, whatever. And that stuff I can, showcase the truth on. But if they're just going to show my honest perspective, then yeah, I'm there. Yeah, you can disagree with it, but I guess that would mean that you have to disagree with the truth. Later, Piker implied that Hamas fighters had no responsibility for the mass killings and rapes they carried out on October 7. You agree, October 7 and the responsibility of October 7 and all the actions that took place are directly in the hands of the Israeli state, Piker said to a chatter. I'm glad. Yeah, yes, the claim, the intensity of the violence, the standard of the violence is always set by the oppressor. That is how the standard is set. And that is how Palestinian resistance has evolved throughout time. Another long and complicated conversation that is being had about imperialism, apartheid, settler colonialism, reduced to one clip. You're a fucking idiot. Okay? I stand by that as well. Yes, the standard of violence in any conflict is set by the powerful party. It's true. Having these conversations in an academic setting is perfectly valid. I also obviously have, a different tone that I take. Sometimes I like to crack jokes, right? But overall, the analysis is still the same. And it's something that I absolutely agree with. Yeah, I agree with me, HasanAbi. Exactly, I do agree with me. Do you think they realize this doesn't make you look bad? No, this is to a Fox News audience that is never going to... This is going to a Fox News audience. They're never going to... Like, the people that read this are already primed to be like, yeah, I fucking hate that piece of shit. Or I hate any naysayer against the beautiful state of Israel. How dare they? So they're just going to see this as additional reason to continue to be like, I fucking hate this guy. During the same stream, Piker joked that 9/11-2 would be... sick, while discussing the U.S. making a civil nuclear agreement with Saudi Arabia. So I want to show you guys, this part was really funny because they reached out to me for comment on this and I didn't respond to it because I wanted them to put it in the article and I wanted you to see it. I wanted you to see what they were saying that I wanted. Hold on, let me find it real quick. 1 second. Okay, hold on. Because they're Fox News, not their editorial staff, but they're like real, they're real, traditional reporting side. While they do hit pieces like this, they still have a journalistic standard that they have to uphold. And in that process, they, they very obviously were, hold on, let me see if I can, okay, hold on here. It's from a VOD. They sent a HasanAbi fan VOD as well. God, they're so fucking stupid. Hold on. So, on its face, it obviously still doesn't make sense. During the same stream, Piker joked that 9/11-2 would be so sick while discussing the U.S. making a civil nuclear agreement with Saudi Arabia. Oh my God, 9/11-2 is going to be so sick, the streamer said. Give Saudi Arabia a nuke so they can do 9/11-2. I wonder what I meant when I was talking about that. I wonder if I was being sarcastic or if I was being genuine. From the people that brought you glazing Mohammed bin Salman comes this very weird statement. Fox News is pro Saudi Arabia. I am not. But here, let's watch the actual video so you get a better understanding of what I was saying in the process of criticizing. It says in the same sentence above the link that you were joking. I know, but there's a difference between how I was joking and how they're implying I'm joking. They're making it seem as though I am excited at the prospect of another 9/11, that I want to die in a 9/11-2. Okay? That's not the joke. The joke is, why the fuck would you give the 9/11 country nuclear arms? Okay? Hold on. Fox News hitting the hold on. Let me pull it up. It's great. Like I said, because of their interest in doing like some level of honest journalism, even if they don't always actually hit that standard, Fox News still obviously portrays things in a much better way, in a much more honest way than like some random fucking dumbass Redditor does, which is why I think this didn't meet the standards that they were trying to get. Okay, so hold on. What is this? At around 3:29:13, he joked that 9/11-2 would be so sick. 3:29. Oh, here. But they also simultaneously say UN is Hamas. It's like, bitch, if UN is Hamas, then fucking no more Israel, I guess. Fuck you mean? Where'd that Israeli chatter go? The United States is making a fresh push for the state of Israel to accept the Palestinian state in exchange for recognition by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In exchange for recognizing Israel, the United States is offering Saudi Arabia a more formal defense relationship and assistance in acquiring civil nuclear power. Yes, let's go. Give Saudi Arabia the nukes, bro. Fuck it. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, baby. Nuclear proliferation for Saudi Arabia pronto. Okay? Let's go. Fuck it, dude. A little bit of YOLO mode. Dude, oh my God, 9/11-2 is going to be so sick. Give Saudi Arabia a nuke so they can do 9/11-2. It's Jover. Whoo! Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. If you look at this and you go, wow, he is sincere. He's joking in that direction because he likes the potential for nuclear proliferation. You're a fucking sociopath. I am in the process of criticizing America for offering nuclear proliferation to Saudi Arabia. What the fuck? Oh, 9/11-2 will be done with nukes. I'm calling it now, okay? 9/11-2 electric boogaloo with the family atomics. Even the video section that they got this clip from is titled LOL. Think we'll deserve that one too? Bitch, what do you mean? We are literally initiating the steps of our own demise, okay? No. Yeah, I'm saying we will have brought it on ourselves. You are watching it. Oh, that's pretty damaging, bro. Yeah, it's pretty damaging that if you're criticizing American foreign policy that will inevitably cause blowback once again, you are not allowed to be sarcastic when talking about it. You're right. You're right. Pretty damaging, bro. Shut up, you fucking nerd. Suck my dick. So funny. It's my favorite type of person that just like looks at something that is obviously insincere and goes, well, this doesn't fit my narrative, so I think I'm going to assume cynically that you are being sincere. This is a sincerely held belief that you have. Yeah, dude, I want to die in a nuclear fucking holocaust. That's what I want. People will be like, what do you mean? We're doing it now. There's no way they found that clip from April on their own. No, I know where they got these clips from, but it's all good. Like I said, it's an assortment of takes that I don't think portray much of the things I'm saying in a bad light at all. You can only feel like you only read this article and think, oh, this is a real fucking bad dude, if you already are primed into thinking that anyone who is against Israel is doing so with hatred in their hearts against Jewish people or something. Okay, that's it. You agree October 7th and the responsibility of October 7th and the actions. Da, da, da. Okay. Oh my God. 9/11 Hezbollah, a group that the U.S. State Department blames for the 1938 Beirut barracks bombings that killed 241 American personnel, is also discussed in Piker's videos, where the commentator downplays the organization's status as a terrorist organization. If Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, then America is the top terrorist organization, Piker said during a September 17th stream, which it is, by the way. America is the top dog in terrorism, and so is Israel. Again, thank you for posting this. Thank you. Because it's correct. It's true. And the only thing that stops people from understanding the truth of the matter is just people being like, no, I don't agree. Terrorism is when brown people do stuff that we do to brown people. And yeah, it was a military barrack, but that's besides the point. During a stream that Pollum posted on September 28th, Piker admitted that he did not have an issue with Hezbollah, which the U.S. considers a terrorist organization. Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament, Piker explained. Do we like them or no? Pollum asked. I think it's a resistance group, Piker replied. They're pretty successful against Israel, but everybody hates them. Everybody in the region. ... I don't have an issue with them. In January, by the way, if you think that this is like the entirety of my perspective on Hezbollah, well, I've had academics on this particular subject numerous times on this broadcast, and of course, I do not agree with Hezbollah's own internal conduct or the way that they operate against certain Lebanese factions or whatever. But in the framework of resisting against Israel, yes, they are very successful. And that's the reason why Israel assassinated Hassan Nasrallah and killed a shit ton of civilians in Beirut in the process, and still continues to do so. That is objectively correct. Let's continue. In January, Piker platformed a teenage Houthi sympathizer. He likened, at least they are not saying he's a Houthi, by the way. Yeah, everyone is a fucking Houthi sympathizer in Yemen now, because that is the standing government. Okay, so that's number one. But at least they're not fucking being like, oh, the Houthis. Has Nick texted you about this yet? No, he hasn't. I don't even think he's seen it, but I don't think he gives a shit. Anyway, in January, Parker platformed the teenage Houthi sympathizer he likened to an acclaimed actor, Timothée Chalamet, due to his appearance. That wasn't just me. That was everyone in the media that was doing that. The stream was uploaded to YouTube under interviewing Yemeni Timothée Chalamet. Piker jokingly called the Yemeni guest Tim Houthi as a play on the name Timothy. The stream was unrelated to the actor, and the Twitch host made no claims that Chalamet supported any of the positions discussed in the video. Okay? The interview subject, Rashid al-Haddad, denies being a Houthi fighter. I'm glad that they also, again, they're a news outlet, so they can't, they're still doing real news coverage here. Okay? Do you understand what I mean? Fox News loves to editorialize, and their editorial team is insane, but their actual standalone journalism, albeit still massages the truth, but still very openly communicates the actual reality. Denies being a Houthi fighter, but has gained notoriety for hopping on a ship captured by the Houthis and posing as one of the militants. Al-Haddad has been banned from both TikTok and X for appearing to support the Houthis. At one point in the interview, Piker asked Al-Haddad through an Arabic translator if he watched an anime called One Piece, which his young audience would relate to. Then the militant responded in the affirmative. Piker praised them. No way, sick. Yes, Piker said. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh, wow. I can't believe I'm talking to a 19-year-old from Yemen who's only experienced genocide his entire life, and humanizing him. How unacceptable. Now, if you look back at that interview, and this part I have talked about extensively, but once again, I will right now. A lot of people were frustrated, okay? I still maintain that even if he was a Houthi militant, okay, which at the time still had not been designated a terror group, it was going to take a month after Operation Prosperity Guardian started, where Biden Biden put them back on the Ansar Allah movement and on the terror watch list, alongside many former leaders like Nelson Mandela, who was on the terror watch list until 2008. Just a reminder, the IRA was on the terror watch list, the ANC was on the terror watch list and was a terror group. Nelson Mandela was considered a terrorist on the terror watch list until 2008. Just a reminder for every single person what the terror watch list consists of. FLN, also a terrorist organization that liberated liberated Algeria. So just remember the political designation of the terror watch list. So anyway, let's continue. So this I maintain the position that it would have been valid journalism even if he was an Ansar Allah fighter directly, okay? Even if he was an Ansar Allah fighter directly, I still maintain that there was journalistic value to having a conversation with someone like that, to figure out how they've arrived at this position, to figure out how they became a militant, part of a militant faction. I maintain the position that it is valid journalism to do that, and many other infinitely braver journalists than myself have been able to conduct such interviews. Hind Hassan of Vice News comes to mind. She is the last person in the Western media apparatus that was able to interview Yahya Sinwar. Okay? If you don't think that there is any serious journalistic value to interviewing a guy like Yahya Sinwar, you're wrong. I disagree with you. We can have a serious conversation about like what constitutes real journalism and what does not. But I think what she did was not only incredibly brave, but incredibly fucking valuable. Okay? That's it. Now, if this person was straightforwardly a Ansar Allah militant, and I did ask him about this, and he said he wasn't, and the dynamic changed for me at least in trying to understand where this person was coming from, given the issues with translation. You know, we were doing our very best here. I did not want him to think that I was inherently hostile to his position. I also, especially once I realized that he wasn't a militant anyway, then yes, I focused more so on humanizing him. Okay? That's it. Dr. Phil has glazed and interviewed a war criminal such as Bibi Netanyahu. The fuck are we talking about here? I didn't see no fucking hit pieces on that shit. How many American media outlets have interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu? It is ridiculous. Okay? Yeah. Here's Hind Hassan. This was my interview with Lama Al-Arian. It was his last ever on-camera interview. Everyone told us he was hiding. It was just days after an assassination attempt. During 11 days of Israeli bombardment in 2021, we found him walking down the street, so we stopped him and asked him for an interview. Some additional info. We found him walking in Jabalia. After we introduced ourselves and asked for an interview, he said he would consider it and that he would be in touch. Later, Hamas contact got in touch with the team and arranged a time and location. The interview was for Vice News. Fox News has interviewed MBS. I guess no issues there, though, you know, because MBS and Saudi Arabia, despite the violent actions that they've engaged with, okay, are within the American sphere of influence. So no matter how violent they may get, no matter what their, no matter what the actions that they've taken in Yemen specifically, something that the liberal media apparatus was extremely critical of because Donald Trump was in support of Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen, but they've quickly snapped back from that position since then because Joe Biden is president now and he's doing Operation Prosperity Guardian. The problem is you humanize them and that's unacceptable. Exactly. That is the issue. Okay? The issue is I humanized a 19-year-old who's only known genocide. Okay? This is not true. People interview Putin all the time, and it's not normal. Exactly. Tucker Carlson glazed Vladimir Putin. If you think that a 19-year-old who I asked directly if they were anti-Semitic, and they said, no, I am in support of anyone that is critical of Israel. Okay? If you think that that person is at the same level as Vladimir Putin or Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden, you are fucking delusional. Or Mohammed bin Salman even. Or Benjamin Netanyahu. You are fucking delusional. You know? Yeah. Chris Wallace interviews Russian President Vladimir Putin. That's crazy. The only way this works is if you think brown guy, scary, arch terrorist, I'm terrified, fuck you. And many people, unfortunately, do have that attitude. Many people, unfortunately, do feel that way. So we just have to work with it. We just have to deal with it. Okay? Just a reminder. Sounds like that dude was just a random Yemeni kid. Yes. No way, sick. Yes, yes. He said that so far. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do, Piker said. Luffy is a protagonist of the anime, and Ansar Allah translates to supporters of God, which is what the Houthis refer to themselves as. Later during the exchange, the translator ominously said that Al-Haddad likes adventures and is a big supporter of a Palestinian state, and he's looking to bigger and more exciting things. What does he have to say about the dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist, Piker asked. What does he think about that? I just banned one of those stupid fucks in the chat right now. He says, who are they? The translator replied, he's like dismissing them. To which Piker responded, respect. ominously. Bro, my parents are going to think I'm a terrorist after looking at this. They know I watch you. You'll be fine. That pic with Dan Clancy is not even the same pic. Yeah. Twitch CEO Dan Clancy once said he was a fan of Hasan Piker. Piker was temporarily banned from Twitch 3 times between 2019 and 2022, including once for using the term cracker. His first ban occurred after he claimed that America deserved 9/11 during a stream. Twitch has not publicly addressed Piker's comments, but in a 2023 interview with Bloomberg News, Twitch's CEO Dan Clancy acknowledged being a fan of the streamer. I like his frankness and bluntness. He's comfortable saying what he believes. In 2020, Twitch banned former President Donald Trump, citing hateful content. Additionally, the platform's community guidelines state that Twitch does not allow comments that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors or acts. In a statement to Fox News Digital, Piker said he has a strong, positive relationship with Twitch and disputes the idea that his streams violate the terms of service. The assortment of short, out-of-context clips, by the way, look how far down the article is where my comments come in. The assortment of short, out-of-context clips from 8-hour deep dives into complex geopolitical issues are deliberately cut to associate me with a perspective that I do not hold, Piker said. In my experience, Twitch's fantastic trust and safety team upholds a rigorous moderation standard to combat hate speech and make it clear that hate has no place on the platform. I stand by that. It's unfortunate that some are twisting my content to fit a narrative that doesn't align with my values or the work I've done over the years. His statement said. Piker also said that Twitch had given him a warning about one of his Houthi videos. By way of example, the Houthi video, which captures Yemeni people showing resilience amid a humanitarian crisis, is viewed on most social media platforms except Twitch, the commentator said. After receiving a warning about this content from Twitch moderation, I have not since shared it. Twitch is also known to have other problematic users. One of Piker's associates, a streamer known as Frogan, recently mocked U.S. veterans over a Twitch stream on October 13th. The U.S. military service members that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but I know it's wrong. You don't deserve the PTSD, the streamer who posts content about being a Muslim woman said. But like any other motherfucker, fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. Frogan later admitted on X that her remarks were worded poorly and said that her comments were made out of frustration as they are currently bombing my family in the name of liberation. She was given a 30-day ban for the comments. She actually wasn't given a 30-day ban for those comments. That would have been more valid than what she actually got a ban for. Why do people hate you so much? Because people would rather shoot the messenger than understand the message. Also, Frogan doesn't post content about being a Muslim woman. She just is a Muslim woman. You're right. And the real reason why she got banned is so stupid that even Fox News was like, yeah, she got banned for a good reason and not this other silly reason. Chris Ruby, a social media expert and the founder of Ruby Media Group, told Fox News Digital that both Frogan and Piker's comments are problematic. Problematic from Fox News. Thanks. If you're talking about terrorist organizations, that's not protected speech under terms of service, Ruby said. I think a lot of this falls under violent rhetoric. Ruby also cautioned about the influence that Twitch could have on young viewers, especially viewers who are attached to certain streamers. She recently witnessed the power of the platform after a Twitch streamer entered an X space she was in, bringing in hundreds of fans. The streamer had millions of followers. That level of affinity for celebrity was greater than almost any other social media platform I've seen, she described. Thank you, once again, showcasing the power of Twitch. Why do people feel they have such a close relationship with live streamers in a way that is even more close than other platforms? Anything with algorithmic gamification and video games are addictive to our youth, Ruby said of Twitch. Video games are one of the number one ways that you can get to the hearts and minds of the youth. Kara Frederick, director of the Tech Policy Center at the Heritage Foundation. Yeah, guys, I'm both problematic and also am getting fucking yelled at by the fucking Heritage Foundation. Remember, the people that brought you Project 2025, okay? The Project 2025's very own Heritage Foundation. American terrorists in their own, domestic terrorists in their own right, okay? Just so you know. Hasan absolutely is promoting terrorist propaganda, Frederick said. You have to put it in the context of the Houthis, who he's sympathizing with. They are actively attacking U.S. ships in the Red Sea. At that point, you become a terrorist sympathizer. So it's not educational. It is cheerleading for terrorism against the United States. Twitch made recent headlines after users in Israel were disabled from signing up on Twitch for over a year after the October 7th attacks, but the company apologized and remedied the error on October 21st of this year. Richie Torres has become a vocal critic of the platform and sent a letter to Clancy on October 29th calling to stop popularizing those who popularize anti-Semitism. So the thing I have to say...
Okay, let's go now to the story.
What is this?
Kids.
Chris Ruby is straight up a right-wing PR merchant who will shill anything on TV, best known for promoting Mr. Beast bars. Oh, that's amazing.
The 20...
Thanks for being here. All right, explain it to us. What do we need to know about Mr. Beast?
So what is really interesting about Mr. Beast is his rise to fame and social media stardom. One thing that's fascinating is unlike other social media influencers, he really has such an emphasis and focus on.
This woman said I was being problematic. Anyway, where was I? Let's get back to it. One question that remains in this circumstance is if like the dynamic will shift for a lot of people who are liberal, progressive, like-minded individuals. When they see Fox News echoing this sentiment, will they maybe take a deep breath and go, perhaps Keemstar, Fox News, and a whole bunch of right-wing drama farmers are being on my side is evidence that maybe the side that I'm on has led me to be misguided. Will they say that? Or will they go, nope, I'm loving Fox News, baby. I'm loving Keemstar. I'm loving Fox News. I'm a fan. We'll see. We'll see. I hope that at least like in the, in the H3 fandom, okay, that this will cause some self-reflection amongst those who maybe understand that Fox News is a right-wing propaganda operation and that echoing the same exact sentiments that Ethan was engaging in will maybe snap some people out of it. Probably not, though. So that's the end of the article. One of the fallacies of a free society, free speech is absolutely necessary for everyone. I believe not that individuals intent on undermining or destroying that society or nation. When a person advocates for violence, they do not deserve to be allowed to live in this country or any country. I like that this guy is saying that my violent sentiment requires me to be killed. Providing direct or indirect support for a terrorist organization, a felony that carries 20 years can be linked to treason charges. Look, folks, the best way to think about all these dead Gazas is that they're just post-birth abortions. The IDF is merely providing women's reproductive health services. But quid pro quo Joe removed President Trump's designation of Houthis as a terrorist organization. Then in a brilliant move, quid pro Joe reinstated Houthis as a terrorist organization after they started attacking U.S. ships. You don't know what material support means. Speech is not material support. We live in the United States, not anti-freedom Canada or UK. We don't want hate speech. Joe reinstated Houthis as a terrorist organization after they started attacking U.S. ships. You don't know what material support means. Speech is not material support. We live in the United States, not anti-freedom Canada or UK. We don't want hate speech laws here. While I'd love to live in a world where this is true, I think providing support via speech doesn't count and protected by the First Amendment. Would a positive puff piece interview with a terrorist qualify? I'm not sure. Yeah. The brilliant minds of the right-wing Fox News readership trying to figure out ways in which, it's actually totally fine to maybe just this once not allow an American citizen to have free speech. Finally, I've sent numerous reports about this guy's channel over the past year. Twitch did nothing. Maybe this time he'll get banned for good on all platforms. The CEO likes him and doesn't care that he supports a terrorist group. He should have been permanently banned when he said America deserved 9/11, but was only temporarily banned. The CEO says that he likes that he's comfortable saying what he believes, but they also banned Donald Trump for hateful content. Well, Donald Trump's back on the platform. I do not believe personally that like a 78-year-old man who found this article knows this much about Twitch, okay? Cynical Dan. This should get Hasan permanently banned, but they won't because he's one of the largest streamers on the platform. How is he not in jail? Other than Democrats' recent adoption of violent rhetoric. Okay, the First Amendment allows for free speech. However, calling for 9/11 is a threat. This is false. He never said that. The author is taking a comment he made and twisting it around. Baron for Pres MAGA. Why? This is why she did not embed a video of him saying it, because it doesn't exist. If he said it, it would be all over and other political commentators would be speaking about it. We don't see that happening because it doesn't exist, law. He did not call for a 9/11 This is a false accusation, says Hank Pecker. He said he would love for it to happen, walking a fine line, but he's still fanning the flames. He was being sarcastic. Come on, watch the clip to get his tone, or don't chirp. Lies like these promote hate and will lead to more domestic terrorism. Hey, Twitch genius, rifle deer hunting season opens on Saturday, November 23rd, in my jurisdiction. Would you like to go out in the woods with me for a day of adventure? I promise it could be life-changing for you. Pair him up with Dick Cheney. This guy wants to be alone with Mr. Piker in the woods for a day of adventure. Gay? Yeah, he wants to suck my dick in the woods, dude, away from God's eyes, okay? Don't you think Twitch/Amazon is stupid enough to think that they need to take action since this is snowballing? ADL, Taurus, Fox? No. Guys, I need you to understand something, okay? This kind of propaganda hit piece from the likes of Fox News is one step above the dish rag that is like New York Post. It's basically a reframing of the same article that New York Post wrote a while ago, okay? Having said that, however, like, this does not change the dynamic even a little bit. I think everybody everybody, and I think they did a pretty decent job with some exceptions. Okay, I think they did a pretty decent job of showcasing the breadth of my argument with some exceptions. Okay, but this is the reason why I pointed to this. Like, this is not the first time Fox News wrote about me. On October 21st, socialist Twitch star Hasan Piker raises $1 million for Palestinian aid. Money raised through Twitch campaign will support Palestinian medical relief, streamer says. So they said that this was also unacceptable. Okay. Piker did not respond to an interview request from Fox News about the fundraiser. A self-described socialist, Hasan Piker is one of the most watched streamers on Twitch. He's been a vocal critic of the, in air quotes, colonial apartheid and accuses Israel of imposing on Palestinians. In a recent stream, he unleashed profanity-laden tirade justifying Hamas's invasion. If they fucking subjugated you to an open-air prison your whole fucking life, you're going to break out eventually when you realize that there's no way to get out of it, Piker said. Do you think this happened out of nowhere? Do you think this happened out of thin air? Are you fucking stupid? Do you think that the Israeli state was just like peacefully coexisting and these guys just came with fucking gliders out of nowhere? So it's not the last nor the first time that these guys are going to do this. Oh yeah, here was the clip that went viral, by the way, that has been around. This is October 8th, 2023, okay?
Do you think that this happened out of nowhere? Do you think this happened out of thin air? Are you fucking stupid? Do you think the Israeli state was just like peacefully coexisting and then these guys came in with fucking gliders out of nowhere? Don't say fuck off, dude. They didn't deserve it, you fucking idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be fucking executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another fucking theme park in Gaza. You fucking baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Suck my dick. How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? You think that's where violence culminates from? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these fucking people? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even fucking people in the eyes of Israelis. 2 million. The average age is 18 years old. 57% unemployment. They can't even get fucking concrete inside of Gaza so they can build fucking water salination plants because 97% of their water is toxic. They're dying of mass starvation. You cannot push people into a fucking corner their whole lives and not expect them to fight back at a certain point. Suck my dick. You fucking piece of shit. You and others like you who turn a blind eye to apartheid, genocide, and ethnic cleansing are the reasons as to why these people fucking fight back.
Worth pointing out that for all their hand-wringing about influencing the impressionable youth, they've had Andrew Tate on actual Fox News broadcasts as a guest without ever critiquing his influence over the impressionable youth. Only applies to you, apparently. Yeah, of course. I mean, they're guys. They say I've glazed terrorist supporters. They say I'm a terrorist supporter. They have also offered positive interviews to Mohammed bin Salman, to Benjamin Netanyahu over and over again. Okay? It does not matter.
So much so that you fucking cackling hyenas sit around and think, oh yeah, we're doing this in the West Bank too. That's the peaceful coexistence project. Look at the West Bank. You're doing it in the West Bank so fucking hard now that you left your ass out in the open in the southern fucking border of Israel.
This is the clip. I'm not usually sharing your worldview, but this video says it all. Yeah, I stand by this. Fox News can try to do a fucking cancel culture campaign all day, every day. Yeah, this was a correct take.
Become more
oh shit.
apparent. There is no way to have a fascist coalition because endless militant conquest always ends up failing. So if you care about your fellow Israelis, if you care about Jewish people living in Israel, if you care about humanity, even if you do not have a moral position against apartheid, which you should because you're a human, right? You're a human, and it's disgusting to not have a moral anger and moral outrage, not demonstrate moral outrage at the sheer thought of a fucking apartheid state. Think about it from a more pessimistic, more cynical, but self-interested perspective then. Fucking dog.
What I don't get is why is this happening now, and this has been happening for over a year, and no one's outrage has been properly thrown at the Israeli government? Brother, Israelis by the tens of thousands literally protested in the streets, and American media was looking at that and being like, they're playing into the hands of Hamas. Israeli media has routinely, and I don't mean just like 972 magazine, local call. There are fantastic investigative reporters inside of Israel that are anti-Zionist in their framework, and routinely criticize Israel and do fantastic investigative reporting. But even like liberal Zionist papers, or even right-wing papers inside of Israel, have offered better coverage on all of the things that are going on and all the chaos that's going on the ground in Israel than American media. And for many, one of the contributors of the Fox article wrote a guide on how to fight against cancel culture and defend your brand. Cancel culture was a key theme at the 2020 Republican National Convention, but is it a real worry for brands? This branding expert says yes. Oh, wow. Chris Ruby, the person who wrote articles about cancel culture, now participating in cancel culture. I'm shocked. Color me surprised. Anyway, unless you tens of thousands a little high now, I know there were groups, but not that many. No, there were people who were protesting the release of the hostages and saying that a ceasefire must occur for the hostages to be released, and that Benjamin Netanyahu was standing against it. At the time, the American perspective on the matter was very different. America was still going along with the false notion that it was actually Hamas that was fucking over the deals. Hostage family members openly gave quotes to Israeli media talking about how Benjamin Netanyahu and his imperial ambitions in the fucking Gaza Strip are the reason why we can't see our family members. What do these hippies have to do for you to get lawyers involved? Come on, brother. This shit is glazing me. Are you crazy? And also, Fox News is going to write hit pieces all day, every day. I'm not a litigious person to begin with, okay? I don't give a fuck, okay? Yeah, and Fox News also wrote this article back then when I raised multiple millions of dollars for Palestinian aid in the early months of October. And guess what? They said it gets into the hands of Hamas back then. So it doesn't move the needle. It's not serious. As long as adversarial reporting, right-wing reporting actually covers the full scope of my commentary, and I think does a decent job of portraying my perspective, then I'm fine with that. Hold on. I'm going to say I love this article because if you think Israel's ultimately a force for good and everyone against its violence is ontologically evil, you read it very differently than most normal people would, especially after a year of unlimited genocide. The Palestinians' occupation, Lebanon. Anyway, so it's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I don't think I don't think that this will be a mover and shaker for people who are already primed to hate me. You know what I mean? But it's not changing the dynamic for anybody, really. It's not changing anyone else's perspective. This is what a lot of defenders of Israel don't understand. You can shit on and try to silence every critic of Israel all day, every day, but it's too late. People know what the fuck is going on. Okay? You shaved your pits? Yeah, I did. The fucking White House is saying anyone who votes to withhold weapons from Israel or Hamas, I saw that. They're fucking insane. But yeah. Love this article because if you think Israel is ultimately a force for good and everyone against its violence is ontologically evil, you read it very differently than most normal people would, especially after a year of unlimited genocide of Palestinians and occupation of Lebanon. Aside from the standard clips out of context that these supposed anti-cancel culture warriors claim to hate, it's mostly like my comments on. What is it? Aside from the standard clips out of context that these supposed anti-cancel culture, free speech claim to hate, it's mostly valid takes. A sequence of objectively correct takes surrounding the asymmetry in the analysis is not justification. There it is. You just type the CV the unk. Shut up, dude. You guys fucking write emails too, okay? You guys write emails all the goddamn time. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, when you're writing a work email, you think about it a little bit, right? Anyway, bold of you to assume chatters have jobs. Yeah. Where's that shirt from? I love the green color and the color sick as hell. The shirt is from Our Legacy. The jacket that I'm wearing The jacket that I'm wearing is from Our Legacy, and the shirt is from Norse Project, I think. Yeah. Anyway, cool that we're just part of the axis of evil now. Breaking: the United States vetoes Security Council draft resolution that would have demanded an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all hostages. Result: in favor 14, against 1, the United States. The decision does not go through. Goody fella, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. So, yeah. Emma popping off on Piers Morgan. Oh, yeah, let's take a look at this.
One is that Hesketh and Gates have categorically denied any wrongdoing, and none has been proven against them. In Trump's case, it was a civil action, as you know, not a criminal action. The criminal case against him was shuffling paperwork over an alleged one-night stand with a porn star. So it's not quite how you categorized it. Deborah Lee, let me bring you in here.
Has this trans lawmaker been accused of rape? Has this trans lawmaker?
No, but actually, if you are a congresswoman, if you're a congresswoman who survived sexual assault, you should be entitled to feel safe in the restroom.
The presence of a trans woman in the bathroom. Oh gosh, you know, here in New York, there are a lot of multi-gender bathrooms, and I've gone to the bathroom next to a man. Oh my goodness, it was so fearful. What was I going to do? I would actually be quite fearful
if I found you lurking next to me in a men's restroom. I'd feel fearful. Deborah Lee, let me bring you in here. I just think
that is a ridiculous accusation, Piers.
I didn't make an accusation. It was a statement of fact. I would feel fearful.
You would feel uncomfortable? Why would you feel uncomfortable?
If you were lurking around me in a men's urinal, damn right I'd feel uncomfortable.
Lurking? Who's lurking?
Well, what else would you be doing there?
Is this lawmaker lurking?
What else would you be doing there?
Going to the restroom.
Yeah, these people are fucking gross little freaks. And I think it's like pure projection. I think it's pure projection when they talk about like, ooh, how creepy and how scary a trans woman in the women's restroom. It's like, no, man, that's your own fucking weirdo fantasies, dude. Don't put that shit on other people, all right?
I don't want you going in my restroom. Stick in your own restroom. For my safety, never mind yours.
Okay, but would a man be lurking? Would a biological man, is he lurking next to you?
That's the whole point.
Why is there something inherently perverted about going to the bathroom? You right-wingers, and yes, I'm including you in this with this classical liberal BS, are so bad faith. It's incredible. You are linking sexual abuse and sexual assault to trans people inherently, and that is a bigoted statement.
No, I want trans people to have, I want them to have fairness and equality like the rest of us, just not where it erodes women's rights. But Deborah Lee, you've been listening to this patiently.
But separate but equal.
Emma,
separate but equal.
We're 4 people on the panel.
Yeah, I think she did a... has Piers asked you back since your last appearance? Yes, numerous times and numerous occasions. But yeah, we're going to talk about the White House pressure campaign right now, which is expected, but, you know, still fucked up regardless. So Bernie Sanders put forth a piece of legislation alongside 6 congresspersons, okay? 6 senators. And the legislation was supposed to stop weapons transfers to Israel and to apply the existing law that we already have, the Leahy laws, that dictate that if a country that we're offering arms shipments to are actually in violation of human rights, then it's illegal for us to give them arms. And by the way, Mike was on Majority Report today and it was pretty disastrous. Which Mike? Why was it disastrous? Michael from Pennsylvania? They debated about what? Sam was very combative to Michael from Pennsylvania. Emma on Piers Morgan timestamp for when she showed up. It was a bit contentious. Oh, damn. Okay, well, I'm sure that everyone will be fine. All right, let's continue. We're talking about the news. Okay, so I got the White House private talking points for Congress on today's vote over weapons for Israel, a document that accuses Democrats of aiding Hamas if they vote against the Biden admin's arms deals. Schumer is privately pressuring senators too. Oh, so Schumer has the capacity to fucking whip votes only at the behest of Israel and only when it's in direct violation of our own pre-existing fucking rules and laws. How strange. Okay? Because when it comes down to it, Chuck Schumer and Dick Durbin are dog shit at whipping votes in the Senate, famously so. You know, they can barely put together a fucking caucus. But when it's about something that is like objectively a good piece of legislation, that is in line with the overwhelming majority of Americans, all of a sudden they're like, nope, you better not vote for this shit. Sent to Senate officers yesterday, Doc claims disapproving arms purchases for Israel at this moment would put the window on the sales of Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas. It advocates military pressure on Hezbollah and Hamas as the admin is publicly saying they want to end the Gaza-Lebanon wars. The doc also echoes the talking point among ardent Israel supporters that Hamas can stop the war tomorrow. Mentions Palestinian suffering, then says voting against weapons for Israel won't help civilians but boost Iran and allies. Notably, this is not a formal statement of the admin policy, which some observers see as, per a Senate aide, a sign that they are too ashamed to put these on the White House letterhead. Increasingly clear today's vote is a major moment and that Dems' post-election rejection of Biden's Israel policy could be bigger than anticipated. The White House's Jewish liaison has now amplified a tweet saying the administration's push to shield weapons for Israel plus its veto of a UN ceasefire resolution today signal it's not the lame duck the left was hoping for. Thank God. No, they already got one. I know, Tim Kaine. Oh, wait, what? Tim Kaine was supposed to be in favor of it. Big. Tim Kaine says he will vote against Biden's weapons sales for Israel today. Wait, no. Tim Kaine is... Yeah, no, he's a public supporter of it. I misunderstood. Expect more bellwether senators to share their position soon. It's increasingly clear this isn't just a push from a handful of progressives. The key question is whether the majority of Senate Dems sign on. Public supporters of the push so far, Sanders, Kaine, Van Hollen, Merkley, Schatz, and Warren. Opponents, Rosen, Cardin, likely Fetterman too, plus a big chunk of voters. Note AIPAC plus the Biden admin have both been pressuring senators to reject the effort to block weapons for Israel. I'll be on Capitol Hill later today covering this vote and talking to lawmakers. Schumer is whipping Democrats to vote no, okaying weapons for Israel in a way he hasn't before, a Senate aide tells me, another sign of how seriously the vote is being taken. Israel's ambassador is also weighing in. He's expected to be on Capitol Hill today. Why is a foreign ambassador for a foreign nation personally invested in whipping the votes of American Congress? I might add. One might wonder this question. One might have the same exact question. But then you would ask another question, which is, why is it there a FARA violation, for example, for AIPAC and its subsidiaries? It is so gross, and I hope you understand. It once again demonstrates that it's not actually Israel that controls America or Jews that control America in the way that some anti-Semites claim, but abso-fucking-lutely American foreign policy that is full tilt in line with all the death and devastation Israel is doing in both Gaza and in Lebanon. Okay? What is this? It is incredible that this is even a point of contention. Isn't it amazing how Democrats in Congress are starting to find their balls now that Harris lost? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that part of it is true, but even then, they're very clearly not finding their balls, if you noticed. Trump to set appointment Project 2025 architect Russ Vought to Office of Management and Budget. Vought is a leading proponent of Schedule F, a plan to potentially fire thousands of federal civil servants, by the way. Oh, wow. Once again, I repeat the position that both sides lie. The problem is the Democrats don't even fucking lie in a good and decent direction. You're fit today? Why are you hating? Why are you hating? Why are you hating on the fit? Boy's being canceled by you-know-who?
H3,
yeah. Lamont Boy got featured on an Ethan Klein IG story, the perfect conclusion of their last ever Twitch stream. Also, is this an admission that Ethan... What? The campaign to make me seem insane for speaking against Hasan is nothing short of pathetic. What are the chances these guys watched anything I've actually said? Amazing how Hasan and friends suddenly think mental health is a funny way to insult someone. First of all, they're Australian. They've always thought that attacking mental health was a funny way to insult someone. Okay? This clip is hilarious, by the way. What is this clip? Is this the one where they show their fucking balls or something on their last huzzah?
Oh, Ethan. H3's fucking crusade to get Hasan, his previous co-host.
Yeah.
I don't know, executed? Like,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I've avoided talking about Ethan this whole time because I just feel like he's, I don't know, it's like watching a fucking unwell person. It's so weird. Like, it's just like,
wait, why is he posting this? Why is Ethan posting this? This doesn't make him look good.
It's almost like watching Fusi, except he doesn't leave the house. You know, Fusi was like having a mental breakdown, but it's like scary because he's out in like an airport and he's doing scary shit.
No, I think Fusi is a little bit worse than H3H.
No, but I'm saying it's worse because he leaves. Yeah, exactly. That's the one I think. But it's like Fusi leaves the house, and that's why it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Ethan sits at home just like slowly unraveling. It's again, both those things not palatable. I don't like to watch it.
Well, I don't know why he posted this clip. It's just like, I don't know why he posted his own L voluntarily. Hasan and Friends needs to be the name of your next podcast. Yeah, I think a lot of people are seeing the situation in the exact same way that that Boy and Boy was presenting it as. Why does Hasan refuse to address my points? Meanwhile, anytime you read his points, you address them one by one. Yeah, he only listens to criticism from internet space people, not from peasant fans. Yeah. Anyway, I think these guys are anti-Semitic as well. I think everyone is anti-Semitic, including the Pope. Okay, I don't know how to fucking click away from this dumb shit. Oh yeah, here. The Pope would have been better off keeping quiet. The Pope is calling for allegations of genocide in the Gaza war to be investigated. That's not his job. And he also shows his hand once again. His mercy is primarily directed at Hamas. The Pope is Hamas! Yeah. Hasan and Friends, more like Hamas and Friends. It's from I'm an anti-Semitic terrorism supporter. Like your tweet code, King. I like it too. Thank you. Yeah. This is one of the clips Fox News used to claim I am anti-Semitic. Wait, oops, I fucked it up. Oh, this is one of the clips that Fox News used to claim I'm an anti-Semitic terrorism supporter. Listen to it yourself and make up your own mind. It's from October 8th, 2023. That deranged person literally pulls the shit from a subreddit to be mad about. Subreddit couldn't be being brigaded by the tiny D community. Yeah, I don't care. None of this stuff has real motion. Talk to me when it escalates. Okay? This is not the first time. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last time that people cynically fucking frame things that I'm saying in a way to be like, you're an extremist. You're an extremist. You're a... Yeah, here's what Bernie Sanders had to say on the Senate floor.
Act and the Arms Export Control Act are very clear. The United States cannot provide weapons to countries that violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. Let me repeat that because that is the essence of this entire debate, not complicated. The United States government cannot provide weapons to countries that violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. That is not my opinion. That is what the law says. Madam President, according to the United Nations, according to much of the international community, according to virtually every humanitarian organization on the ground in Gaza, Israel is clearly in violation of these laws. Under these circumstances, it is illegal for the United States government to provide Israel with more offensive weapons. These joint resolutions of disapproval are Congress's tool to enforce the law, and that is exactly what we must do.
Debate on the Senate floor is live. I know, but
it is damaging because of our connection to Israel through military arms, our advocacy and legitimacy, campaigning for human rights around the world. So I ask you, what do you do when a good friend, a partner, heads off on a disastrous course? President Biden and his team responded by providing proposals and encouragement to get back on course, but those were rejected. So now we must weigh in here in this chamber. And many in this chamber may say, let's just continue the past. Let's not see the horrific circumstances in Gaza. Let's not observe the systematic takeover of the West Bank. Let's ignore all that and continue with this very different right-wing government without ever raising
by the way, this off-ramp that they're utilizing to talk about how this is all on, Benjamin Netanyahu and this like far-right fascist government in Israel that we shouldn't align ourselves with. This off-ramp should have been taken on like October 15th, 2023, right around the time when Joe Biden went to Israel and bear-hugged Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? That would have been the smart and sound decision, both for America's foreign policy interests and also for the humanity, all the victims of Israel's violence. Okay? That's what's crazy about it, is that like even this off-ramp that they're taking, which would still benefit Israel, really. Like liberal Zionism in this circumstance benefits the current standing of Israel's apartheid. And I said this for months, but it blows my mind that it took them this long to even fucking start saying it like
and
this.
Security realized, and my vote today supports that vision. Thank you.
President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam President. Since Hamas
that
launched the
vision.
deadliest terrorist attack in Israel's history more than a year ago, Israel has consistently faced a barrage of threats from Iran and its terrorist proxies. Earlier this year,
Yeah, J Street also came out in support of it, and J Street is a liberal Zionist institution, so this was actually kind of new for them as well. If you recall, in the early months of October, J Street was literally pressuring Congress members to not say a single fucking thing about Israel that is a negative. Okay? It's pretty crazy.
Iran and its terrorist proxies to continue.
It's crazy
and
how
even
much things have
increase
changed, is what I mean.
Their vicious and deadly attacks. In doing so, they could prolong this war even further at a time when we are close to securing a deal in Lebanon. I know some on my side of the aisle are going to support these resolutions because they disagree with the current Israeli government. But your decision whether or not to help Israel defend itself and cannot be a political one. Government leaders and politicians, well, they come and go. But our commitment to Israel's security must be ironclad and restricting much-needed arms to Israel because you don't agree with everything the current government is doing will leave our ally vulnerable to future terror. I'll repeat, governments and leaders come and go. Will our support for our ally remain?
Jackie Rosen, $1.3 million
Israel
from
has an
AIPAC, by
absolute
the
right
way.
to defend itself, and the aid provided by America is critical. I know some of you are planning
Ding,
to
ding,
vote
ding.
for these resolutions, agree. But you may be worried about the need for these offensive weapons that the resolutions would block. So let me explain. Israel cannot rely on missile defense alone to protect its citizens. It also needs to have the ability to destroy enemy threats before they can be deployed and to respond to attacks that have already been launched. It's this strategy that Israel successfully executed over the last few months in Lebanon, where it has preemptively destroyed Hezbollah rocket launchers moments before they were set to fire on Israel. And by providing Israel with these weapons, which are more precise and more accurate, we can
In
actually
baby
help
murder.
it
She's like, we got to keep giving Israel these weapons so they can do better baby murder, guys. Come on, please.
How many of you here are torn? You want to do the right thing. And I'm here to tell you that voting against these resolutions is the right thing. Banning the sale of arms will hurt Israel. It'll send the wrong message to Iran and its terrorist proxies that America is abandoning its ally and that terrorists can now act with impunity. Let me repeat. The message to terrorists will be, again, that they can continue to act with impunity. Terrorists like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and others will continue to...
Yeah, the message is like, it's got the same exact energy as the Fox News article. It's like, no, you don't understand. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They can't be reasoned with. They must be fucking brought to heel. You don't understand. It's logical to do a preemptive genocide because if we don't do that, if we don't let Israel do that with our weapons, even if it is in direct violation of international rights, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. They're terrorists. Like they're going to kill everybody. They're going to kill everybody.
Madam President. Senator from Idaho. Madam President, I rise in opposition to the resolutions that we have before us. For 76 years, and by the way, I agree and associate myself with remarks from my friend colleague from Nevada, and not so much with my colleagues from Vermont and Oregon. I respect them individually. I am in opposition to these resolutions before us, and I want to speak for a few minutes as to why. For 76 years, the United States has stood with the State of Israel, our strongest ally in the Middle East. But today, members of this body are sending a message that United States support for Israel is in question. It is not. This comes after a difficult year during which this administration has egregiously undermined Israel's ability to defend itself as it fights a several-front war against Iran and our common enemies. The administration has withheld weapons and ammunition, has issued National Security Memorandum 20, which has held Israel to arbitrary standards, and interfered in Israel's domestic politics, all in an effort to placate the far left of the Democratic Party standards, and interfered in Israel's domestic politics, all in an effort to placate the far left of the Democratic Party during our own domestic elections. Today, instead of acknowledging that American support for Israel is still strong, these resolutions seek to say that support for Israel has changed. It has not. I know these resolutions will fail, and I hope the world will hear me when I say that the people of America support Israel, full stop. But I think it's important to remember how we got here. This administration foolishly thought we could get along with Iran and beg the Iranians to talk. When the Iranians refused, the administration released billions of dollars in frozen assets in an effort to buy the Iranians off. Meanwhile, the administration reversed U.S. sanctions policies that had cut off the flow of money to the Iranians. The Iranian Ghost Fleet, which Tehran uses to evade sanctions,
Sorry, I'm screenshotting shit.
from under 80 ghost ships moving oil to now over 300 ships. Awash with money and knowing the administration would not challenge Iranian bad behavior, Iran knew it could start this war in Gaza without consequences. Rather than focus on Iran's behavior, these resolutions before us today are the predictable evolution of the administration's horrible and failed policies that seek to both appease critics of Israel and isolate the Jewish state in the international community at a time of its greatest need. The departure from the regular process for moving arms sales and the administration's repeated threats to halt assistance to Israel invited these resolutions that are not.
Do you feel like you have a ban incoming with all these news articles and pressure? No, because it's not fucking real. What are you talking about? It's not like, no, not even a little bit. It, one, doesn't change the dynamic even a little bit. And two, it's Fox News has written articles about how much of a fucking terror lover I am, regardless. Like, it's never changed anything. America is more of a Jewish state than Israel by proportion of global Jewish diaspora, but we're not the apartheid majority here, so I guess it doesn't matter. Also, American Jews and their wishes don't fucking matter in this conversation at all, because if we were doing this for Judaism or to defend American Jews or whatever, which is fucking ridiculous dynamic to begin with, J Street revealed a new poll like a week ago where American Jews, 72% of them want fucking a halt in weapons transfers to Israel, dude. The fuck? You think that the American government gives a fuck about American Jews? Fuck no. They don't give a shit. That's why I said, literally, if every single American Jew tomorrow was like, I'm an anti-Zionist, okay, which would never happen regardless, because, you know, you got Orthodox and very, very conservative, super pro-Israel Jewish people in America, but like, let's say 99.9, if not 100% of all American Jews were like, fuck this shit. We don't want weapons to be sent to Israel, not in our name. What the fuck are you doing? America would be like, yeah, shut the fuck up. Yeah, we're going to keep doing that, big dog, okay? It's so stupid. And I've said that over and over again. How did Fox News not bring up, are you constantly downplay the threat of terror babies? I know. This has nothing to do with Judaism at all, okay? This has nothing to do with Judaism. This has nothing to do with American Jews. Their opinions on this bear very little, okay? They'll use Jewish people as a defense mechanism to cynically say like, oh, we're doing this for Jews. It's like, and then Jewish people are like, no, okay? Are you prepared to catch a stray from Greg Doucette because of your Dr. Mike affiliation? Yes. Yeah, I retweeted this photo of me looking hot and sweaty. And then I posted some of the best quotes from the Fox News article, how I felt reading all that. I don't feel comfortable placing blame on a violent settler colony that has killed and displaced tens of millions of Palestinians on Palestine. I don't feel like it's an appropriate I don't feel like it's appropriate to lay the blame in the hands of anyone that is resisting against their own brutal occupation. During an April 18th stream, Piker expressed that Hamas was the lesser evil next to the Israeli military. Hamas, unironically, is the lesser evil of the two, the streamer said. If you look at the civilian casualties, if you look at the civilian deaths versus the death of soldiers, Hamas's percentages are infinitely better than Israel. That's just facts. So no, Hamas is the lesser evil. Oh, Lindsey Graham. Israel.
I've
Israel's
been to
number
the
one
region
defender.
7 or 8 times since October the
Israel.
7th. I went with a group of 5 Republicans
You
and
went
5
8
Democrats.
times since October 7? 8?
To deliver 2 messages. Went to Saudi Arabia, the biggest power in the Islamic world, and I went to Israel. And to our friends in Israel, I said, we will give you, at least from my view, the ability to make sure there is no second Holocaust. And the weapons we provided to Israel has resulted in the destruction of Hamas. There is no way forward for the Palestinians until you reform the PA, which is run by a bunch of corrupt old guys, and make sure Hamas never comes back. The most radicalized population on the planet are young people in Gaza. From the time they're born to the time they die, they're taught to hate and kill the Jews. Look at their education system. How do we change that? Somebody other than Israel has to come in and take over Gaza and reform the West Bank to give the Palestinians a better life. It will not be the United States. We can't do that. It's certainly not going to be Israel. Well, who would it be? It'd be the Arab world. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has a vision for his country and the region that I buy into. We've had our problems in the past for sure, but women can drive, which is a big thing, even though it doesn't sound like it. Women can go out to dinner without a male escort. Doesn't sound like a big thing, but it really is. 38% of the people working in Saudi Arabia are young women. So he has a vision to change his country and to build on the Abraham Accords. President Trump in his was able to get 6 Arab nations to recognize Israel, the United Arab.
I like that he said the PA, which is a part of the Israeli security apparatus, is run by a bunch of corrupt old guys. But Saudi Arabia, which is a theocratic monarchy, is actually the beacon of prosperity in the region.
Going over to Saudi Arabia and Israel, working with the Biden administration to try to build out the Abraham Accords. And the big prize would be have Saudi Arabia,
Israel,
make peace with Israel,
Israel,
take over Gaza and the West Bank with other people in the region, and give the Palestinians a better life, rebuild Gaza, create honest government to replace corrupt government, give them sovereignty, self-government, the ability to live dignified lives, and to give Israel security. October the 7th was designed by Hamas to stop what was imminent. I'm here to tell you that in October, before October the 6th, by the way, there were discussions about how to roll out the normalization deal. Along comes October the 7th. Ever since that day, we've been dealing with this horrible situation. The rape and torture and destruction of 1,200 Jewish people, the response by Israel that's resulted in thousands of people being killed, a lot of terrorists, but a lot of children, a lot of innocent people. There are a lot of photos being presented. I want to introduce 2 photos, unanimous consent if I may. This is a photo of Hiroshima, 2 photos actually. This is what happens when you drop a nuclear weapon on people. It's not good. Now, why did we do that? After Pearl Harbor, we and
fresh hell, dude. Look at all the other bad stuff that we did. That was maybe kind of unjustifiable when you think about it. Well, no, I'm going to present it as a good thing.
And we're able to do that. Out of the ashes of that terrible, horrible war, we now have 2 democracies. Japan and Germany are good allies of the United States. They're productive members of the international community. It took a generation plus to change the radicalization of the German population through the Nazis, and the same in Imperial Japan. What will happen is if we can find normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, there will be hope for the Palestinians I have not seen before. Those who want a 2-state solution, we've got to sit down and talk about how you do that after October the 7th. But I do believe without resolving the Palestinian issue where the Palestinian people have a hopeful life versus a glorious death, we'll never move forward. I really do believe after...
Like, this is 10 million times worse than anything I could have ever said about Israel. Like, he is saying we delivered democracy to Japan after we fucking, bombed them with nukes. And Israel has a right to nuke Gaza into submission and therefore create democracy in a similar fashion. And that in and of itself, especially in defense of Israel's ongoing genocide, is so incredibly inhumane. Like, directly. This is what I've always said. Like, when I talked about America deserving 9/11, when I referenced like blowback and how we brought it upon ourselves and how we continue to do similar things, and who knows how that will play itself out. A lot of people were shocked at this sentiment that I was expressing. And yet, even at that time, I said the exact same things. I was like, listen, if a congressperson could just advocate to glass Iran, nuke Tehran in its entirety, and not a single person will look at that and go, that's a little crazy. People, you can get away with saying anything and everything you want against America's foreign adversaries that you have declared are subhuman, less than human, dehumanized, barbaric monsters that deserve only death. Okay? That's it.
That protects Saudi Arabia, a defense agreement with the United States, so they'll be in our column and they will have an antidote to Iranian aggression. And can we, as a part of that, create a political horizon for the Palestinians to have hope where there is despair? Yes, we can, but now's not the time to send this signal. This signal will be seen by the enemies of Israel and the enemies of peace as if they just stick with it, they will win. If you want peace, you have to destroy those who hate peace. This is not a Bibi problem. This is a problem where their Islamic terrorists, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, want to kill all the Jews, not just Bibi. Now, why do they want to do that? They're religious Nazis. I don't know why Hitler wanted to kill all the Jews, but he did. So the Ayatollah has a couple things in mind. The purification of Islam, which means that Sunni Islam will bend to his will. If you don't believe me, ask the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. The other goal is to destroy the Jewish state and to drive us out of the Mideast. The religious doctrine of the Shiites in charge compel them to kill all the Jews. It's a commandment from God. Here's what I know. That's not what Islam teaches most Muslims, but they believe it. And when we ignored Hitler, we did so not only at our own peril, but the peril of millions of people. What have I learned from history? When someone threatens to kill you because you're of a particular race or religion, you should take that seriously. So how do we end this conflict?
What a fucking
we end this
nonsensical
conflict with the
statement.
Complete decimation of Hamas, a plan for the day after that will replace Hamas in Gaza, reform the PA, try to get a ceasefire in Lebanon, and reduce the impact that Hezbollah has on the Lebanese people. All of the Shiite, Iranian-backed militia have as their goal disruption, upheaval, and tyranny. They want to control the region and remake it in their own image. Look what they're doing in Syria, look what they're doing in Yemen, look what they're doing in Lebanon. We have a historic opportunity here to give Israel what they need to finish the war they can't afford to lose, come up with a day-after plan that would replace Hamas with a better life, try to get Lebanon in a better space, and build on the Abraham Accords. This effort by my colleagues undercuts all of that. You have every right to say anything you want to say in this body, but I've been there a lot, and none of you have gone with me. Making peace is hard. We haven't done this together. I've been with Senator Van Hollen to Israel. I've been to Senator Van Hollen before in the region. I think he wants to help the Palestinians, and I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I just think there's an opportunity here, and it's not about Bibi, folks. It's about a strain of Islam that will kill every Jew, including Bibi, and come after us unless they're defeated.
Okay, I can't do this anymore. Is Graham literally calling Bernie less of a Jew for not going to Israel 8 times in 1 year? I mean, dude, the mind of a Christian Zionist, man, it's impossible to fucking contend with any number of different insane things that they say. Yes, Christian Zionists so consistently consider themselves to be better Jews than like straightforward, lifelong Jewish people that are practicing the faith, Reform Jews, Reconstructionist Jews, people who are anti-Zionist in general. They literally will routinely fucking outflank Jewish people and then claim that they're not truly Jewish, which is also, very anti-Semitic. 2000s era Islamophobia is so back. Oh yeah, here. For the past year, the U.S. Congress has overwhelmingly stood behind the bipartisan support for Israel's genocidal war against Gaza, spearheaded by the Biden administration. Here, Senator Thune is basically saying he wants zero dissenting voices on the policy emanating from Congress. Well, I'm so glad that, the adults are in charge on the Republican Party.
13 months now since Hamas terrorists waged war against Israel. And for
maybe my naysayers will no longer get mad at me for laughing at this statement now. You know what I mean? They're like, I can't believe you were... I wasn't even fucking... Turns out I never had actually seen the clip of me like laughing at Kamala Harris. I wasn't even laughing. I was fucking cringing. I didn't realize that that's how they had to like frame this situation.
For the past year plus, Democrats have struggled to support our ally Israel and has literally fractured the Democrat Party. For example, we are expecting tomorrow Senator Sanders to offer a resolution denying lethal aid to Israel. The refusal to have our allies back and the hesitation to call out anti-Semitism in our own country has consequences. It enables bad behavior and bad actors around the world, and it encourages others to abandon Israel in their time of need. Now you have the International Criminal Court, or the ICC, and its prosecutor pursuing warrants against Israeli officials. That is outrageous, and it is unlawful. The ICC rogue actions are a threat to our ally Israel, and left unchecked, it could pose a threat to America in the future. I am calling on Leader Schumer to bring a bill to the floor sanctioning the ICC, which the House has already passed on a bipartisan basis. And if he refuses to act, our Senate Republican majority next year will. We will stand with Israel and make this and other supportive legislation a top priority in the next Congress. So to our allies in Israel and to the Jewish people around the world, my message to you is this: reinforcements are on the way. Senate Republicans reclaim the majority in 6 weeks, and when we do, we will make clear that the United States Congress stands squarely in Israel's corner, and we will help the Trump-Vance administration defend Israel and promote peace in the region.
Top priority, America First Party. Yeah. The Republican critique of Biden's full spectrum support for Israel's war of annihilation is largely that the rhetoric has not been bloodthirsty enough. Biden has been one of the staunchest U.S. supporters of Israel in the past 50 years, and the GOP knows this very well. This action led by Sanders is a worthwhile, though narrowly focused and largely symbolic effort. The reality is that it's too little too late. Gaza has been decimated in a genocidal war facilitated by the Biden administration with Democratic support. And even then, this largely symbolic act is still being viciously combated by the Democratic Party. Remember what they care about, okay? And I will always repeat this. I will always reiterate this. You need to understand something. This is something that the overwhelming majority of the American public wants, okay? The overwhelming majority of the American public wants this, okay? They want to put an end to the endless missile barrage that the endless amounts of weapons that we are sending to Israel so they can burn children in fucking tents, okay? And yet Congress is openly at odds with the democratic process, with the wants and wishes of the public, and has actively suppressed any sort of political dissent, no matter how gentle that political dissent is. They have actively smeared anyone that criticizes Israel as vicious anti-Semites that are funded by Hamas and funded by Iran. And it's crazy how little of a dent that has made. It doesn't matter. It does not matter even a little bit.
The United States government is currently in violation of the law.
I'm still so confused. Why are there so many politicians incentivized to support Israel as strongly as they are? I mean, it's no different than how many politicians are strongly incentivized to go against Medicare for all. It's the same principle. Americans, when directly asked, like, do you want fucking, free healthcare, will say yes. It is an objectively popular policy. And yet you never hear that reflected from the Democratic Party until they have no power whatsoever, in which case they'll sometimes, lean in that direction, like under a Trump administration when even the likes of Kamala Harris was pro-Medicare for all. Okay? It's the same principle. American foreign policy is uniparty. It has nothing to do with what the public's demands are, what the public's wishes are. That shouldn't stop you from applying a pressure campaign and consistently go out and consistently argue against it and consistently demonstrate against it. But understand that, yes, our Congress is not even remotely interested in the valid perspective and the very reasonable demands that the overwhelming majority of Americans want. That's it. It's really frustrating, but it is what it is.
Every member of the U.S. Senate who believes in the rule of law should vote for these resolutions. The United States cannot provide weaponry to countries that violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian, more offensive weaponry. Joint resolutions of disapproval are Congress's tool to enforce those laws. According to very recent UN reports, quote, the situation unfolding in North Gaza is apocalyptic. The entire population in North Gaza is at imminent risk of dying from disease, famine, and violence, end of quote. But what makes it even more painful is that
I liked Scahill during the Bush years, but I don't trust him anymore. He said neocons were against Trump on MSNBC before the election, a total joke. I think you probably misunderstood what he was saying. It's something that I've repeated as well. The neocon agenda, a more managed fascism, okay, was absolutely being implemented by the Democratic Party leading up to the election. And you're watching it unfold in that same exact way, even after the election. Okay? It's just true. We have two right-wing parties at this point, and the neocons have swapped over to the Democratic Party because they want a managed version of this fascist war. But overall, their wishes, their desires will be fulfilled regardless of who's in charge.
That much of what is happening there has been done with U.S. weapons and with American taxpayer support. In the last year alone, the U.S. has provided $18 billion in military aid to Israel and delivered more than 50,000 tons of military equipment.
What these resolutions stand for is the simple proposition that U.S. taxpayer assistance should not come in the form of a blank check.
Is the United States in its foreign policy forced to be blind to the suffering before our very eyes?
In other words, and this is the most important point to be made, the United States of America is complicit in these atrocities. That complicity must end, and that is what these resolutions are about. It is time to tell the Netanyahu government that they cannot use U.S. taxpayer dollars and American weapons in violation of U.S. and international law and in violation of our moral values.
There's a drop site news article you might find interesting. Goes over a 5-day media propaganda tour of the Israeli government. It goes into detail about what propaganda they were trying to feed to the West. No, I don't want to do that. U.S. caught using Israeli spyware in Colombia. New, the U.S. government helped facilitate the purchase of Pegasus, the Israeli espionage software, and used it in Colombia. The $11 million cash-only purchase took place in 2021. Colombians are furious at the violation of their sovereignty. Yeah, this is the least shocking. We knew this already. We knew that the Colombian government at the time that was in line with the Israeli government was like openly utilizing Pegasus. This is further evidence that they were using it against Colombians. I have talked about this already. It's really interesting because Pegasus is the most comprehensive spyware. It's so successful in tapping into people's phones, including iPhones and whatnot, that it is the reason, most likely, as to why the Jeff Bezos leaks came out, that Mohammed bin Salman utilized the Pegasus spyware created by Israel against Jeff Bezos and leaked all the fucking details of Jeff Bezos's adultery, if you remember. And Big Dog came after pretty hard and hired a bunch of private investigators and went after every fucking outlet that reported on it, and they stamped that shit out real quick. Having said that, however, America at the time also was like, hey, man, this Pegasus spyware is like pretty successful. I don't think this is like appropriate that you can use it. And they said it was illegal to use it, except they have consistently used it themselves and consistently facilitated in the trafficking of Pegasus spyware. The U.S. retained control of Pegasus, working with Colombians to select targets. Its use ended in 2022. The Biden admin told the Colombian ambassador, saying it was not used against the then President Duque's political opponents. In fact, Duque did not even know of the U.S. purchase. Many questions remain. Why did the U.S. broker the Pegasus acquisition? Why was it paid for in cash? Which U.S. and Colombian agencies used it? Which operations was it used for? If you have any info, reach out to me securely. We don't use it anymore. I mean, America still uses it. Libs and hogs are finding out about Stav and are losing their minds. Genuinely lolling that Stav is making the rounds on Lib Twitter as a humble working class whisperer. Just turn off the sound of this video and look at this guy. This guy's the literally physical embodiment of leftist resentment. He is bio-Leninism. You don't need to listen. You just need to know exactly what he's going to say. If we did internet pornography had a child that they raised on Reddit, this human pimple would be the outcome. I went in having zero clue who Stavros was or what his politics are. I left knowing to avoid any video of his in the future. Fat person opinion completely discarded. Stavros put on a masterclass of talking to otherwise conservative people about class politics excessively. I like this. I much support for Stavros in this endeavor. It's something that I also try to do to the best of my ability. I like that Lib Twitter is recognizing his success and his skills. Once again, another Greek man stealing a Turkish man's talking points. It's okay. That's neither here nor there. Baklava is still very much Turkish. I will say that, but I'll give this W to the Greek boy right there. Okay. You literally also get yelled at for the same shit. I don't really get yelled at for this shit. I think people are much more understanding of what I'm trying to do nowadays than ever before. This actually highlights how your whole himbo angle is productive for your message. I mean, it's also who I am. It's not like I'm fucking deliberately putting this shit on, right? But, all right. Trump says he's not reconsidering tapping Matt Gaetz for Attorney General role.
In the Trump's transition, the president-elect is standing behind Matt Gaetz as his pick for Attorney General as the House Ethics Committee considers whether to vote on release.
What is this? I just remember 100% at Chatters chirping a week back. Yeah, no, guys, this is a leftist space. Okay, this is a leftist space. And what that means is that, yes, there are going to be an endless amount of chirpers who think that the best method forward is to utilize academic, super progressive language and to ensure that there is no room for growth for others. It's okay. There has never been a moment in my life where I have entertained that value. It's actually quite interesting that people say shit like this, especially because a lot of my naysayers oftentimes try to present me as one who is completely closed off from reactionary sentiment. Okay? I'm not. I understand where it comes from, and my goal always is to try to move people away, shift people away, and help them develop a better understanding of the world around them. Okay? There is a video of me talking about the intersectionality of privilege and privilege blind spots all the way back in like 2018. Okay? And being more understanding of people. Anyway, I don't know if I can find it here, but that's it. If we took all the position that people cannot change, none of us would be here. Exactly. Bye-bye, Anne. That's what's so frustrating about this. What's frustrating about this is that there is a blind spot. No one can overcome the power of propaganda or social conditioning. And leftists understand that there are systemic forces at play, that there are systemic wrongs, oppressions of hierarchy, white supremacy, patriarchy, and the like, okay? Rigid heteronormativity. But then they never actually consider that maybe some people who don't pay close attention are going to be blinded by that. Those are two things that I find very frustrating. Leftists would be like, let's be the first to tell you like America's white supremacist, that America has white supremacist systems, racial racial oppression is still very much real. Okay. But then they act like surprise Pikachu whenever they encounter a person that is victim to said social conditioning. Yeah. What did you expect? Of course, people are going to take the normal position for granted. They're not going to think about it. Okay. I come at this conversation with that understanding. Okay. And yes, you can say, oh, Hasan, you're a white guy, you're privileged. That's why you can do that. I can't. And it's like, sure. Okay. That's fair. But that's why I do what I do, and I do it best. Okay. No, it's not what is white privilege in the affirmative action debate. It's very, very frustrating. But I have never allowed naysayers to hold up any sort of space and to stop and to stop this community from growing. And I will never allow it. If you want to succumb to your own personal narcissistic desires and say it's unacceptable that there is any representation of like commonly held beliefs on this broadcast, this is actually harming me, this is actually hurting my feelings, well then yeah, this might not be a place for you. But I think every single person, including the 14% of this community that are trans, understand what it looks like in the real world and how people arrive at those conclusions, and what my goals are here in terms of de-radicalizing people and making sure that they don't have transphobic beliefs, right? And that way, they get to enjoy this massive space where we can have fun, knowing full well that you will be protected. Why the trans call out, though? No, it's a great example. If I were to be at the mercy of chatters who say, well, you talked to a transphobic person, you know? And I did not like the way you conducted yourself in that conversation, and I apologize for that, and never actually, and never actually followed through on conversations like this. There wouldn't be so many people in this community that are no longer transphobic. Transphobia is one of the most normalized forms of bigotry. Like overt transphobia is one of the most normalized forms of bigotry. That's it. And so, a lot of people that might not be receptive to this kind of messaging. Will you stop using gay as an insult? Fuck no. Absolutely not. If you find this to be contributing to the endless sea of homophobia, then you are exactly what I'm talking about. I like that being in a leftist space means that there will always be someone that proves the exact point that I was making. You understand? That's what's so funny about it, is that like there's immediately a person that's going to come in hot, okay? And they're going to come in and they're going to fucking hit the line that I was stepping on. Anyway, I think I've done enough work in this space in actively de-radicalizing people and actively defending marginalized communities that I know a little bit about these sorts of things. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, you know?
Releasing a report on sexual misconduct allegations against the former congressman. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is in West Palm Beach with the story. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Georgia. Donald Trump's pick for attorney general is facing a real uphill battle. Today, the bipartisan House Ethics Committee will meet to decide whether to vote to release its report on Matt Gaetz and those allegations of sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. As this morning, we are learning more about the payments he allegedly made to women for sex. This morning, President-elect Donald Trump is standing by his controversial pick to be his attorney general, former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Are you reconsidering the nomination of Matt Gaetz?
No. Trump in Texas alongside Elon Musk to watch his SpaceX rocket launch. The world's richest man using his megaphone to boost Trump's embattled choice, posting Gaetz will be our hammer of justice. But first, Gaetz has to get through the confirmation process. He has already been working the phones, and this morning, Gaetz is planning to meet with senators in person to plead his case.
He wants a shot to be able to lay out his
Yeah, the fucking cowards did not release it.
vision for the department and also to respond to these various allegations. And, I said, hey, the confirmation hearing is the place and chance to do that.
The bipartisan House Ethics Committee spoke with two women who say Gaetz paid them for sex. Overnight, ABC News exclusively obtaining financial records revealing Gaetz'
EFT, not trying to own your interlocutors with a tactical N-word when talking about black issues, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to fucking do stupid shit like that, obviously. Like, there are lines, you know? There are obviously lines. And the same goes for transphobia, right? Like, I'm not going to engage in transphobia. Like, there were chatters yesterday talking about Sarah McBride, the trans congressperson from Delaware, being a fucking Zionist as like Nancy Mace is up her ass about, you know, being trans and shit. And it's like, what? Like, it's still not okay that they're being transphobic. Yeah, she is super pro-Israel, but people are still being transphobic towards her, you know?
Appears to have sent the women over $10,000, including 27 Venmo payments, some labeled just because, travel, and extra for you. And this check for $750 made out to cash and allegedly signed by Gates. The women testifying to the committee that some of the payments were for sex. Sources tell ABC that one of the women also testified she saw the congressman having sex with a 17-year-old girl. The committee also heard from that 17-year-old girl, now in her 20s. Gates denies any wrongdoing, but some Republicans say they want to know more.
I think that if they want a speedy consideration of this nomination, we've got to have as much transparency as we can have.
There needs to be legitimate vetting. When I say legitimate, I mean just thorough vetting that the committees do. This is our job.
If Trump's picks can't get enough support to be confirmed, Trump's incoming Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, says the president-elect will push for senators to forego their vetting responsibilities to get his nominee through via recess appointments.
The president has won a mandate, and he will use all lawful constitutional means to fulfill that mandate on behalf of the people who voted for him.
Gates is just one of several controversial cabinet picks. Trump has tapped noted vaccine skeptic Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, and now announcing one of Kennedy's top deputies will be TV personality Dr. Mehmet Oz.
We'll save lives today.
Oz, who ran a failed Senate campaign in Pennsylvania, picked to run the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, overseeing millions of Americans' health insurance, including the Obamacare exchanges, a program he's criticized in the past. Neither Kennedy nor Oz has any government experience, and both have frequently clashed with medical experts. Early during the pandemic, Oz promoted anti-malaria drugs to treat COVID, even though they were shown to be ineffective. The FDA.
He also was called in the car. I mean, this guy is a fucking charlatan of the highest order. Like, he is known to sell bullshit products while using his doctor status to hawk products. Like, he was called into Congress for it. It's actually crazy. But of course, let's be real. As a Turk, I gotta look at this Turkish DEI and say, I'm in support of it, baby.
FDA once called a warning he issued about apple juice, quote, irresponsible and misleading. And he was dragged before Congress a decade ago to face questions about his so-called miracle weight loss products.
Yep.
The scientific community is almost monolithic against you in terms of the efficacy of the three products that you called miracles.
And for Education Secretary, Trump turning to Linda McMahon, his transition co-chair. She was the head of the Small Business Administration during Trump's first term and is the former head of World Wrestling Entertainment. McMahon, now tasked with leading an agency Trump has vowed to dismantle. Now shepherding Matt Gaetz through these meetings with senators today is the incoming Vice President J.D. Vance. The Trump transition team clearly willing to spend some political capital to get Gaetz confirmed, and of course still not ruling out doing this through those recess appointments if necessary. Michael.
All right, Mary, thank you so much for that.
President-elect Trump, and speaking of Elon Musk, they watched the latest test flight of Musk's SpaceX Starship rocket in Texas yesterday. The two men appear closer than ever, and it's raising questions about potential ethics concerns. Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, good morning.
And good morning to you, Nate. Well, Elon Musk has become something of an informal advisor to Donald Trump, weighing in on cabinet picks and even crashing a call with a world leader. But all of this is putting a spotlight on the relationship between Musk's business ventures and the federal government.
Elon Musk and Donald Trump met in Texas on Tuesday to watch as Musk's company SpaceX test launched its largest vessel.
3, 2, 1.
The two have been inseparable since Election Day, but their close relationship also spotlights potential conflicts of interest. Musk's companies, SpaceX and Tesla, have more than $13 billion in government contracts. Commercial rocket launches like the one Trump attended are regulated by the federal government, and SpaceX has complained that some of those regulations are slowing down technology.
Yeah, we should deregulate the space industry as well, even further. What? This post did not age well. Look who. What? What do you mean this post did not age well? Why didn't it age well? What? I don't understand. That shirt is a war crime. I was wearing what do you call it? I was wearing Teddy Fresh.
Elon, get those rocket ships going because we want to reach Mars before the end of my term.
What are you guys doing? I don't even fucking care about this old ass post, dude. Chill the fuck out.
And Trump continues to name his choices for top jobs in his second term, announcing Linda McMahon, the former
Can we be fucking serious? Like, can we cover the goddamn news? Like, can we cover the man-made horrors beyond human comprehension for a second without fucking drama chirpers? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, dude, I was friends with Ethan, okay? Like, what the fuck? Who cares? God damn. Oh my God. The fucking very frustrating. It's like failing streamer. I know I'm fucking such a failure, dude. I'm such a failure with only 34,310 people watching, live concurrent viewers. We found out is like equivalent to CNN and NBC's time slot combined for the prime demographic. God, stop trying to fucking tell me the context of why this was a meme, okay? I don't care.
WWE executive who served in his first administration to run the Department of Education.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C.
But that would require congressional approval, which has proved difficult. Among its responsibilities, the department manages the federal student loan and financial aid programs. It also runs achievement tests and is charged with enforcing civil rights laws that bar discrimination. 90% of school funding comes from state and local governments, and the education department doesn't dictate curriculum. And Trump chose another familiar face for his team.
He's been an incredibly successful man on television and medicine.
Naming celebrity doctor Mehmet Oz to run the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which oversees health insurance for 160 million Americans. In a statement, Trump said Dr. Oz will work closely with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to, quote, take on the illness industrial complex and all of the horrible chronic diseases left in its wake.
How many of you think Washington's getting it wrong? And I finally think I might have the diagnosis.
And Trump's cabinet is nearly full. Yesterday, he announced Howard Lutnick, who's an investment banking CEO and co-chair of his transition team, as Commerce Secretary. So he'll play an influential role in selling Trump's tariff plan. Gail?
Caitlin, we thank you.
Early in the election cycle, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. threatened to potentially take votes away from President-elect Trump. That is until Kennedy ended his own presidential bid.
What a nightmare blown rotation. All I got to say is this is Trump's new education secretary, Linda McMahon, ladies and gentlemen. If you gotta go, what was it? If you got a big bum, then work it. I don't know what the lyrics are. I'm sorry, this is hard. The guy slamming her was also the mayor. Okay, hold on. I have more funny things. Linda McMahon, Trump's pick for education secretary, resigned from a state education board shortly after a newspaper asked her about her false claim she had an education degree. She incorrectly claimed in 2009 that she had a bachelor's degree in education on a questionnaire from a Connecticut Board of Education post, according to news reports at the time. McMahon received a bachelor's degree in French and a teaching certificate from East Carolina University, according to her alma mater's announcement that she would deliver the 2018 commencement speech. The error on the questionnaire was reported by the Hartford Courant during her unsuccessful campaign for the U.S. Senate in 2010. She said at the time that she mistakenly thought her degree was in education because she did a semester of student teaching, and that she had written to the governor's office the previous year to correct the error after another newspaper noticed the mistake. McMahon resigned from the state education board one day after the Courant told her it intended to write about the error, the paper reported, but McMahon said the timing was unrelated. The state education board could not immediately fulfill a request to provide a copy of the questionnaire and other correspondence Wednesday morning, but the Trump write about the error, the paper reported, but McMahon said the timing was unrelated. The state education board could not immediately fulfill a request to provide a copy of the questionnaire and other correspondence Wednesday morning, but the Trump transition team did not dispute that the error occurred. Not that it matters, but pretty funny watching people fail upwards like this. Speaking of failing upwards, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
And threw his support behind him. Then last week, Kennedy was rewarded when Trump tapped him to be America's next Health and Human Services Secretary. A controversial pick given Kennedy's history as a vaccine skeptic and espouser of conspiracy theories. And today, President-elect Trump announced Dr. Mehmet Oz will serve as the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator and work closely with Kennedy. Our Elizabeth Schulze tonight with our prime focus on RFK Jr.
A last name synonymous with American politics, now the controversial nominee for a job leading the nation's public health system.
I nominated him for, I guess, if you like health and if you like people that live a long time, it's the most important position, RFK Jr. Bobby?
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is President-elect Trump's pick to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, a move Trump had hinted he would make on the campaign.
I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines.
The announcement marks the culmination of a long political road for Kennedy, from longtime Democrat to independent presidential candidate to a nominee in the Trump cabinet.
He suggested that we join forces as a unity party.
It's an unlikely path for a man whose family has deep roots in the Democratic Party. His uncles, President John F. Kennedy and Senator Ted Kennedy. Kennedy himself, the son of the late Robert F. Kennedy, who was Attorney General, then presidential candidate, when he was assassinated in 1968. Bobby Jr. was just 14 years old at the time. The Junior Kennedy eventually made his name as an environmental justice attorney, known for his work fighting to clean New York's Hudson River in the 1990s. He stirred controversy when he hired a scientist who had just been released from federal prison for smuggling wildlife, causing a board revolt at his organization.
What? Okay, I didn't know that part. I didn't know the wildlife part. That's amazing. This motherfucker has been doing this shit for a minute, dude. What is wrong with this guy? What is his obsession with wildlife, dude? What an interesting guy. This man loves doing weird shit with wildlife. And he loves others who do weird shit with wildlife as well.
But in recent years, he's been in the spotlight as a prominent vaccine skeptic, spreading debunked conspiracy theories, like on this Lex Fridman podcast.
There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
Pushing misinformation became a part of Kennedy's campaign when he launched his own bid for the presidency in April 2023 as a Democratic challenger to President Joe Biden.
I've come here today to announce my candidacy for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States.
Kennedy speaking exclusively with our Lindsay Davis about his decision to run.
I felt like my country was being taken away from me. I felt like I wanted my children to grow up with the same pride in our country.
His candidacy raised eyebrows this year when he said he had faced serious health issues, like a dead worm found in his brain.
What are we doing, man? What are we doing? This country is in the dumps. It's over. It's fucking over, dude. Oh, my Lord. Oh.
And it turned even more bizarre after Kennedy revealed he left a dead bear in Central Park in 2014, which he discussed in a video posted on his X account.
I said, let's go put the bear in Central Park and we'll make it look like he got hit by a bike.
American politics is so funny, dude. I mean, this really does take the cake. Like, this guy is going to be leading Health and Human Services, what do you say? What do you say to this?
This August, with Kennedy polling in the single digits, he suspended his run, throwing his support behind Trump.
Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
Now, Kennedy is in line to take charge of the country's main health agency. The Department of Health and Human Services oversees everything from drug approvals to food recalls to the response to pandemics.
Kennedy would oversee agencies like CDC, FDA, and NIH and have direct impact on public health policy. That includes the nation's vaccination programs, drug approvals, research priorities. This is a $1.7 trillion budget that can have direct impact on the lives of Americans.
Kennedy's nomination sparked immediate alarm in the medical field. Many concerned of how his unsubstantiated claims based on a mischaracterization of science could undermine the mission of agencies he would oversee as secretary.
There's a lot of just stress and apprehension about how this leadership can impact national health policies and overall public health confidence.
Kennedy's views often fly in the face of the science-backed risk-reward calculation of the public health community. He's written books and spoken publicly as part of his anti-vaccine nonprofit Children's Health Defense, spreading misinformation that vaccines cause autism in children. The fraudulent study that sparked that idea decades ago was retracted, and multiple high-quality studies since have found no link between vaccines and autism.
You've said in the past that there is a correlation between vaccines leading to autism. That's totally been debunked.
Wait a minute, who debunked it?
Who debunked it? Autistic doctors. I don't believe them. They have autism.
There are experts, authorities on one side, and experts and authorities on the other that are saying the exact.
No. There is no leading expert or authority on the side that says vaccines cause autism. Like, none. That's not a real statement. As a matter of fact, the most famous doctor is no longer a doctor because he falsified medical records in his investigation into how vaccines were causing autism. And of course, we here in America welcomed him with open arms. His name is Andrew Wakefield. He was removed from his position and shunned in England. And then America was like, please come here, sir. And now he spends his days running around on the anti-vaxxer orbit, doing fantastic work, just collecting paycheck after paycheck.
Exact opposite thing. So no, I don't trust authority. I need to see the details.
Members of Kennedy's own family have distanced themselves from his views.
I would say that our family is united in terms of our support for the public health sector and infrastructure, and has the greatest admiration for the medical profession in our country. And Bobby Kennedy has got a different set of views.
He promotes drinking raw milk for its beneficial enzymes, but raw milk can lead to outbreaks of serious illnesses from microbes that are killed off in the pasteurization process. On COVID-19, he vouched for treatments like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, which showed early promise but were later found to be ineffective and even posed increased health risks. Kennedy is also championing a fight against fluoride in drinking systems, making sweeping claims about limited studies that showed a possible association between high exposure and lower IQ in kids, telling NPR,
We don't need fluoride in our water, and it's a very bad way to deliver it.
Scientists and a federal judge agree more research is needed, but fluoride isn't known to cause health problems at the low levels currently recommended. And they point to the benefits of fluoride, like strengthening teeth and preventing cavities, especially among low-income youth.
One of the dangerous things about RFK Jr. is that there are bits of things he says that are true, and they're mixed in. And it makes it really hard to sort out what things you should follow because they're based on fact and which things are not.
Some of Kennedy's main priorities do have support, like the causes of rising rates of obesity and chronic health in the U.S., and an examination on chemicals used to grow and manufacture our food.
If we're looking at the school lunch program in America, 30 million children get more than half of their calories from that program. It would be a wonderful thing to make that the best school lunch program possible. Give money to schools so that they have kitchens and can make fresh food. Get the corporations out of the discussion so they're not pushing processed food.
To pursue his agenda, Kennedy is vowing to overhaul one of the biggest government agencies.
Bro, Nick Merck supporting this guy makes it so weird. Nick being someone that prioritizes health shouldn't be propping out RFK. What are you talking about? Nick Merckx not only supported RFK Jr., but then openly, voluntarily admitted that he has not vaccinated his son. Like at all. 0 vaccines. Okay? So no, Nick Merckx supporting RFK Jr. makes perfect total sense. Thank God for herd immunity, dude. It's kind of funny though, because it's like they always point to like some of the good things that he says about like the vague statements that he makes about how like we gotta fix American health, like we gotta fix, we're poisoning our food. And it's right, he's not wrong when he says that. It's just his solutions are fucking insane. Okay, like I'm with you, we do need to fucking fix the food. Okay, we need to make America healthy. I don't disagree with that. That makes sense. But if your solutions are like explode the FDA, then you're fucking wrong, you know?
HHS with 80,000 employees, even telling NBC News how he would gut certain departments.
In some categories of workers, there are entire departments, like the nutrition departments at FDA, that have to go, that are not doing their job. They're not protecting our kids.
Kennedy's confirmation in the Senate is anything but guaranteed. Some centrist Republicans are already expressing doubt he's too extreme. Maine Senator Susan Collins telling the New York Times, I find some of his statements to be alarming, but I've never even met with him or sat down with him or heard him speak at length. While conservatives like former Vice President Mike Pence are urging senators to vote no on Kennedy's confirmation because he doesn't support strict abortion bans. Pence saying in a statement RFK would be the most pro-abortion Republican-appointed Secretary of HHS in modern history. Kennedy, a dynasty Democrat who shook up his political career to become a Trump Republican, is now banking on GOP support to win him a seat at the top of the federal government, where he promises a massive shakeup.
Our thanks to Elizabeth Schulze for that.
Thanks for joining us.
Hey, my pleasure.
Your book is Where of All, I don't even know what book.
What is this? Jank working with Elon Musk on this bipartisan issue. Why are young men running to support President-elect? Oh, this is an ad without a disclosure, I think. God, everything he posts is so freaky. Everything he posts is so fucking freaky.
This box bowl and the ideal stocking stuffer. When I'm on the road, I try to use it as often as I can because it keeps up my hand-eye coordination and it gives me a workout.
Philly D just dropped. What did he say? Wait, did he talk about me in the Fox News piece? Uh-oh. New Philly D? Am I in it? Let's see. I like it. I want to be filled in. He's got gas station weed eyes. Robert F. Kennedy. He's a treat. He's a real treat, dude.
Sup, you beautiful,
What is
man.
it? Wait, why did you guys say new Philly D drop? I'm not in it. Why did you guys tell me about it? Y'all jebaited me, dude. You beautiful bastards. You jebaited me. Marat in the chat. Hey, new Philly D drop, by the way. At the top of the hour, by the way. Even though there's no 3-minute ad break, by the way, you can still subscribe, by the way. Which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By the way, I'm so hungry. Holy shit. Seni yedirtmeyeceğiz. Wonder Gal 96, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Can you please answer my last question about the CIA? What is it? If Trump continues to stack his team with monsters and goes on to promise, then some, you think there's any way the CIA is going to try and save the country like they try with the Kennedy assassination? Do you think the CIA was saving the country with the Kennedy assassination? No. The fuck? You're crazy. Chatter, you are out of your dang mind, okay? Why would the CIA do anything to Donald Trump? Donald Trump is following through on the wishes of some of the worst capitalists in this country. Yeah, the CIA is going to take action against their own guy. Crazy stuff. Anyway, I don't know about this Rudy guy or Roy Teheria. Is that the right? Am I saying that right? Your camera quality is pristine. Yeah, I'm going to skip this one.
I think men are better than they think they are. However, messaging has just gotten out of control from both sides. You take a look at the fact that across the board, didn't matter what race they are, males turned towards Donald Trump, turned away from the Democratic Party. And why? That's the real question that should be asked. Why? Because in so many ways, the party basically dismissed him, left him out of the conversation, and not until the very end decided, oh, I better reach out and see if these guys are worth talking to. And if you just look at the fact that we have nobody, I think, in this country right now, the majority of people, believe in an equal playing field where everybody gets to participate and play. But when you start shoving certain things down people's throats that they don't want to have to eat, you're going to have to deal with the consequences of forcing somebody to do something that they didn't want to do.
Well, there's the messaging toward men that Trump was doing, and then there was the messaging toward women that the Harris-Biden campaign were doing. I mean, I remember sitting at the Democratic convention and looking after.
Do you think Trump will actually deport illegal immigrants? Yes. I mean, he did. Why wouldn't he again?
3 or 4 days and saying, not a whole lot of men on this program. And that's intentional because they thought this was going to be an abortion election. But was that a misstep?
I think that abortion being the top issue was obviously a misstep because we saw that it didn't actually bring out the women that they expected either. But I would argue that from the onset, the polling showed that there were stark divisions between what men valued and what women valued, which isn't actually surprising across this country. But the economy was something that everybody valued. The way it was messaged, I think, was problematic. But in addition to that, looking at the psychological aspect of things, men have felt left out for quite some time, be it whether it was social groups, be it whether it was, leading to depressive states or other things. They've been very vocal about that. That existed long before the pandemic. I do think that there needed to be stronger outreach to men and men of all backgrounds. But in addition to that, there needed to be more men at the helm of the decision-making process on the campaign. A campaign that is run by a lot of women is probably not going to be the same campaign that can speak to men. I'm glad that we have this
to be fair,
circle here
both
because
Trump
it matters.
and Harris's campaign were run by a mixture of men and women. I'm not sure. I think it's just about a theory of the case.
But no,
right?
a lot of the messaging strategies that were developed to men by white women. And I think that that is a problem.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that, with the appeal with Trump, I think many of his supporters are kind of attracted to that brash, unapologetic, that tough guy kind of persona that Trump has always kind of had. And I always think back to, the mid-'90s and late '90s when I was in college and high school, where you saw a ton of rappers that were name-dropping Donald Trump in all these songs. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that because all of them looked at Donald Trump as this unapologetic, brash guy that really pushed his success, his power plays, the art of the deal, all this stuff kind of made it what men look at as, okay, this is what I want. And men of all backgrounds.
Chat, what do we think about Stalker 2, by the way, the video game? Like, is it good, or what are people saying about it? It's mid, it's glitchy. Okay.
I think that, you fast forward to what happened in this election and the dynamics of the populace of people that voted for Trump, men, women, Hispanic, white women, men in general, black men. It really showed that this election kind of teetered towards that, the catering towards men. And so it's just a thing where, you look at it and Trump has made a name off of himself from doing this. And I think that was a big part of why he won the election.
Scott, but I'll let you jump in a second, but I think you might find this interesting. Scott Galloway, who has a podcast, many podcasts, but he's working on a book about.
Oh, thank God we have Scott Galloway's take on this, man.
What's going on with men in the
I was really wondering what he had to say about men.
Country. He writes this: young American men are in a crisis of underemployment, under-socialization. Soaring college costs affect people regardless of their gender, but manufacturing jobs, once a ticket to the middle class for men without college degrees, have been offshored.
Okay, never mind. He's actually not wrong. Okay, I'll give this to him. Scott Galloway once famously said the reason why people protest at the behest of Palestinians is because they don't get pussy. Okay, like actual freak shit. That right there was enough for me to discount like anything he will ever say for the future. Although I will reluctantly admit his analysis here is correct.
Housing is increasingly unaffordable. Men are stuck. They are isolated, despair.
Yeah, his takes on men are fine, with the exception of anything Israel related. When you hear shit that he says about Israel, stay the fuck away. Oh,
President Biden and Vice President Harris are giving away this military base. They're giving it away.
God, I fucking hate Congress so much.
And unproductive, prone to obesity, drug addiction, and suicide, susceptible to misogyny, conspiracy theories, and radicalization. They make inadequate mates, employees, and citizens. It's a pretty dire picture that he paints there, and it seems what he's saying is that Trump spoke to that.
Well, I agree. First of all, I agree with most of everything that's been said here already, and I agree with some of this assessment. I do think we have a crisis of especially young men in this country, and they're in many ways disconnected from the rest of their families, disconnected from their communities, disconnected from our political culture, disconnected from our civil culture. And that's a real problem for a society that depends on all of us to be engaged and working together to make it as good of a country and as good of a society as it can be. I think the Democrats in this election made men feel like that the patriarchy is over, boys, and we're going to put you in the back seat for a while, and you're just going to have to accept it. without any thought to the ramifications of telling.
Oh no, dude, what? Oh my God. Thank God. Okay. I hate this shit. I hate this shit so much. Oh, dude, men were comfortable with the patriarchy for far too long, and now the patriarchy's over, boys. You just have to sit back and expect it is obviously going to cause people to be fucking angry and resentful. First of all, the analysis is so stupid because it's the other side. This right here is literally the other side of the analysis that like a lot of rad libs make, right? Where it's like, oh, I mean, there is a correct attitude to have here, and rad libs are closer to the correct attitude in general, which is that a sense of entitlement under a patriarchal construct is what causes a lot of men to be genuinely frustrated with like women's equality. Okay, that part is correct, but it's not the entire subject. While that assessment is ultimately correct and it plays a role in the radicalization of young men, okay, the notion that the notion that that is the major reason and that, you know, the solution to that is to simply overturn it and go back to business as usual, put women back in the kitchen, is fucking idiotic. Okay, this is Asmund Gold level of analysis being displayed on CNN. I mean, he's the staple Republican guy anyway. Here's the problem. Okay, when you're accustomed to a lifetime of privilege, equality feels like oppression, obviously. But besides that, this becomes a trigger point, like a pivotal point for a lot of young men, because they've been told in their upbringing that things were going to be different and that they have developed a sense of entitlement. But none of that would matter if their lives, if their material conditions and the crisis that they're experiencing in terms of like no future prospects, for example, was solved. This doesn't mean that there wouldn't be any misogyny whatsoever. Of course there would be. But the goal should always be to try and solve the systematic problems facing men and women, just everybody in general, so that there is less volatility, less instability, and less room for vulnerability that causes men to find themselves in the throes of this kind of reactionary sentiment. Okay? And I don't think the solution is to say, I abhor this conversation as a black woman, cry me a fucking river. I don't think that's the solution at all, because that only just like redefines the ranks. And I understand where you're coming from when you say that. I do. But if we're talking about solutions, then yeah, you can't say that like intrinsically all these people are evil and that they're irredeemable pieces of filth and they should just suck it the fuck up and die or cry. Okay? Now, ultimately, there are real concerns that are there are real concerns, okay? Engaging in what redefines the ranks? Like, are you scared that black women will suddenly be in power because you acknowledge depression? Come on. Wait, what do you mean? Ultimately, Asmongold made a video about you. That's awesome. Hell yeah. I think that there are unhelpful ways of approaching this subject matter. And I think one of them is just to like immediately put up the defensive shield to be like, well, fuck them. And I get where people are coming from when they say that. I really do. Because you are subjected to the same fucking dog shit conditions. And on top of that, what, you're supposed to fucking capitulate to people who are crying about you receiving equal treatment, and then through that reception, thriving, at least doing better than your male counterparts? That's ridiculous, right? Like, I don't think we should be entertaining the whims of crybabies, okay? But I do personally think that there are solutions to this stuff, but they require they certainly require doing something the Democratic Party refuses to do, which is address the underlying material inequalities from the basis of class and focus on universality rather than trying to identify different segments of the population and then like hyper targeting to them with like wishy-washy focus tested policy solutions that most people just don't really appreciate at all.
People who are out honestly trying to make a living, provide for their families, be good husbands, be good fathers. When you tell people who are doing their level best that either A, it's not good enough, or B, you're part of the problem, what do you expect? And then finally, as a political tactic, you know, the attempt to put walls on the ticket, and that was going to somehow solve all of the problems that had been built up for years. was ridiculous, because it turns out Walz was the last person that men wanted to hear from. And I remember at the beginning of that whole campaign, when they put him on, I sat right here and people were like, oh, they got camouflaged hats. They're going to be wearing them in the deer stands this fall. And I think, to your point that you just made, that was not, that idea that was not formulated by a bunch of dudes who actually go deer hunting. It was come up with by a bunch of people who've never met a dude that actually goes deer hunting. But when you try to put that kind of window dressing on a real communications problem or a real relationship problem, it gets exposed immediately.
I did a fun little experiment. I knew we were going to be talking about this tonight. So I have a text chain that's been going on with my friends from college and law school for about 15, 16 years. It's all guys. Some are married, some are not. Some have kids, some do not. Some are former Democrats. They are all MAGA now. So I sent them a text and I said, I'm coming on the show. We're going to discuss this issue of masculinity and MAGA. Can you give me some PG thoughts? I'm going on a family show here too.
Yeah, he's a big bad guy. They don't have PG thoughts in the text thread, baby.
You may not be familiar with what we do here.
They
will go to PG-13 if you want.
Well, we're definitely not going to be reading the text. I will put it to I heard a few certain things. MAGA is fun. MAGA is fun. I heard it time and again from each one. Yeah, MAGA is fun. One of them said, MAGA equals football and beer. The left equals HR and tofu. That was one of the nicer ones. Trump speaks to me. He speaks like a normal person. He's not a robotic politician. We can have a debate over what he says, but he speaks to them as a normal person. But the one thing that came across from all of them was, I'm sick of being told what to do. I'm sick of the media telling me what to do. I'm sick of the woke left telling me what to do. I'm sick of government telling me what to do.
But the U.S. Embassy is closed for the day after.
All right, updates on Russia, Ukraine.
Receiving information about a potential air attack. The embassy has told employees to shelter in place and U.S. citizens elsewhere in the capital to be ready if an air alert is announced. Meanwhile,
it breaks my heart when I see my male counterparts suffering. When I try to talk to them about what's really hurting them, they can't accept it. There's such a huge problem where men are conditioned to never see themselves as a victim, forces they cannot immediately change. I mean, that's one aspect of it. Okay. Toxic masculinity and the like. But also, there's not a whole lot of, especially in the podcast space and shit like that, there's not a whole lot of like great male role models that men can point to and position themselves as, or try to basically behave as, that is the reality. And the role models that do exist, myself included, as a 33-year-old man who works pretty fucking hard, who values working out, who has a similar interest to many other young men in general, even though I'm not young myself, are routinely targeted and attacked by weak men on the right, on the fucking podcast orbit, as, gay and soy. And the people that call me gay and soy have, one, never gotten a pussy wet in their whole fucking goddamn lives, and are not even half my fucking size. So I think that there's a lot of hallucinating happening in this situation as well. I think that there is a lot of people who just aren't also fitting the stereotypical mold of what they consider to be masculine men. But they also think if you say the right things and if you engage in this kind of fucking bravado, right, then I guess you are masculine. I guess you are alpha. The concept of masculinity in and of itself already is a silly one too, because I don't think people truly understand what masculinity is. This take is kind of pissing me off, to be honest. All right, get pissed off. I think people just assume positive traits and associate positive traits with masculinity. Or some people associate negative traits with masculinity, toxicity and the like. But ultimately, if you look at the alpha dog podcaster space, like the Manosphere, all the bros and whatnot, okay, they associate masculinity with just confidence. That's it. And leadership traits. And if that's the assertion that we're supposed to operate on, if that masculinity simply means that you're a confident guy, self-assured, and that you're, working towards your goals or whatever, okay, then a lot of these podcasters themselves do not actually fit that mold at all. They're faking it. They're faking till they make it in some ways. Because real confidence doesn't come from external validation. It comes from within. something that I try to explain to people all the time. Hiding behind the mic? Me? Yeah, always. I famously never go outside. Like, who do you think fits the traditional mold of masculinity if masculinity is simply confidence? Someone like myself or someone like Tim Pool? Who do you think fits the traditional mold of masculinity if masculinity means leadership qualities, working hard, and once again, confidence? Someone like myself or someone like Sneeko? Someone like myself or someone like Ben Shapiro? That's it. But because a lot of people are genuinely insecure, especially young boys. I mean, I was young once myself. Okay, I was a young boy once myself. I know what it's like to be insecure, to question yourself, to worry about your future. Okay, I get it. And I know what it's like if in that process you find the worst role models. Okay, the point is, a lot of people, especially in the manosphere, take advantage of that insecurity and that vulnerability. They take advantage of that and they delude people into thinking that they are the outward representation of masculinity. They are the real alpha dogs, the real manly men. And they try to tell you that all the time. One common principle that I've always maintained is if you have to say it, well, then you ain't it. Okay? If you have to consistently claim that you are, if you have to consistently say that you're an alpha male, that you're a high value male, then you do not fit that standard. You do not fit the standard that you yourself have set. Okay? The standard is set by those like LeBron James. That's it. That right there is a legend. A legendary masculine figure, a good dad, a leader, okay? Someone who has overcome great oppression, like being bald. He's overcome it perfectly. Okay, I'm pouring honey on my goat again. All right. Anyway, that was a little take on masculinity and whatnot, but let's get to U.S. Embassy in Kyiv closes over potentially significant air attack.
U.S. officials say the Biden administration is sending anti-personnel mines to Kyiv to deploy for defensive purposes, only in eastern Ukraine, though. That decision comes days after the White House approved the use of longer-range weapons by Ukraine to strike inside Russian territory. Moscow says Kyiv fired US-supplied ATACMS at a weapons arsenal in the Bryansk region on Tuesday. In apparent response, Vladimir Putin updated Russia's nuclear doctrine, saying,
I can't get over the fact that these weapons are called ATACMS. It just makes it so cutesy. Oh, just a bunch of ATACMS.
Moscow now has the right to use nuclear weapons in response to attacks using conventional weapons. That brought a defiant response from the Ukrainian president.
Yeah, by the way, I believe that earlier today I saw some reporting that they were starting to use French and British weapons as well. The Ukrainians were to target inside of Russian territory, which definitely spells trouble for both the UK and also for France.
1,000 days, I think it's enough to understand that Putin doesn't want any peace. Even this day, they killed our civilians. Even especially this day, they presented nuclear weapons strategy. Why? They didn't present peace strategy. Did you hear it? Did you read about it? No, of course. Of course, nuclear weapons strategy. Putin wants war.
Well, Volodymyr Zelensky claims the North Korean troop deployment to Russia could grow beyond 100,000 already. South Korean officials say Pyongyang has sent close to 11,000 troops to Russia, with some actually on the battlefield as well. We're covering this story from all angles. Mike Valerio is in Seoul, South Korea, but we're going to begin with Nick Payton-Walsh in Kyiv. What more do we know about the nature of this potential attack on US embassy?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're not hearing specifically that the embassy is indeed a target. It is simply that the American embassy is taking the exceptional measures, not one we've seen since the start of the war, the invasion in February 2022, as far as we can recall, of closing their facility entirely for, the day it seems, possibly longer. Now, that is, they say, as a result of concerns about an air assault.
Where's your windsock, my man? You're a professional news broadcaster.
Look, tell ordinary residents of the capital here about that. They had 2.5-hour air raid siren this morning, another 45-minute one early in the early hours of the morning too. So very used to incoming attacks. It's a nightly thing here, but it is highly abnormal for essentially American diplomats to be told to shelter away and stay away from their place of work. The significance, well, of course, we are looking to see what escalation Russia might try and bring to this 1,000-day long war after US missiles have been fired into Russia itself. That was in the last 24 hours. Since then, Ukraine has said it's hit more targets inside of Russia. The severe battalion, Russian military battalions, facilities inside Ukrainian Defense Intelligence said they hit overnight. So that onslaught is continuing. And I think the question is exactly what the nature of a Russian response would be. The sort of saber rattling the Russian President Vladimir Putin has been accused of. It's hard to quite define exactly how strident the change in their nuclear doctrine really is. But ultimately, it is the Kremlin head using the word nuclear again and trying to remind the West that this is a nuclear power that is struggling conventionally on the battlefield here and has done for a while, seeing an ascendance on the Eastern Front on multiple locations, but I think also struggling now to find a way to meaningfully respond to this extraordinary permission by the Biden administration to use these ATACMS longer-range missiles inside of Russia. It's aimed at obviously trying to give Ukraine a bit of an upper hand on the battlefield, a battlefield where they have been losing over the past months in multiple different directions, and possibly complicate the life of President-elect Donald Trump when he comes to power in January. But behind me here, it's quiet, but I think it's fair to say that the fact that the Americans are warning quite so specifically about the hours ahead and an air assault has left many people, I think, anxious. Their information has been pretty good, frankly, for much of this entire war, and so I think there are worries here that it may be Western targets potentially at the end of any renewed or intensified air assault here against the capital, Max.
How would that be interpreted, Nick, from the American point of view? Would an American embassy abroad be seen as an attack on America?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we don't want to get into the whole idea of how this might escalate into direct conflict between those two nuclear powers. But I think if we saw the US embassy here specifically hit by Russian munitions, that would, of course, massively escalate matters. And that may not be precisely what the US embassy here is directly concerned about, but, you know, there are multiple different targets across this city where Westerners, where those from the European and NATO allies backing Ukraine reside or known to frequent. So I think it's a broad capital city on edge here. But I should stress, I don't think at this point, regardless of the escalation we've seen over the last 48 hours, that Moscow necessarily wants to take any strident steps that force it into a direct conflict with the United States. Yes, much of the sales pitch to Putin's domestic audience is that they are already at war with NATO as a whole. That's their way of explaining how badly, frankly, the war has gone for them over 1,000 days. It was only supposed to last a matter of weeks, so many advocates of the Kremlin said when they began the invasion. But I don't feel at this point necessarily that Russia has the desire, the capability to start something larger with the NATO alliance, Max.
Okay, Nick, thank you so much for joining us from Kyiv. Let's go for the latest then on those North Korean troops in Russia. Mike Valerio joins us from Seoul. And if the intelligence we're getting right from the South Koreans, well, if it is right, does suggest the North Korean role in this conflict could be much bigger than we thought.
Bro, every time they talk about North Korea, I'm reminded of the Albania quote. Was it Enver Hoxha? What did he say? Hold on. I don't know if it was Enver Hoxha that said that, but it was like between us and China, we make up 1 billion communists or something. Ban Hasan. Yes. If you write it in my chat long enough, maybe it'll happen. It's fantastic. Every time they bring up North Korea, I'm like, what are you saying? North Korea getting endless media coverage out here, okay? They're getting so much good media. North Korea, the powerful nation, the scary powerful nation that the world has to reckon with. Respect.
That's right, Max. And it's new details in two buckets that are coming from the spy agency here in Seoul. First of all, what North Korean soldiers are doing. And second of all, what pieces of artillery Pyongyang in North Korea is sending to the front lines to the war in Ukraine. So when we talk about the pieces of artillery, we have a 240 millimeter multiple rocket launch system vehicle.
Yeah, no, they got hella artillery because, you know, just like Ukraine is getting the artillery from South Korea, Russia's getting their artillery from North Korea. And the reason for why they're getting their artillery from there is because they have an endless fucking production line of artillery shells because they still use artillery, you know? No, I mean, they don't even use it necessarily, but like they have that as the deterrent surrounding the DMZ. Having said that, however, America has ramped up its own artillery manufacturing, as we talked about before. And, oh my God, how does North Korea manufacturing work? Where do they source their materials? I actually don't know, but I suspect that they probably source their materials internally. Like, doors open.
Or vehicles, I should say.
Or probably China, yeah.
Plural, that are being sent from North Korea to Russia, according to South Korea's spy agency. Think of those as.
But I think they probably source it internally too. Don't they have a decent amount? Like North Korea had a lot of industry before the Korean War, like that area when it was just Korea. Yeah, North Korea, much like Turkey, is at the table. I would assume that they are relatively self-sufficient. You know, Jucha and all, as a principle of self-reliance.
Vehicles, big old trucks with a lot of rocket launchers on the back. You see them all the time in propaganda parades that go through the heart of North Korea's capital. Also, the second piece of artillery that's being sent, the second group, we're talking about 170 millimeter self-propelled guns. Think of those similar to tanks. Tanks are meant for short-range warfare. Self-propelled guns are meant for longer-range warfare. So we have those new details, but also what is happening with these North Korean troops. Everybody in the West and here in South Korea seems to be in agreement that the numbers now are around 11,000 at the moment. And Seoul is saying that Russia is training North Korean troops in terms of tactics and also drone response. And why those two things are important, Max, is because we have a fighting force of around 1.3 million people from North Korea, but they're in this self-contained hermit nation. Not a lot of combat experience outside of the borders of North Korea in either of our lifetimes. So this is critical training that Russia is giving to North Korean service members in order to tell them how to fight against drones. Do they have that experience in North Korea?
You are cooked, my guy. Be smart and disappear now. They're coming after you. X 100,000. Who? Fox News? Everyone. I think I'm good, man. I think I'm all right. Everyone's coming after me. Hi, Mom. Hi. Hey, Dad. You're on the Mossad list 100%. I doubt that they're going to fucking busy themselves with a fucking Twitch streamer. You know? Buy Doge. Got it. Smartest minds warning me of the
North Korea, not so much. So again, to what President Zelensky was saying earlier in the show, the potential for up to 100,000 North Korean troops to make their way, or at least to be ready for deployment to the war in Ukraine. We just want to put that in perspective before we go, Max. When we're talking about a fighting force that is just north of 1 million people, having a tenth of that fighting force being ready to be deployed to fight in Ukraine, that is an astounding statement. That is certainly astounding to think about. And it hasn't been publicized at all in North Korea. When we news gather here in the Bureau in Seoul, we always watch North Korean state TV. Nary a peep. Nothing has been said on state TV about these thousands of North Korean troops being sent to Russia's war in Ukraine. So if you have this huge section of troops, who knows what that could portend for the regime that relies on the army, the military, for stability from its point of view and its future. So a lot to watch here, but bottom line, a lot of new details that came from the spy agency here in Seoul as to what exactly is happening with the North Korean troops who have headed to the front lines in Ukraine and Russia, Max.
Okay, thanks so much for that, Mike in Seoul.
CBS News has confirmed that Ukraine has used American-made long-range missiles inside Russia for the very first time. Holly Williams got to Kyiv yesterday and just had to get down into a bunker. So, Holly, first question, are you and the team all right? We want to know that first. And what can you tell us about the missiles?
Good morning, Gail. We're all doing just fine. The air raid alarm went off just a few minutes ago. We've taken shelter in the basement. We are taking this very seriously because the U.S. Embassy here in Kyiv is temporarily closed because of a potential significant air attack. Now, a Ukrainian military official told us earlier today that they have information that Russia could try to strike the center of Kyiv today with ballistic missiles.
Ukraine fired 8 American-made ATACMS into Russia, say US officials. This video appears to show a launch, though we can't verify it. The target was a military facility in the Bryansk region of southern Russia, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. US officials believe the Russians may have shot down 2 of the missiles, powerful weapons with a maximum range of close to 200 miles.
We had to prove that these are legitimate targets and that they're very important to protect our civilian population or our armed forces.
Alexandra Ustinova is a member of Ukraine's parliament who told us she lobbied the US government to allow Ukraine to use the ATACMS deep inside Russia. President Biden only agreed to it 3 days ago, worried it could escalate the conflict. The Kremlin, though, seems to be stoking fears of an escalation. Vladimir Putin approved a change in Russia's nuclear doctrine yesterday.
Yeah. So, I mean, the OG escalators are always going to be Russia because they invaded Ukraine. But you just also came to the same conclusion and admitted that Joe Biden recognized that this would be an escalation that, increases America's involvement.
Lowering the threshold for a nuclear strike.
He keeps playing and pretending like he's going to do something.
It sounds like you don't take Vladimir Putin's threats too seriously, and you don't think that the West should either.
I've been saying it since day one that he's a bully, and he's not going to do that.
The nuclear threat may be...
I think the craziest thing about this entire situation is that the people who are directly under imminent threat are not Americans, I don't think. It's Ukrainians. And they will come to a horrifying conclusion that the Western world simply does not give a fuck about them if Putin does the unthinkable, insane thing and actually ends up using what John Kirby has called baby nukes. There was another moment of nuclear escalation that took place in this conflict early on where American leadership, like the State Department, very quickly was like, yeah, if they use nukes, like, it'll be mini nukes, it'll be tactical nukes. It's not that big of a deal. And it will be in Ukraine. I do think it's a big deal. So I don't know. If Russia uses nukes, I'll probably quit my job. No need to work then. Yeah.
A bluff. But Putin's war in Ukraine is very real. In a video message to a congressional hearing yesterday, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked America for helping his country in its darkest hour.
Thanks to the incredible support of the United States, millions of Americans united against evil.
Today, Russia accused the Biden administration of trying to prolong the war in Ukraine. Also today, Ukraine says Russia launched over 120 drones and 6 missiles overnight. Gail.
Thank you, Holly. Reporting from Kyiv.
Fox News alert, the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv now shut down over the threat of a Russian air attack. This comes after President Biden gave the green light for Ukraine to start using ATACMS missiles to strike inside Russia for the first time. Vladimir Putin officially lowering the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons, which he always says. Fox News chief foreign correspondent and Black Saturday author Trey Yingst joins us now after his interview with President Zelensky yesterday. We're going to hear a little bit more of that in a moment. First off,
damn, they took our boy out of Israel.
You've been there when the war first started. You go back now. What's the big difference?
Yeah, Brian, good morning. Many things here in Ukraine are actually the same as they were about 2.5 years ago when the Russians launched that ground invasion on February 24th of 2022. Just hours after we arrived in the country, air raid sirens were sounding from Kyiv to Lviv, sending millions of people to bomb shelters as the Russians continue both air and ground attacks. They're using now Iranian drones and missiles to target major population centers here. And there's real concern today that following that approval from the Americans, allowing the Ukrainians to launch long-range missiles into Russian territory, that there will be further Russian retaliation. We heard air raid sirens earlier today in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. And the U.S. Embassy here in this population center of about 4 million people issued a rare alert this morning. They said the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv received specific information of a potential significant air attack on November 20th. The embassy will be closed and recommends U.S. citizens be prepared to immediately shelter in the event of an air alert if one is announced. This is significant and, again, unprecedented to see the embassy close here in the Ukrainian capital. Earlier today, I spoke with the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko. He was warning civilians here to stay close to shelters, but he wanted to emphasize one point, saying that Ukraine has been under attack for more than 1,000 days and that missile attacks against this city and other major population centers across the country aren't rare at all.
Yeah, yesterday we understand there were 8 missiles, 2 were knocked down by the Russians. We don't know about the damage. Here's a little more of your interview with President Zelensky. You have not seen, they have not seen at home yet. You lived it. Watch.
Have you accepted that under any sort of ceasefire agreement or peace deal that some Ukrainian territory may remain in Russian hands?
We cannot legally acknowledge any occupied territory of Ukraine as Russian. That is about those territories which used to be occupied by Putin before the full-scale invasion since 2014. Legally, we are not acknowledging that. We are not adopting that. On the other hand, we understand that so far we do not have that much of force, so that in the weapons with our hands, we could push Putin back to the line of 1991.
When we look at the diplomatic red lines for the Russians, the other side of this ultimate negotiation that will take place one day, one of those...
Ukraine is running out of manpower. The majority of Ukrainians now want a ceasefire deal immediately for the first time over the course of the past 1,000 days. When he says we want 1991 boundaries, Zelensky has in the past conceded to putting the annexation of Crimea to a vote 15 years into the future, which at the time I thought was like a pretty solid way to get around the public pressure that he could have gotten. That was the 15-point plan that they had negotiated in Turkey. But since then, obviously, Ukraine has been occupied further. Or Russia has taken over even more territory, killed even more people, displaced even more Ukrainians. So now they're in a weaker position overall in terms of negotiating. And there have been numerous points to go back to that would be beneficial and could potentially, like, if Vladimir Putin was interested in making these concessions. Like, I think the best possible option in this situation would be the Minsk agreements, which I think will never happen, but who knows, where there's an autonomous LPR and DPR that is still firmly within Ukrainian control. Or the second best option would still be the complete removal of Russian forces from the currently annexed Russian territories. I don't know if Vladimir Putin would even concede to that, but I think that is the most just option.
Red lines is Crimea, a portion of Ukraine that was annexed in 2014. President Vladimir Putin has been very clear Crimea will never return to Ukrainian hands. Are you willing to give up Crimea in pursuit of a peace deal to end this war and stop the bloodshed in Europe?
I was already mentioning that we are ready to bring Crimea back diplomatically. We cannot spend dozens of thousands of our people so that they perish for the sake of Crimea and come back. And still, it's not the fact that we can bring it back with the arms in our hands. So we understand that Crimea can be brought back diplomatically.
So
we spent more
go
than
ahead.
10 hours with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky along the eastern front lines, and he says they will continue fighting even if U.S. support is cut. But he did tell us he believes Ukraine will lose the war if Ukraine loses military funding from the United States.
Trey,
Brian?
real quick, you were there in the beginning of the war with him. You've interviewed him before. He looks the same. I mean, for a guy that's not seeing his family, every day he's at war for 1,000 days. What is your takeaway?
Yeah, he was jovial. He was very talkative about the situation on the ground. And later today on Fox, we'll have more information about what he told us regarding those long-range U.S. supplied missiles. I asked him, have you considered this? Is this true? Is the Biden administration willing to let Ukraine fire these missiles into Russia? And he said, not yet. We haven't fired any today. Hours later, according to reports, Zelensky ordered those strikes into Russian territory. And so he still is very active in the process, despite being a relatively young leader with not a lot of military background. But we do know he wants to continue the fight, and he is calling on the incoming administration to support him in those efforts. Brian?
There are bad guys in this fight, and it's not him, and it's not the Ukrainians. Trey, thanks so much. Great job. Look forward to seeing more of your interview. From one war zone to another. Pick up a copy of Trey's book, Black Saturday. It is excellent. Thank you, Trey Ying.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
So, Sean, just talk to us about
American foreign policy's uniparty, baby. They say the same exact shit about Israel, too. You got to remember, it's not a Fox News change of heart. You're not paying attention. Republicans, chat. The average Republican probably does not give a fuck about Ukraine. There's probably a big chunk of Democrats who don't either, and probably ask in normal conversations like, why the fuck are we giving so much money to Ukraine? Okay? Having said that, however, the Republican Party, or at least its like messaging apparatus, has rarely ever been anti-Ukraine. There are politicians that have said anti-Ukraine shit. Republican politicians have said that. Donald Trump has said some anti-Ukraine shit, but overall, American foreign policy, regardless of the optics, is uniparty. Do you think Zelensky should have given up Crimea early instead of fighting? Zelensky said he would put up Crimea's annexation to a vote 15 years down the line, which at the time I credited him for making a very wise choice that would have also come across as like, I mean, that was a smart move, the way he talked about Crimea. The problem is, this is like so far past that point. Like, that's not even a conversation right now. I think he has to say, you know, we're going to take back every single inch of territory, because otherwise they'll fucking kill him. But I think he also understands that, like, Crimea in and of itself is like permanently annexed and has always been has always had a unique relationship regardless. Many people don't understand the history of it, but that's irrelevant in this conversation. What's more relevant, I think, is the currently annexed and occupied Ukrainian territories and what will happen.
So this reported use of the Storm Shadow.
Yeah, it's been interesting, Kamali, hasn't it, that we've been known that the Storm Shadow has been actually being used by the Ukrainians for well over a year now. And actually, when it was first released by the UK to be used, my understanding was that they said to President Zelensky, as long as it's used within the law of armed conflict, you can use it wherever you like. It was only subsequently that America got a bit more nervous, particularly when Ukrainians moved into Russia itself. They'd become a lot more nervous, and therefore they wanted to have a sort of a harmonised view about this. Now that the US has said that the ATACMS missile can be used into Russia, we understand now that the British government is not likely to make an announcement about it. It's almost certainly a phone call to President Zelensky, just get on with it. The Storm Shadow missile is an incredibly capable missile. We've got the ranges here. The Storm Shadow, the advertised range of the model that they've probably got is about 155 miles. The ATACMS range just slightly more than that outside, but it's quite deep inside the territory. And it's the sort of targets that headquarters, logistics supply lines, energy headquarters, all the sort of things that Russia's been striking Ukraine. It's exactly the sort of thing, precision strike. One of the challenges, of course, is that Keir Starmer will not want to be drawn because he won't want to be made a target here. But I suspect that already, even though there aren't many of these missiles left in the war stocks for President Zelensky, we've reports that most of the Russian fighter jets have already moved their basing further out, away from Ukraine. Why does
Crimea was already lost before the 2022 war even started. Putin did not start the war for Crimea. The fight is not only about their territory, it's about Russian language and Ukrainian sovereignty. Watching this from Ukraine, this chat is mostly oblivious. What part of Ukraine are you watching from, brother? He's the one guy still living in Kharkiv that's like kind of chill with Russia after all things have happened. Kharkiv was like relatively pro-Russia before the invasion, as far as I understand. Oh, never mind. Okay, no, he is anti-Russian. I misunderstood what he was saying. Kharkiv was like somewhat pro-Russia, or at least there was enough like people who consider themselves ethnic Russian before the invasion and also the complete death and destruction of Kharkiv, and now it's gone. I mean, you confuse it with Donetsk? No, I don't confuse it with Donetsk. The theory holds that the further east you went, the more people were, the more east you went in Ukraine, the more people were like agnostic towards Russia, or even in certain instances, not that anti-Russia. That is completely done now. I'm not saying that is the case any longer. Yeah, see? Kharkiv went from 75% pro-Russia to about fringe radicals and 80-year-olds supporting Putin only. Yeah, that's the quickest way to fucking lose any sort of genuine support you might have had, by blowing up fucking entire city blocks. There is no way that there's no way they're gonna sit there and be like, no, the guy's blowing my shit up, I'm actually super on board with. Of course not. And they did that, which is yet another, idiotic point for the pro-Putin, pro-Russia, pushing Z people. Having said that, I think one of the most annoying parts about this conversation is that, like, did you get banned off X, or is it just me? It's just you. One of the most annoying aspects of this conversation always is that, like, anytime America looks at restrictions that they currently have for Ukraine and how Ukraine can fight, the way I look at it is, are they going to, is this going to improve Ukraine's standing? Or is it going to simply escalate or continue the war? And I fear that, allowing targeting capabilities to Ukraine, like Western weapons, so that they can hit inside of Russia, I don't think it's going to end up changing the trajectory of this battle or this invasion. Just like I didn't think that Ukraine invading and doing an offensive in Kursk was going to change the outcome of this battle at all. I have a former coworker who lives in Kyiv and is from Ukraine. He has an infant who's probably 1 at this point and a daughter who's 3 or 4. The daughter has known nothing but war. I've kept in touch with this friend of mine since he went back and through the war. I pleaded with him to leave, and now he can't since he could potentially be forced to enlist. His family refuses to leave him and go west. Shit is actually so sad. Yeah. I know that long-range missiles have defensive value. I understand that, chatter. But if the problem overall for Ukraine's defenses is that they're lacking in manpower, and that Russia simply has more people and more tools to win the war of attrition, then it doesn't matter if you give them long-range targeting capabilities. The only thing you can give them is direct boots on the ground. Like, and not even just like the foreign mercenaries or the foreign military units that they've created. Like, you just straight up need to send in tens and thousands of trained troops. That's what you need to do. And that, if those trained units come from any NATO countries, obviously expands the conflict severely. And that's the other side of this equation. Bro, you are out of your depth, I think, on this. Yeah, I know. Everyone always loves saying that. I'm out of my depth on this, but like, all the Ukraine is winning the battle guys yelled at me when I said Ukraine had the upper hand and leverage and should have packed up that 15-point plan in Turkey. And that would have been the fantastic opportunity for them to like engage in some kind of ceasefire. It turns out I was right, and every one of my naysayers was just so fucking wrong. That's the difference.
Does that matter? It certainly protects them, but it makes it a lot more difficult to do trips in and out of because you've got further to go.
And this comes, of course, a few hours after it was announced by President Biden that anti-personnel mines are going to be given to the Ukrainians. How are they going to be used and why?
Yeah, there's millions of mines available. I think this story is quite interesting only because you sort of mentioned that anti-tank mines were given nice and early. Why has it waited for so long? Part of the story is we've got an example of a Russian mine here, the PFM-1 mine, known as the Green Parrot or the Butterfly mine itself. These can be scattered in large numbers. It looks big next to me. It's only about 5 inches long in actuality. But they can be thrown out the back of large transport aircraft or helicopters. They spin down. They've got little wings like a sycamore leaf, scattered on the ground. They self-destruct self-destruct. They're meant to self-destruct in 40 hours, but they're not that reliable. And unfortunately, many of them, therefore, remain on the ground, not exploded. And the trouble is they're light, they float around, it's very difficult to track, and they get everywhere. And that's one of the reasons that the US have therefore agreed finally that they can supply mines. Let's have a look at theirs. The one big thing is they're electrically initiated. What I mean by that is with a Russian mine, if you step on it, it's a mechanical movement and a bit like a gun firing, mechanical action, fires and it blows up. The American ones rely on a battery, and you make a circuit when you step on the landmine. Why is that important? It makes it quite reliable, but it also means it relies on the length of the battery charge. When the battery is emptied, it is now completely harmless, and the battery dies within about 40 hours. So you don't get this same sort of problem with the legacy. And part of that reason, tragically, is because these anti-personnel mines, there's lots of effort around the world to try to manage the use of these because...
Tragically. So we're making Eastern Ukraine a literal minefield? Brother, Eastern Ukraine is already a literal minefield. Those butterfly mines that they're talking about, Russia put them everywhere. Russia already fucking hardened their position and mined the living shit out of Eastern Ukraine. Every territory that they fucking occupied is filled to the goddamn brim. It's terrifying. It's really fucked up.
Because they have been littered around. They last for years, causing devastating consequences. This is just from 2023. At least 5,500 casualties. 84% of those are civilian. Nearly 2,000 deaths. And tragically, look at the numbers. 37% of those are innocent children because they pick up those little green things, think they're toys, and it's devastating consequences for them.
Yeah. Okay, so on the American mines that they're going to get then, Sean, where are they likely to be deployed and when do we think this is going to happen?
I think it could happen very quickly. Let's hit that one on the head nice and swiftly because they're not particularly large. They can be transported out pretty quickly. The question is where, because you've got to have some form of priority of where you're going to put them. You could put them in the Donbass because what the Ukrainians are desperately trying to do is slow the advance of the Russians. You don't use mines if you're on the offense because they get in your way. You do it to try and slow down your enemy. The challenge of using them anywhere in the Donbass region, though, is you'll push them onto Ukrainian territory, which you might want to seize back. That may not be what they actually want to focus on. I suspect it'll be up in the Kursk region. Yep. That's where the Ukrainians got a little enclave. The Russians are pushing hard to try and get them out. If they could put a ring of steel of those landmines, that just might be a way of maintaining that enclave until potential for some form of negotiation.
Okay, Sean, always appreciate your analysis. As always, thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the recent surge in anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, and Islamophobic hate crimes in our country. The constant dehumanization of Palestinians has very real and deadly consequences. The hateful rhetoric, including from many elected officials in this chamber and in the media, is leading to violence in our communities and putting our countless lives at risk. Hisham, Kinan, Tassin are childhood friends, all college students. They were spending Thanksgiving break in Hisham's family in Burlington, Vermont, where they were shot by a man sitting on his porch. They were targeted while wearing keffiyehs and speaking Arabic. Hisham is now paralyzed from the chest down. These hate crimes are not isolated incidents, Mr. Speaker. In October of last year, a man from Farmington Hills, Michigan, posted on social media that he wanted to come to my district, in Metro Detroit area, and wanted to, quote, "Who wants to join me to go hunt Palestinians?" These threats to commit mass murder horrified our community in Dearborn, many not wanting to open their doors, already grieving the loss of so many loved ones and friends of the horrific genocide taking place. I want to also talk about last month in Detroit, 7-year-old Sada. I wish people would take the time to actually listen to her interview. As a Yemeni American child of Muslim faith was playing at her park, local park, was brutally attacked while playing. A man approached her out of nowhere and slit her throat with a knife. Sada ran home to her parents covered in blood. As a mother, I cannot fathom the horror of her parents must have felt at that moment, watching their little girl coming running in, bleeding and terrified. Sada survived, but she would live with the trauma for the rest of her life. Nightmares keep Sada awake at night. She says she dreams her attacker is right next to her. In Texas, a mother wearing a hijab was watching her children swim in the community pool when she was approached by a woman interrogating her about what language she was speaking. The woman then jumped into the pool, attempted to drown her 3-year-old Palestinian daughter, who was grasping for breath, for air, as she was pushed under the water in the deep end of the pool. The woman threatened to kill the whole family as the police were carrying her away. Her mother said, "We are American citizens, originally from Palestine, and I don't know where to go to feel safe with my kids. My daughter is traumatized. Whenever I open the door, she runs away and hides, telling me she's afraid that lady will come back and try to attack her again." And here we go with Wadia. Everyone knows about Wadia, I hope. In Chicago, a 6-year-old child was brutally attacked in his own home by his landlord, of all people. His mother ran to the bathroom to call the police. His attacker was yelling, "You Muslims must die," while he stabbed little Wadia's body 26 times. They had to pull the knife out of his small body. When his mother came back, when she saw his lifeless body there, taken to the hospital, all she heard was just this sense of she will never ever be able to see her child. "We are not animals. We are humans," Wadia's uncle Yusuf said. These stories are the sense of she will never ever be able to see her child. "We are not animals. We are humans," Wadia's uncle Yusuf said. These stories are horrifying as they are. I'm just thinking of the fact that these are the ones who made the headlines. Behind them are countless others, unreported incidents, with families living in fear and communities being targeted. I was approached by a father who said his child was on her school bus and somebody tried to rip her hijab off. I said, "Did you report it? Who do I report that to?" What terrifies me most, again, is this acts of violence are born from culture of dehumanization. Where is the outrage from my colleagues in this chamber? Why don't my colleagues denounce Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab hate? We must push back against dangerous rhetoric that fuels this violence and call out those that continue to push for dehumanizing narratives that they just contribute to and spread this kind of violence. Stop using racist tropes that feed into this hate. I know firsthand what it feels like to be targeted with hate. I received death threats, smears, hate mail, and relentless harassment right outside of my office. To the families of Wadia, Hisham, Kinan, Tassim, Sada, and so many others who we will never know about, I want you to know I see you, I grieve with you, and I stand with you. I yield.
While this very real situation is unfolding, of course, there is an endless amount of pogroms occurring in the West Bank and a genocide happening in Gaza. What is the American Congress doing on that issue? What are they focusing on? The House just voted on a bipartisan resolution praising the State Department's global guidelines on combating anti-Semitism. Votes against came primarily from the hard right, along with 3 squad members. Final vote was 388 to 21. The Republicans are Anna Paulina Luna, Thomas Massey, Chip Roy. The Democrats are Cory Bush, Ilhan Omar, and Rashida Tlaib. Meanwhile, in the Senate, there is an update on barring weapons transfers to Israel. John Ossoff, our Jewish goat, has voted in favor of the first of the 3 bills to bar additional weapons to Israel. The vote is ongoing. Many Democrats have yet to make their positions known. A win for the anti-war crowd is somewhere in the region of 25 votes against Biden's armed deal. Other wavering votes to track. Heinrich has voted in favor. Reid has voted against the bill, as is Padilla. Kind of surprising. Senator Shaheen has voted in favor of the bill. That's reigniting hope among critics of the arms for Israel, given her centrist foreign policy credentials, likely a bellwether for some remaining Democrats. I suspect this will end up at 20, with Butler, Helmy, Wyden, Murphy backing the bill. Could still be surprised in either direction. Currently sitting at 19 to 75 as the vote is ongoing. Ardent pro-Israel groups will say that's a small number. Worth noting, it would represent close to half of the Democrats in the Senate, defying AIPAC and a sitting Democratic president, and would be an increase from the number of senators who backed past efforts in challenge of Israel policy, 12 in January. Warnock has also voted against the weapons for Israel. Helmy and Wyden have also voted no. I am not surprised by John Ossoff voting in favor of the bill, and I am not surprised by Senator Warnock voting against the bill. Not only is John Ossoff Jewish, but he also is personally someone who seemingly has better values, especially on this issue, than, unfortunately, Raphael Warnock, who does come from a liberation theology background. Oh, sorry. Warnock has also voted against the weapons. Never mind. Warnock voted for it, voted against the weapons as well. Raphael Warnock in the past however, has done some things that I have been confused by. And I recognize that it's because of the endless amount of attacks that he's received. And I do think that he is more malleable than John Ossoff. Damn, you're about to read him to filth? Yes, I am. John Ossoff comes from, or not John Ossoff, Raphael Warnock comes from a liberation theology background. He has said very damning things about the state of Israel. He was very openly pro-Palestine. John Ossoff, on the other hand, is liberal, but on this issue, he's pretty progressive and has consistently been pretty progressive. The problem, unfortunately, is that Raphael Warnock, I think, because of the endless amount of attack ads he received, has become significantly more softened in his criticisms of Israel. Murphy is a yes. Strikingly so is Senator Carper from Biden's home state. Carper changed his vote. He is a no. I called my Senator Tim Kaine in the membrane earlier. Tim Kaine is fucking based Zionist entity dismantler. Tim Kaine hates abortion so much, he's like, I don't even like it when Israel kills in vitro fertilized eggs. You don't understand. He's like shockingly been a resilient, a resilient Israel critique. I don't know where it comes from. I've never investigated it further, but it's not surprising to me. Maybe it's because he just hates abortion that much. My representative, Paul Gosar, Dr. Paul Gosar, I'm going to kill myself, law. I'm going to Brian kill myself. Isn't Paul Gosar one of these fucking groypers? You should try to angle it. Try to angle it on the basis of Israel being a Jewish nation state. Just kidding. Most of these fucking groypers don't give a shit. They're Nazis, but they love Israel. My fucking rep is Gottheimer. Yeah, no, you're not getting. Come on. Yeah, Gottheimer is not voting on anything against Israel. Friend of the show, Ed Markey, has voted yes. 17 Dems have voted to support this resolution of disapproval that would block the sale of tank rounds to Israel. So far, voting yes are Sanders. I'm glad that Markey joined in on the fun as well. My rep is Greg Kazar. Did he vote yet? This is in the Senate, my friend. Greg Kazar is not in the Senate. Yeah. I do not understand why AOC voted for the insane anti-Semitism resolution bill. Here's Rashida Tlaib's statement on House Resolution 1449. I strongly oppose anti-Semitism and have spent my career working against all forms of hate. I oppose the resolution because it embraces the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which dangerously conflates critics of the state of Israel with anti-Semitism. I share the concerns of groups like Jewish Voice for Peace, Bend the Arc, B'Tselem, Amnesty International, the ACLU, that the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism will be used to stifle dissent and chill free speech, especially Palestinian human rights advocacy. The resolution also does not recognize that the fight against anti-Semitism is connected to our fight against Islamophobia, racism, white nationalism, and all other forms of hate. I do not understand why people are jumping on this stupid fucking messaging bill. Did you see your goat's take on the adpocalypse?
We got grown adults that are when the VTuber is like singing a song, they're like typing the lyrics in chat, even though they have like their telomeres are shortening, right? Now, I would never find myself, I think, doing that, but that's so much better than being like a Twitch viewer with no connection to the industry, watching stuff about the Twitch adpocalypse. It doesn't concern you, little bro. It's like getting you're addicted to gambling, and now you're talking about like, oh, there might be a strike in the NBA next year because they want to guarantee like the pension kicks in at age 47 instead of age 49. It's like, bro, you're not hooping. Why is it relevant to you? And then you bring that shit into like other chats where we're just having fun. Like, what do you? I want more for you, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
That's funny. Stop fetishizing the bald. How can I not? All right, the final tally is 18 yay votes. Bernie's introducing another bill now, but the bill has failed.
We cannot give billions of dollars to the Netanyahu government and have them defy U.S. law while they take U.S. money. I urge a yes vote on this resolution.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
In opposition to the resolution, and let me just cite the views that we received from the administration, which we urge you to oppose the resolutions which will prolong the wars, not shorten them, put Israel at risk, and inject wind into the sails of Iran and its proxies, just as they are facing an historic low point and looking for a deal. This resolution only will prolong the war. It will put Israel at risk in fighting our mutual enemies. And I would urge my colleagues to reject the resolution.
The question is on the motion to discharge. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal.
What is this? I don't know why you're sending me this link. Oh, can't wait for the next primary. It's going to feel so good. No, it's not. It's never going to feel good. It's just never going to feel good. Okay? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on with the RHRA adoption bill and why so many fucking Democrats are voting in favor of it, including Greg Kazar, which is very disappointing. I guess maybe they just see it as a freebie. Is that apocalypse even real? No. Yeah, the idea that like stopping arms transfers to Israel will only prolong the war is so fucking stupid because Israel is the one prolonging the war. And no, I'm not going to watch this fucking Boner-Chelly debate. They're all fake. Don't be surprised. Yeah. I just don't personally understand why the fuck like a union-backed labor organizing guy who obviously cares about his constituents gives a single fuck about Israel like this, like an apartheid, a genocidal apartheid state. Like, yeah, let me preserve its integrity. Let me preserve it and defend it. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. I feel like it's just with Israel, just so many politicians' brains are broken on it. You know, are you gonna address why AOC voted? Yes, I don't know. Probably because they think it's a fucking freebie. What is this?
Ban on abortion is okay, and it being illegal is okay, barring the outliers of rape, the life of the mother, and incest. So I think the ban.
I mean, I don't care, brother. What the fuck would I care about what that ogre has to say about abortion? See, not all balds, not all balds. Freebie as in it will fail for sure. No, freebie as in it's a messaging bill, and that it's a way to say like, oh, we're so committed to Israel. But then again, I think they just are, man. I don't know. They just fucking are. They're pro-Israel. What else can I say? I don't know. Like AOC voting yes on a bill like that is so stupid because like shit that she's fucking said would put her in the crosshairs of that very same bill. You know what I mean? Like it makes no sense. I think these guys are operating on the old boundaries. They don't want to demonstrate moral courage. They don't want to actually stand for what is right. And they are weirdly and unnecessarily terrified of what AIPAC might do to them. They shouldn't. It takes at least a couple people to stand against this shit. Like she got called anti-Semitic by the head of the ADL yesterday for calling out AIPAC. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know why. I will never get it. National favorables of possible 2020. Stop. I don't want to see this shit. It makes me want to Brian kill me. I think it's DC brain rot as in their staffers believe it's better for them to vote in favor even though it's a terrible bill. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Very disappointing. In the Senate, you have Bernie Sanders fighting tooth and nail to stop Israel from receiving arms. And in the House, they're voting to adopt the IHRA definition. Look, here's the other thing, the 94-95 one. Representative Angie Craig, one of 52 Democrats to vote yes on the nonprofit killer bill last week, now says she'll vote no, citing Trump's cabinet nominees. I become increasingly concerned with HR 94-95 would be used inappropriately by incoming administration. You fucking idiot. Yeah, no shit. Look, a win is a win, but I originally didn't think Trump was going to be an authoritarian racist bully who would use this law to suppress dissent, but after seeing a few cabinet picks, now I think this has to be one of the funniest explanations for a change vote. Yeah, sorry, I was in a fucking coma. I just woke up from that coma last week, and I didn't know anything about this Trump guy. So I didn't realize. There's 3 bills that we're talking about. One bill is in the Senate, Bernie Sanders' bill to stop weapons transfers to Israel. 2 bills in the House of Representatives are 1, 94-95, which is the 94 of 95, which is the nonprofit killer bill, which gives the authority to the Treasury to basically declare any 501c3 to be a terror organization or funding a terror organization. That means that without giving any evidence whatsoever, the Treasury Department, just like it does when they're implementing sanctions on a state, can just say, that's a terror org. And they can do that not just for the pro-Palestinian organizations, which is what they are, which is what they've been pushing it as, which is why 52 Democrats voted in favor of it. They're fucking cowards because it's an AIPAC-backed bill. But what those 52 Democrats are failing to reckon with or don't give a shit about is the reality that Donald Trump will call ACLU and Planned Parenthood terror organizations. It's so fucking dumb. You see this article about you? There's one on Fox News too. Hassan defends Twitch's fantastic moderation amid demands for him to be banned. Yes, I have always defended Twitch's moderation. Yeah, and I will continue to defend it, even though I've been banned before. And even if I get banned again, I will probably most likely still keep defending it. As long as they keep bigoted, hateful content creators off of the platform, I will stand 10 toes down and defend the trust and safety team as I have. They fucked me. They banned me for cracker, and I still defend them to this day. And yes, I'm familiar with the Fox News article. I already read it this morning. It was very funny. I liked it. A lot of people, a lot of my friends freaked the fuck out over it. They're like, you have to sue for defamation. I'm like, why? It's fine. Like, it's Fox News has called me a terrorist who loves 9/11 and wants more 9/11s to happen a million times. Doesn't mean anything. That's it. I disagree with corporate censorship. I'd much rather say something that upsets me. No, there's a difference. There's a difference between, like, you know, wholesale banning an opinion you don't like versus people that cross a boundary. Okay? There are people who do routinely and deliberately cross boundaries. Okay? Look at Twitter. It's a fucking neo-Nazi shithole. It sucks. Out of all of the social media platforms that I'm on, Twitch's terms of service and its rigorous application is literally the best. And while it is inconsistent at times, and that is certainly true, and while it is unfair at times, like the Arabs podcast being banned across the board for 30 fucking days because they caved to ADL pressure, okay? While I myself have also been banned for saying cracker, I still believe that they try to do their best. It's a very difficult situation overall. It makes sense that they voted for the resolution when this is literally what the damn thing is deceptively named. Condemning the global rise of anti-Semitism and calling upon countries and international bodies to counter anti-Semitism is obviously deceptively named. But it is a messaging bill. This one is not like super relevant. I think this isn't the real damaging one. The real damaging one is, here. Whereas in 2016, 31 member states of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance adopted a legally non-binding working definition of anti-Semitism, an important internationally recognized tool to increase understanding of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is already a recognized bigotry. For the record, it's recognized as, like, it already has existing boundaries. The problem, on the other hand, is that this working definition of IHRA, the person who wrote it doesn't think that it should be a legal standard to uphold, actually expands on the definition of anti-Semitism, expands it to anti-Zionism, criticisms of Israel being conflated with anti-Semitism. Okay? It makes, the Pope anti-Semitic. It makes myself anti-Semitic. It is not a real working definition. This bill doesn't change any law or adopt any definition. It just welcomes guidelines. Yeah. It's not. That's why I said it's like a freebie. It's a free message to be like, see, I'm pro-Israel. Please get off my fucking back. The real scary one is the IHRA adoption that would codify it in an existing hate crime statute that Chuck Schumer wants to slap on to a must-pass defense bill. Okay? I think AOC and Greg Kazar and many other congresspersons should not have appeared weak like this and welcomed the potential to adopt the IHRA definition. But I think when push comes to shove, if they vote in favor of that, that would be devastating. But even then, I don't think they should do that. I think they should stand 10 toes down and say, fuck that. We're not going to be duped by this bullshit. Once again, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is an expansion on pre-existing anti-Semitism statutes, hate crime statutes, or hate speech boundaries. Okay? That's why you're seeing so many people who would then be actually in the crosshairs of such a, in the crosshairs if the expansion were to go through. The IHRA definition is everything that AIPAC has wanted for years, and the House progressives are about to help hand it over to them. Yeah. I will never understand the hate for AOC. I mean, it's stuff like this. It's definitely stuff like this. Anyway, Musk and Ramaswamy today gave us the first Doge roadmap. Put Doge people at each U.S. agency, and they use advanced technology, AI, to have them identify thousands of regulations to cut across the government. Number 2, give Trump a list of thousands of regulations to cut across the government. Have him approve the elimination. Number 3, identify the minimum number of employees necessary to maintain each agency's core function, which should be lower once 2 is complete. Musk oversaw 80% of reduction in X's headcount. Number 4, cut the federal employees. Musk and Ramaswamy call for the severance packages and incentives for early retirement, but we have no details. Number 5, cut programs with Congress-specific spending authorization has lapsed. This category includes VA healthcare, NASA, and the anti-poverty programs. No, it's not all bark, no bite. Are you fucking kidding me? It's not. This is all bark. This is all bark, all bite. Approve a temporary suspension of payments amid large-scale audits. And assert POTUS authority to stop spending without congressional approval by challenging the 1974 budget law on impoundments. All seems to be without Congress. And of course, given that they're gearing up for a court battle, it's inevitably going to land in the hands of the Supreme Court. And we all know how that is going to work. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is also set to appoint Project 2025 architect Russ Vought to the Office of Management and Budget. Vought is a leading proponent of Schedule F, a plan to potentially fire thousands of federal civil servants and replace them with MAGA acolytes. It seems like Project 2025 is in effect, regardless of Donald Trump lying and saying he was not going to do it. If you believed him, well, then you're a fucking idiot.
Tonight, new video just in, filmed at the southern border of migrants climbing that border fence just moments ago, trying to get into the U.S., and they only stopped when they saw our crew there filming them doing it.
Dude, this is Fox News. This is literally Fox News. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is Fox News shit. Oh my God. I'm not even watching this. I can't. I'm not even watching this. I can't.
The popular
Let's watch this. Logan Paul accused of misleading fans over crypto investments. Apparently, he trolled them too.
social media personality Logan Paul is facing fresh questions over his cryptocurrency dealings, with ongoing concerns he may have profited by misleading fans. He has promoted cryptocurrencies to millions of followers online and appears to have caused prices in these investments to spike. And that's led to suggestions that he could have profited from sales of any tokens that he had held. The BBC has seen new evidence suggesting he promoted investments without revealing he had a financial interest in them. He denies any wrongdoing, but let's bring you more now with the BBC's Matt Shear.
I have to say, the real Logan Paul looks very different.
Did you come all the way over here to ask about how I look?
Is Logan coming?
I'm right here, bud.
We've been investigating the influencer Logan Paul's crypto activities for nearly a year. But when we booked an interview, he sent a lookalike and trolled us. I wanted to ask about allegations from critics who say he made personal gains by misleading his fans about crypto. For this, he denies any wrongdoing. The allegations relate to the way the influencer has used his social accounts to promote cryptocurrencies. Like in 2021, when at the height of his interest in crypto, he posted about an Elon Musk-themed meme coin to his global following. What he didn't say is that he may have been a secret holder of the token. Our investigation looked at an anonymous crypto account with close links to Logan Paul. We noticed the anonymous account was first funded by Logan Paul's public crypto account, then from his fan club's NFT project, and it purchased a large amount of the coin. Moments before the tweet, it bought almost $160,000 worth. When the market peaked 12 hours later, it sold its holding at roughly $120,000 profit. Shortly afterwards, the price crashed. So it appears an account with close connections to Logan Paul made
that's a crazy photo.
A lot of money from that tweet by buying directly before and selling after. I went to the head office of the Securities and Exchange Commission. I asked their chair about the laws around promoting crypto.
For what it's worth, AOC and then all of them voted no on the IHRA anti-Zionism resolution. Yeah.
They're supposed to tell you if they get paid, how much they get paid, whether they own the tokens, whether they've made money on the tokens, whether they actually know something about the project. And we at the Securities and Exchange Commission have brought a number of cases in these areas over the years.
Gensler couldn't speak specifically about Paul, but he told us,
influencers, whatever their name might be, don't go out and tout something and mislead the public.
Because it's illegal.
Yeah, it's also wrong.
There are still questions around Paul's crypto activities, but instead of answering them,
I think it's really crazy that like every single piece of crypto shit has been a scam and people still go along with it. Like they just refuse. They think that they're going to be the next guy that makes the other guy hold the bag. and then they end up holding the fucking bag. Do you see the kid streamer who made a coin? Viewers grifted and boosted it to 30K. He then dumped it and ended stream. I didn't. But it's just like so obviously a fucking scam every time.
He chose to send a lookalike. In doing so, he appears to be ambivalent about what happens to fans who invested based on his endorsements. And with a class action claim filed for his failed CryptoZoo project, the allegations around Paul exploiting his significant platform to promote cryptocurrency continue to mount. Logan Paul has consistently denied any wrongdoing.
The craziest part is like he doesn't have to do this. He could just do the WWE shit or the Prime shit or the Lunchly shit. Like that's what's so crazy about it. But these guys are so unimaginably hungry to farm and fuck over their fans no matter where they can, you know? This is the video.
Oh, it's not
Are we bonded yet, or what's good?
Nearly 2 mil. What? Literally just saw this migrate. He doesn't even know what's going on.
How can you hear it?
Wait, what?
Oh, thanks.
Wait, what?
He said, wait,
Wait,
what?
I'm so confused.
What? Oh,
Bro.
yo, it's nuked. Why is it nuked?
No way.
Oh.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
You full clip.
Holy fuck! Thanks for the 20 bandos.
Yeah, he did.
Yo!
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you got duped by a fucking 12-year-old to the tune of 20 grand, like you kind of deserve it. Yeah, you got scammed by a fucking kid, dude. A rose-cheeked child, okay?
Yo!
Yeah, nah, I take it back. Stupid tax, baby. Congratulations to this child.
Yo! What the fuck? What the fuck? Nah, bro.
Yeah, dude, you kind of deserve it, baby.
Oh, it's not
Are we bonded?
You kind of deserve it. Crazy thing that there was enough liquidity for the kid to rug pull like that at 30K amount. Must have been some dumb amounts of money people put into a kid's coin. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I know there's some chatters in here who probably have like cryptocurrencies, but like I look at you different. When I find out someone in my life is invested in cryptocurrencies, I immediately assume that there's something wrong with them. Okay? Like there is just no way. It is very, very difficult to reinstill any sort of trust. It's worse than timeshares, man. It's worse than timeshares because like you could at the very least go to a timeshare. It's still a scam, but you could at the very least go and like, you know, take advantage of a timeshare. It's still a scam, mind you, but this is fucking worse. This is nothing. Like I already am not fond of the stock market. Okay. I mean, look at Tesla. Even the stock market itself has completely, like, at a certain point, maybe the stock market, you can make an argument for why the stock market was potentially at a certain point reliant on solid fundamentals. Okay. But honestly, it's just so, it's even the stock market itself with all of its safeguards is still bullshit. This is not even like an asset that is touching anything tangible. Cryptocurrencies are pure speculative. A guy at my work gave me a flash drive with 64 Bitcoins that he mined for fun on his own on it back in 2009 when they were like 2 cents or each or something, and I lost it. Well, you're speaking about stuff that you don't know much about. Yes, dude, I know. I'm out of my element. I'm out of my depth. I don't know anything. You're right. You're a fucking brilliant investor, and you will give the bag off to everybody else. You will not end up holding the bag. The blockchain is real. Cryptocurrencies are great. Ethereum and Bitcoin to the fucking moon. In America, we need to invest for retirement. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up. You think I don't fucking know that? Do you know how many fucking hours that I've actually talked about this exact same thing? The idea that like a substitute for pensions in the form of 401ks and inadequate Social Security has created incentives for people to have to take matters in their own hands in order to fucking have a comfortable nest egg. And this is precisely the reason why people think that when the stock market is doing well, they do well as well, because they look at their fucking 401ks. It's a way to universalize the interest that the average person has in the stock market, despite the fact that the top 10% of wealth own 90% of the stock market in general. So when the stock market is doing well, it's doing well for them. But it actually, when it's doing poorly, then it's doing poorly for everyone because we socialize the losses, but we privatize the gains in this goddamn country. Do you know how many fucking times I've talked about that? You think I don't know? Why are you guys so fucking dumb? I know. I'm very aware of all of this, okay? What the fuck? I'm a 33-year-old man. I have a fucking Roth IRA. I know how the fuck this shit works, dumbass. I know. Why is it that people immediately go, oh my God, you're out of your element on this one. You don't understand. We have to invest to retire. Yeah, I know, dude. The structure is fundamentally broken. Okay? I think they're being defensive because Bitcoin is just at an all-time high. I know. It's great. It's fantastic. Oh, they need new suckers to get into it, or they're caught holding the bag. No, there's a new sucker born every day. Don't worry. How many fucking haters have I developed over the years, especially in the NFT craze, when I kept shitting on it relentlessly? What I should have done instead is shit on it and then taken a fucking NFT sponsorship just like Boner Chelly did. Seems to me like his community doesn't hate him for that one, so I should have done that, huh? And every single person said the exact same shit, even back then. And there are still chatters in here who fucking hate me. Remember the other chatter who came in the other day and was like, was a person who had returned to the community only to shit on me. We looked at his chats. And we found out that I had actually warned him against NFTs in the NFT craze. And he literally was telling me that I was a fucking idiot and then he would have billions of dollars in his pocket. It was a wonderful snapshot to how right I was and how wrong that motherfucker was. And instead of learning the error of his ways, what did he do? He just doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on his fucking stupidity. And years later, still carries on that fucking resentment. Anyway, look, do what you want to do, man. I hope that, it helps you. Here, speaking of fucking dum-dums at the tippy top of society, Elon Musk must be an even worse businessman than we thought if he's unfamiliar with the term diversification and he thinks it has anything to do with DEI. It doesn't. I don't think the U.S. taxpayer should pay for the employment of a director of climate diversification, her, at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. What do you think the climate diversification is? Do you think that that's actually about making like more gay people in charge of the climate? Is that what you think is going on? Like diversification, when you hear, oh, you have to, when you go and talk to a financial advisor and they warn you, they say, you're too front loaded on one singular asset. You must diversify your portfolio. Do you go, you want me to make my portfolio gay? Fuck you. Is that what you think? I will not be making my portfolio trans, you fucking bastard, with your woke pronouns. No way, sir. I'm investing in Iraqi dinar even further after that statement. It's bound to snap back. Dumbasses. Sir, calm down. I said you're broke, not woke. Good morning. Somehow Governor Kathy Hochul is still paying for the National Guard to play Candy Crush on the subways. Is there a brush fire these people could be putting out somewhere? That's cool. Yeah, Biden is sending landmines to Ukraine. That's cool. That's a cool little benefit. Anyway, for those of you who are taking the Bitcoin to the fucking moon, I hope I hope you're doing all right, and I wish you well. Oh, speaking of Governor Kathy Hochul, here's the man who was going to go up against her. Is Representative Richie Torres weighing running against New York Governor Kathy Hochul? I've made no financial decision as to where my future lies, but I'm concerned about the crisis of governance we have in New York State and New York City.
Talking in terms that suggest you are frustrated with it.
It'd be really funny if one of my ops becomes the fucking governor of New York. I don't think he will. Like, I don't think the pro-Israeli lobby can carry him to the fucking office in Albany. Okay, I don't think that can happen. But
New York government.
I am frustrated.
Frustrated with Governor Hochul.
As are most New Yorkers.
He's mad. He's frustrated with the governorship of New York. They're not pro-Israel enough.
Are you weighing the option of running against her?
Yeah. So I think part of the story of the election is an indictment of misgovernance in New York State and New York City. With few exceptions, nowhere was there a greater swing toward Donald Trump than in New York, which was a vote of no confidence in the leadership of New York State. That's how I view it.
Yeah, Hochul is a disaster, but so is he. He fucking sucks. There was a point in time when I think like Richie Torres could have been good. I've heard people talk about how he was like a defender of like socialized housing and shit. And he just dropped all of that for, endless amounts of money coming in defense of Israel. Is Kathy good or bad? No, she sucks, but he sucks too. I didn't want to do my job, so I counted earlier. 4 tweets about the Bronx this month, 27 about Israel or Zionism. He is a literal fucking joke. He was a progressive, but always called himself basically one of the good ones because he said he was progressive but loves Israel, and that's literally all he talks about. It is shocking. Do it. Win or lose, it gets him out of Congress and makes it unlikely. Yeah, put Jamal Bowman there. He'll fix the fucking district. Yes, this man, Congressperson Richie Torres, in the heel of his re-election, in the wake of his re-election, literally tweeted about me more than he tweeted about his own district. Think about that. He tweeted about me more than he tweeted about his own district when he was up for re-election. And not only that, but also he was trying to get me banned. And as we saw, despite the fact that I was taking out the algo of Twitch so that the only political content creators that were prominently displayed on election day were Asmongold and the like, I still had 313,000 fucking live concurrent viewers. As in 313,000 live concurrent viewers had to directly tune into my fucking channel to find it. Or directly type twitch.tv/HasanAbi to find it. Okay? Now, Richie Torres was like spending most of his time before his own reelection trying to get the largest progressive content creator in North America banned so that fucking list of top election live streams had not 9, but 10 right-wing voices. Okay? 10. It had 9 right-wing voices on it from far right to center right. And Richie Torres was like, we got to get that. We got to get those numbers up. How fucking insane. And then he spent every day since then, since that Democratic Party defeat, consistently talking about how the wokes lost the election.
I've made no final decision as to where my future lies, but I'm concerned about the crisis of governance we have in New York State and New York City. We have a leadership crisis in America, and nowhere is it more profound than in New York.
That doesn't sound like a no.
That's all you're going to get from me.
You were.
Anyway, fucking dumbass. He's going to turn Roosevelt on to a prison colony for people that commit anti-Israel hate speech, but that's fine. I've always kind of wanted to live there, but I found the prices kind of unreasonable, all things considered. I just counted. He tweeted about you 10 times in 1 week between 10/24 and 11/1. 10 times. So more than twice the amount of times he's tweeted about me than his own fucking district when he was up for re-election. Fucking ridiculous, dude. I mean, he is pathetically obsessed, but also getting paid for it, so it does make sense. So is Adpocalypse a scam? Yes. But don't worry, fear not. My naysayers, who happen to be some of the worst scumbags on the fucking planet, will find a new thing to brigade LSF over tomorrow. You know? While it seems like the Adpocalypse narratives are falling flat, we'll move on to the next thing. The next thing being cheerleading for terrorism. Twitch star called for a new 9/11 dismissed horror of October 7. 7,000 upvotes on LSF. Top of LSF. With people just going, hell yeah, baby. We love Fox News. Once again, it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, and it doesn't fucking matter. But, you know, the subreddit is completely captured. Upvotes don't mean they support the clip. Come on, brother. There's not even a clip. It's just a link to an article. I remember an investigative piece dropped months ago from New York Times about how Amihai Chikli's diaspora ministry started and funded a bot campaign targeting black congresspeople, him included, to encourage them to be more pro-Israel. Torres quote tweeted and said, I don't need bots in order to support the great nation of Israel. Yeah, he's such a fucking freak, dude. Hey, time without an OO is back. Why do you care about Reddit? I don't. The reason why I'm showcasing that is to show you that, once again, what gets a lot of fucking emphasis and what gets a lot of play on our wonderful little subreddit that is supposed to be the beating heart of what happens on Twitch is not necessarily the truth. Real life is not Reddit. Real life is not Twitter. Okay? Just remember that. Anyway, this is an insane viral military expert debunks Gaza genocide. If Israel wanted to, they could. And it wouldn't have taken them this long. I love this fucking idiotic argument. It's so stupid, dude.
Sir, you've probably seen some urban combat, I'm guessing. People like us who've never been in that situation, I hear, you know, I have my own views on it and having sort of read and listened and whatever, but ultimately I've never been there. People talk about what's happening in Gaza and they say, you know, it's genocide, it's this, it's that. And then other people say, well, look at the civilian to combatant death ratio. Actually, this is the like most humane operation in history. Like, what do you make of all of that?
I think the people that are calling it genocide are either being intentionally dishonest or don't know what the word genocide means.
Yeah, special rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories, numerous international human rights lawyers, every single fucking international human rights organization. All of those guys are fucking stupid. Me, on the other hand, my dumb fucking hog ass knows what is up, okay? Let me tell you something. I know a thing or two about genocide, okay? I genocided some potatoes on my way over here earlier.
I think that's very intentional on their behalf. When it comes to civilian casualties, there's a lot of people that like to do what I call Excel spreadsheet fighting. And what they do is they look at the Excel spreadsheet with Israeli military capability and Hamas military capability and say, why do they need to do all of this? Like, look at how much more powerful they are. The reason why asymmetric warfare exists is when you have a weaker force that is attempting to utilize the strengths of the stronger force against them. So they're putting themselves in the best advantage possible. So I did a video on this.
It's very simple. Israel does not need to drop a nuke on Gaza. The nuclear fallout would be devastating for Israel. Israel hasn't dropped one nuke on Gaza. It's dropped 5 nuke equivalents of munitions on Gaza already. It has virtually destroyed every aspect of Gaza. Okay? Completely. Israel also can't, immediately go in and kill hundreds of thousands of people in one fell swoop, because Israel can't continue doing that without American support. And if they were to do that, then the rest of the world and its pressure campaign would be insurmountable. It would be far too much for America to continue its song and dance to make it seem as though Israel is actually doing its very best. Okay? So there's still external pressures that they have to care about, which is precisely the reason why they're conducting a slow churn genocide with the ultimate purpose of permanent annexation and occupation. That's why they've partitioned Gaza into 2 parts, and they are currently conducting their final solution on North Gaza every single day. Okay? That's it. There's a reason why they have to lie and say human shields. There's a reason why Israel has to lie and say there was Hamas tunnels under the school. Why do they have to do that? Someone must ask that question. It's because they have to still, at the very least, create some plausible deniability. Okay? Just like there is no reason for America to put a fucking pier in North Gaza, but they did it anyway. Why did they do that? Even though it was a demonstrable failure and cost $250 million. They did that because they wanted to say, well, we're trying our very best. Israel is letting us create a pier so we can put humanitarian aid in the Gaza Strip. That's it. It was for PR. It was $250,000 simply for PR. Okay? It's the exact same principle as to why Joe Biden every now and then will turn around and be like, we're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire, Jack, when they very clearly are not. Okay? It's to keep up appearances at a time when virtually no one actually believes that America upholds an international rule-based order. Okay? But they still have to maintain that presence, this veneer that they are following through on human rights. So, I mean, it's partially why dumbasses like this can just go on podcasts and be like, yeah, if they wanted to do genocide, they could have done so already. Okay? I'm so triggered by the truth on trigonometry.
Yes, we have
2 fucking 50-year-old European dinguses still utilizing triggering as a, as a term.
Program called the Y
in
Minute
2024.
And we talked about what is Hamas's strategy. And one of the questions that I asked when I looked at this from a strategic standpoint is, okay, so program called the Y Minute
in 2024.
And we talked about what is Hamas's strategy. And one of the questions that I asked when I looked at this from a strategic standpoint is, okay, so Hamas knew when they went into Israel that they weren't going to overthrow Israel. When they took hostages, they knew that the IDF was coming for them. And yet they did both, right? So they knew they couldn't defeat the IDF militarily. And they knew getting hostages would force the IDF to come after them in a big way. So why'd they do that? And how did they know that Western academia and media would almost instantly be on their side? And the reason why is
because they too are Hamas, Western academia, and so am I, and the Pope. Bro, this dude is about to blow a gasket thinking about Hamas. Look at the veins on his fucking skull. He was on Sean Evans' podcast. He thinks 9-month abortions are real. Oh my God. I can't listen to this fucking dipshit. But here is what Cavernicle had to say. Saying that a genocide isn't a genocide unless it's done as quick as possible is fucking insane. You want to start applying this to the Holocaust too? If Germany wanted to, they could have killed all undesirables quicker, right? Does that make a difference? Like, why do we have genocide statutes? Why do we have any sort of rules around this sort of thing at all? Why? It's to stop it before it's completed. That's the whole point. That's why intentionality matters in genocide, okay? So that you can point to the intention and use that as a reason to stop it before it's completed. Otherwise, you're just, doing an accounting of the atrocities after the fact. Lots of stories today, even from mainstream voices in Israel, about the idea of a permanent military rule in the north. The cabinet discussed 2 plans today: the pipe dream private logistics company plan proposed by Ron Darmer, and a plan for the IDF to take full control over distribution of aid. Seems like we're heading right towards permanent military law and settlement, especially with the incoming administration in Washington. Yes, that is precisely what they're pushing towards. But Trump being the leader of that doesn't change the dynamic at all. Joe Biden obviously set the stage for this to happen, just like Donald Trump set the stage for October 7 to happen before Joe Biden, and Joe Biden didn't do a damn thing about it. Remember, the goalpost always changes for defenders of Israel. At first, they said Israel would never bomb a school. Israel would never bomb a hospital. Then Israel bombed every hospital. They said, oh, well, the hospitals have Hamas tunnels underneath it. Then there were no Hamas tunnels underneath it, and they moved on to the next thing. That's it. And that's only the stuff that actually, I said this a long time ago, but the only thing that Israel even tries to launch a shitty defense against is stuff that actually makes its way to the Western media. Okay? That's it. They don't even give a fuck about trying to massage. Just because you're liberal doesn't mean you can't defend Israel. What? I'm not a liberal, nor will I ever defend Israel. The Israeli government is now saying clearly to the Israeli press that its policy is permanent reoccupation of the Gaza Strip. It is doing so before Trump assumes office to take the option of retreat off the table. The region to the north of Netzarim is set for settlements. Yeah, they're already building roads directly into the former Israeli settlements in the area. I mixed up Sean Evans and Sean Ryan. Yeah, that would have been weird if that fucking grunt force dipshit was on Sean Evans and Hot Ones. Me defending you to the edge of the earth on the downward spiral post and getting literal death threats and hate mail in my Insta DMs, lol. What is the downward spiral post? Anyway, I want to watch these fucking hogs. And I also saw something here that I want to briefly point to. Destiny's ex-wife Melina is back on Twitch, and apparently she says that Destiny did have an affair with Lauren Southern.
He leaked a message of mine that I sent to someone that I thought was my friend. And in that message, I mentioned Lauren. I mentioned her because there was a lot of stuff going on, obviously. Like, this is something we already know. I don't really know why people are speculating. Like, I think people can just put the puzzle pieces together, like, really easily if they just look at, okay, these things happened. I even mentioned, and then people asked about it, and then he said that I got jealous because they streamed so much. That's not really what happened. I feel like it's pretty clear to who is not being honest here of what actually happened. There's so many things, and so many people that have said what happened. And if he wants to deny that, fine. But I feel like, not everyone is perfect, and a lot of these people are pretty intense, So maybe it's hard to trust, but you can also see patterns in how people behave and stuff. She did not lie. She did not lie. And I think it's really clear she didn't lie. That's what I'm saying, because she didn't lie. It's very, very clear.
I'm shocked. Sorry, I did not understand the context of this. Destiny's ex-wife Melina says Destiny had an affair with white nationalist Lauren Southern, who was married with a kid. Destiny isn't opposed to Nazis and terrorists. He sleeps with them, platforms them like Nick Fuentes. He doesn't care about anti-Semitism. He cares about anti-Zionism. There's another person that was in Destiny's orbit that like fell out of favor with Destiny, and I think wrote like wrote something about or did a YouTube essay or something. I don't fucking know about Destiny fucking Lauren Southern. The worst people you know are having the worst sex you can imagine. I don't want to imagine it. Yeah, this is the
In today's video.
The video. I don't know this person at all, but they apparently used to be friends with Destiny and now are doing like a vengeance hit piece leaking the details of Destiny's sex life. The video is super boring. Don't watch it. No, I'm not going to watch it. It's 46 minutes long. She now hates you. What? I mean, I don't know enough about her. I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about these people at all. And to be honest, I don't want to know. I've been able to maintain my... How do you have an affair in an open relationship? Honest question. There's still defined boundaries in an open relationship. And if someone violates them, you could still consider it to be an affair. Like, that's it. Yeah. If it's a secret, if you're keeping a secret from your partner in an open relationship, then you're cheating. Yeah. Incredible title. Yeah. Lauren Southern, How My Trad Life Turned Toxic. The online ideology doesn't work in the real world. And another episode of the leopards eating my face. How did that happen? What's funny is immediately as soon as I clicked on that, there were some people who were like talking about whoever the fuck Melina is like dating now. And if you think I give a shit, you're out of your dang mind. Okay. I don't fucking know anything and I don't want to know. All I know is Destiny got cucked by some dude. And then he like debated about how, and he had to pay his rent or some shit. And then he like made numerous debate videos debating the ethics of the situation. Like that part is not a joke. He like literally debated himself into a divorce. Actually, we were engaging in ethical polyamory and all right, let's watch these fucking hogs.
Who choose to associate.
So I didn't watch it from the jump yesterday, but I guess we could just continue where I left off. These are two of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life.
Associate with one another, and for example, their whole friend group is black. That's very different than, as you mentioned,
I agree.
lawful segregation.
I think lawful segregation,
or even advocating segregation.
They do choose to segregate.
Right.
This is something that they choose to do.
As time has gone on, people have been less and less segregated.
There's like segregated months, Gay Pride Month,
This is the thing.
Month.
People tend to get with people who...
Yes.
Gay Pride Month is segregation, she said. Dude, Republicans are awesome. God, I love Republicans. Fox News, I'm being sarcastic when I say, God, I love Republicans. You know, don't write an article about sarcasm. Wee woo, sarcasm alert. I know that there's like a bunch of neurodivergent reporters out there who don't understand fucking context, nuance, or sarcasm. So I'm just giving you a tone indication, a manual tone indication. Okay.
Wait, what did you just
No,
say?
I'm just saying, like, I disagree with government like
Pride Month,
segregation.
you don't understand even the thing that you're so upset about.
Mhm.
Pride is saying that you're straight, more traditional. I don't even like saying that because I feel like that's disrespectful to traditional Christians, but
Being
your
straight?
version of traditional conservatism and Christianity, that, is yours to live. And then other people's lives are ours to live. And that's the beauty of freedom.
So
That's
where's
what
our
Pride's
White
about.
Pride Month? Where's our Christian Pride Month? I don't even want it. I don't even care. But like, you only see it as the supposed oppressed groups.
Right.
And
So whenever, those start because people are saying for too long.
So you're saying if, let's say, I was raped by my boss for 2.5 years and I kept it secret from my partner, even though my partner suspected something that was going on with boss, but I kept denying. What are you saying? What? I have no idea. What are you saying? Are you okay? What the fuck is going on? What? Okay, let's continue.
We've been pushed down, so we're gonna do a month to say that we are proud of who we are. No longer are we gonna be shameful.
it's so
Shame.
gay.
That is literally gay. on
Literally.
Pride Month,
But
yeah.
every month that is like that is also gay. Like, not even just Gay Pride Month. Like, also African
What does that
American.
mean to you?
Just like, I'm just like, cringe, like,
Gay equals cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're having...
Do not engage. Who knows what that hypothetical is? I have no idea what the fuck that person was trying to say. And it is truly remarkable that he thought that I would understand what the fuck he was talking about.
sex and you can't reproduce. Like, the best part about having sex is reproduction. Seriously. Like, I don't value sex because of an orgasm. I value sex because I know that I am going to reproduce and have another baby.
They're a couple, right? God, he's so busted. Because I was I was gonna make a joke about there ain't no way he's getting pussy, but like I think they're a couple. So I guess he did truly find someone stupid enough. The thing about Republicans is like it just doesn't. It's not about whatever standards they have for themselves. It has to be everybody else's problem. It's just like, yeah, if you want to have the worst sex imaginable and nut immediately and only do it for reproduction, I mean, I feel bad for you, but, you know, go off. Why the fuck is that anybody else's issue? Like what? Why are you setting the standards? And the same goes for gay shit, you know? Like, it's not like gay people are running around being like, you have to be gay. You have to suck a dick right now. And before everybody in the chat starts saying, no, I do say that, okay, as a joke. That's not how this works. But conservatives, one, make it seem like it is, act like it is, and then take action to stop people from being gay in general.
Maybe the orgasm weren't good enough. Kidding. Sorry.
Pain. I mean, like, seriously, though, like, the best part of it's why as soon as we got together, like, she's off birth control. As soon as
we got married, yeah.
As soon as we're together, it's like no birth control, nothing.
Wait, what? So y'all are fucking before marriage? What? Hello?
Because I'm not going to have gay sex. And, like, gay sex is more than just, like, another man and a man. It's just, like, the idea of looking at sex as such a materialistic thing and just, like...
Did he just say what I think? He said having sex without contraceptives is... having sex with contraceptives is gay sex? He said if you have... Fellas, if you nut without the intention of impregnating a woman, you are gay. I guess Pride Month is for everybody in that, by that metric. Everybody's gay as hell.
Oh, well, like, we just have an orgasm and that's fun or whatever. No, like, dude, sex is about having children. It's about having babies. Like, you pump yourself full of birth control and then you have sex with your wife and, like, there's no purpose there except just pleasure. That's the only purpose.
Should people who are born, like, infertile have sex?
It depends. Listen, I am pro, like, people committing to celibacy for the rest of their life. I am pro, like, that. And if that was something that they couldn't have babies, I believe that they should have that choice there.
Well, they have a choice.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, is that what you believe is correct? Infertile people, no sex for you.
I think that it's crazy. Infertile people don't think... I don't see anybody really saying that, hey, I'm infertile, so I'm going to be celibate for the rest of my life. I'm not going to touch sex. I'm not going to have sex.
You think it's crazy people don't say that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that would be very honorable.
No gay sex with women, guys.
Very true. I agree. What I'm advocating for is for men to take responsibility, specifically with protection and with provision. And she's advocating for women to submit and to serve their husbands. And
oh, gross, dude. Bro, she's going to poison him with Visine in a couple years if no-fault divorce is abolished, okay? Straight up. Back in the day, when women couldn't get divorced from their partners for no particular reason, there was a suspicious amount of men just casually fucking dying, okay? So no-fault divorce was actually for the benefit of men, too. This is the first time he's ever actually thought about any of this. I think this is the first time he's ever had a thought. And even then, it's barely happening. How is she not miserable? Is she brainwashed? I mean, I don't think there's a single thought behind either of their eyes, okay? Remember, no, I don't support all women. Some of you bras are dumb as hell, okay? Like, I'm not immediately going to sit here and be like, nah, the person who earlier advocated for women not to be able to vote is actually a victim here, okay? We're all victims in that, by that estimation. He's a victim of social conditioning as well, okay? Sorry. They're both victims in that same regard. But in this process, while I'm, analyzing the dumb shit that they're saying, I'm still going to make fun of both of them.
And we're both, that's what we agreed on. Like, our vows, it was like, I vow to protect and support, protect and provide and to love you. And she vowed to love me and support me always and to serve me.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to go saying, we need to figure out how to prevent couples like this. Instead, I'll just say people have the freedom to live the way they want to. And that's my point about this sort of one-way street.
Yeah, but it's kind of like lukewarm.
Yeah, you're just
dynamic.
giving a softer delivery, but you're still letting the public know your stance, what you think is better.
I think equality is better for sure.
We take a more harsh.
Your view of equality is just it's.
What do you think equality is?
Listen, are men and women equal?
Yes.
In what way?
They're equal people, individuals, and they have the same individual rights.
Okay, so basically they're equal because the government says they're equal?
Because people through our democracy have made the government say they're equal.
So the government basically gets to say that these people are equal because we give them
protect
rights.
Because people
Our
set
rights are
up an
from God,
institution,
not from the government.
And then if you stop engaging with our government, you very quickly
It
have a world
wasn't
you don't love.
men and women were created equal. It wasn't that like our God-given rights.
Wait, what?
Were like for equality for men and women. That wasn't the point. Equality implies the same.
The same rights, yeah.
Dude, it's no. Look up what equality is, or being equal.
Oh, the state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities.
Look at all more definitions.
But
just click on it.
Look up more definitions. For a 21-year-old, he's pretty dumb, not gonna lie. He's not just any 21-year-old. He's a MAGA-brained 21-year-old, okay? Is worse. It's unsalvageable. Austin, you want to come watch this MAGA couple? Are you staying here? Austin's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Austin show. In a couple hours, we will be going on a journey and shooting the Fear End podcast. That's right. Austin is finally back from death's doorstep to bravely take on the next episode of the Fear End podcast. A lot to talk about. Maybe we can do the Asian dating sim together as well. Anyway, the election really messed them up. It's true. It did. It fucked them up good.
Maybe it further vindicates you.
A symbolic expression of the fact that two quantities are equal in equation. That's obviously not helpful. That's math.
You're big on welfare and things like that.
Programs that are effective to help people. Yeah.
And you think that those are effective programs?
Like Social Security cutting senior poverty by gargantuous
Sure,
margins.
but the government taking care of women who are pregnant.
Yeah.
You like that?
Oh, yeah.
Really? That's very peculiar to me.
Why?
So she's pregnant, like not right now, but she's pregnant. And now I'm married, man. We're living God-fearing lives. Now I have to go pay the hospital $12,000. So now Brittany over here, Bethany, she decides that she just got knocked up by her boyfriend and she doesn't like him. So she's going to separate from the family. It was pre-marriage.
The more I listen to this, they made their baby say the N-word, and earlier in the video, there's a portion about her criticizing cancer victims. At one point, he tells her to shut up when she messes up a talking point. The more I hear them speak, the more I'm like, maybe we don't need rights for everybody, you know? The more I hear them speak, the more I think maybe we fucked up with medicine. Modern medicine has saved too much. Modern medicine has saved far too many people. Far too many people. Dude, this eugenics bit is not funny. You sounded like RFK. Yes. You don't understand how much I think RFK is going to change America's trajectory for the good. RFK is going to make it so that we can engage in the prayer. If you would like to do prayer instead of modern medicine, you should be able to do so. The worm demands it. The worm has an insatiable appetite for destruction and death, and I will give that to the worm. That's right. All praise the worm.
Marital sex, there's no marriage, there's no stability, there's no guarantee that the father is going to be around or try his best to be around. And the government says, man, that sucks. That sucks that your boyfriend bailed on you. We're going to step in and we're going to pay for this. We're going to reward this.
What do you mean? What are they paying for?
It's because she's a single mother. Like the government.
I hear what you're saying. I think.
This is the dumbest MAGA couple of all time.
What are they doing?
They
Hey,
have.
my first public appearance in a long time. You have to let them enjoy.
Guys, if you don't know who this is, it's Austin Show. He's back. He's back with us. He just he escaped death.
Yep.
And returned. This is his glorious return from death.
I was racking up a bill at that hospital, baby.
Almost died on his birthday.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
As he, how old are you now?
31.
Oh, we're not hiding it anymore?
No, we're serious.
Okay. On his
31 years old.
31st birthday, he almost fucking died.
Yeah.
I also asked him why he. What are those pants you're wearing?
What? What's wrong with these pants? You like these pants at one
No,
point.
I don't.
You don't
They're
like-
too tight.
No, they're not.
They're too tight.
What are you talking about? They're not too tight.
Fuck it. This guy, bro.
These-
Scott pants.
These are too tight?
Yes.
No, come the fuck. I'd be drowning if they were any looser.
Uh-huh.
These are just plain. These are just plain pants, right?
Wait, is this from? Where is this from?
That's my university.
Whoa, what's this? What are these keys?
Are you freaking what?
Why are you bringing the keys? Why'd
Because
you
I
bring
drove
the?
to the airport. What's wrong with my BMW? You're gonna,
Oh damn!
You hating on my car?
M comp.
M comp hating on my car.
M series competition.
Man just needs to bring somebody down. That's what he needs to do. He needs to
Dude.
bring somebody down. Somebody younger comes in the room. He has to bring him down. 'cause he's
Younger?
yeah, I'm younger. Well, how old are you? 33. What year were you born? 91. Those Oreo things are fire. I need to get
You
another.
ate the last one?
Yeah. Well, no, there's another box in there. I may
Fucking
clear out
piece
that
of
other
shit.
box.
You
that's
fucking
freaking-
piece of shit.
Well, no, I lost like 5 or 6 pounds in the hospital.
Yeah, you
This
got
is fucking
shredded.
podcast content. We're fucking ruining
All
it.
right, all right. Don't even.
I'm not
get
going to
into
talk
it.
much because I want to save it for the podcast.
Yeah. I was worried for you a little.
No, but
there.
like I don't know. I like being 31. Oh God, this is all podcast content. Shit.
Okay.
Shit.
All right. Well, lock in.
All right,
Lock
politics.
in, Unc.
Politics.
Lock in, Unc.
All right.
This couple.
Yeah.
That we are currently watching.
Yeah. Tell me about him.
They literally said things such as Gay Pride Month is segregation. Women should not be able to vote. The woman said that in the couple.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, this is crazy. I love it.
They said all heterosexual intercourse that is done with contraceptives is actually gay sex. And that infertile people should not even like have sex at all, but he was gracious enough to say and that infertile people should not even like have sex at all, but he was gracious enough to say I'll leave it up to the individual. If they're infertile, they can fuck, but they probably shouldn't.
I mean,
He also says segregation isn't oppression.
When you get
place,
when you get to a point where you exist
Place.
like this as a human, I mean, I truly believe that we should give up on these people.
That's what I was saying. I was saying
like,
modern
if
medicine.
If you're this fucked up, like there's not much you can do for this person. It's time to give up.
They
I think
also
it's time
told
to
me.
give up.
They also told me that the Kaya place.
Like we need to stop. We need to stop like giving credibility to people like this in society, and we need to move on.
Apparently, he taught his baby how to say the N word.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's time to move on from these people in our
B wording
society.
is crazy. That's my
And,
bitch.
You know, like that's crazy. I'm gonna teach my child how to say the F slur. That'll be their first word.
Look at her face. She's giving me looks. She's giving me bad looks. Mad?
You called her a bitch.
You missed it. Did you see my Fox News piece?
Oh yeah, no, I woke up to it.
Fucking awesome.
I woke up to it.
I loved it.
Well, what killed me, I was like, oh god damn it! Now my uncle and aunt are gonna probably see that shit. It was Fox News Digital. It won't.
Yeah.
Are they gonna like do like a news? One of the shows gonna
If
pick
they
it up?
do like an editorial hit, like I'll probably get so many death threats.
Have you gotten any from this one?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because
It's just people that are already
Republicans
on-
don't know how to read. No, it's so far it's only been highlighted by Destiny, probably Ethan Klein eventually, and people who say that they're liberals.
Oh.
So far it hasn't,
Yeah, I covered it too. Liberal me.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I have death threats in the comments, but that doesn't matter. That's like, they're like, yeah, you should come with me during hunting season to the woods, and we can have ourselves a private affair.
What, they want to fuck you or what?
Yeah, I think they want to have sex. I think they want to have sex with me.
I don't know if those are the same comments.
Did you see this?
Yeah, so I want to know, are you going to go to it? Because it's the day
I'm
after
not
the
going to be
Streamer
here.
Awards.
I'm not going to be. Oh, is it after the Streamer Awards?
Yeah, it's after the Streamer Awards.
Okay, maybe I could go to it.
I mean, that'd be. I was planning my schedule. I don't know if I can make it. I just don't know. It's gonna be a little too tight. We may have to ask him to reschedule it. Could they do it like on a Friday or something so I can make a weekend out of it? Because
That's insane.
If the Streamer Awards is Saturday, I want to go out to Boys Town, and if it's on what a shitty day to do it. The Vikings are playing December 8th at 12 p.m. Central. I can't.
Ain't nobody asked you to go, bro.
Of course they want me to be there.
No, nobody asked you.
I'm judging the fucking contest. I'm
Nobody-
looking at you right now.
Nobody asked you to go.
By the way, I was running out of the airport today. Oh, this is podcast content.
Oh wow, we got some banger airport content again for the pod. Something to look forward to, everybody.
Oh yeah.
Austin, where the fuck were you on Fear and? He almost died,
I
chat.
almost
He had a
died.
good excuse.
I'll talk about it on the next Fear that'll come out next Monday.
Did you buy underwear for Curious Underwear Exchange Party? You're dead. You're dead to me.
You have to understand.
You're dead to me.
I've been through a hell week.
No, I don't care. You're dead to me.
I've been through a hell week. I was in the hospital.
You fucking bitch.
Oh my God. I forgot. I got to go now. I have to go now.
No, you don't. Let's keep going.
No, what are you talking about? I'm a forget.
March is not here anyway.
Oh, okay. So we can't even do it. Perfect.
You suck. Who were you going to get it for?
Cutie.
Uh-huh.
I had Cutie.
Oh, that's great. I shouldn't have even reminded you. Can we get this guy to enter? What the fuck? What the fuck? Does he have like a me face filter on? Hey, what is happening? Someone's being rebellious.
I don't know.
Bro, am I crazy? Doesn't this guy literally look like he has one of those like AI HasanAbi face filters?
Go to his profile.
Okay, never mind. He only looks a lot like me in that video.
He looks like you, kind of.
She keeps on loving me.
Is he gay?
Loves me the way I.
He's behaving kind of zesty.
No, he's behaving like the derogatory gay, like the pejorative gay.
Yeah, he was being. Well, I said it nice.
Yeah.
Less soy Hasan.
Wait, is that against the rules to say that?
No, the other Z word is not allowed. Zionist.
Oh, okay. Okay.
As long as you don't use that Z word, you're fine.
Vice President Harris actually ran on a bunch of pro-family policies, like the enhanced child tax credit for people such as yourself.
I don't want tax credits, bro. If there's a woman who is literally getting like everything is getting taken care of by the government for having a baby, but it's
why did this guy
through
exclusively
premarital sex
decide not
Without
to
a
shave
father
his
in the
neck?
Why is that not for Christian families?
Like, he decided when he was going to wake up, he is exclusively not going to shave his neck. Like, that was a decision he made.
I don't understand how these motherfuckers like wake up in the morning, look at the mirror, and not get grossed out by what they're fucking putting out there. Like, I could tell he just can't grow it anywhere else, but it just like blows my fucking mind that he's even trying to attempt his neck.
Well, that's
beard.
what I'm saying. A lot of people will take whatever facial hair they can get in this particular
Crazy
neck,
to me.
and they'll.
I'm gonna take.
Wait, that's what I'm saying. If you have a family for each of the children that you have as a couple, then you have to pay less taxes.
But that's not what is happening.
That's what Kamala wanted, but you voted against her. Shame on you.
I couldn't vote in 2020.
Kamala in 2024, this last election, just now.
Oh yeah, no, because she's a liar.
What are you saying? I'm saying let's support families.
No,
No.
and then when people let's support families. Yes.
Okay.
Man and woman getting married.
Man and man, yeah, like a families who are raising
man
children.
and woman getting married and having babies. That's family. This is not family.
He's talking.
This is not family. A woman has
if
premarital sex,
man-
gets knocked up
What
on a
about-
one-night stand, and then the government pays for it.
They don't pay for it.
They do.
They give support to people who are
What does giving
coming
support
on hard
mean?
times.
What does give support
If
mean?
you
Paying
say-
for it.
They pay for it.
What's
if
the
you're talking
definition
about-
of giving support here?
Wait,
In a
but you're
dictionary.
acting like everything's covered and you're living this.
If you're a single mother, you get free baby care, like in the hospital
you get
delivery.
a lot of support because I believe, just like Jesus did, that we should help people who are in tough situations.
Right, but when the government
Often when
incentivizes
someone
bad-
is a single mother trying to raise children,
They
those
don't
kids are
care
going to be
about
malnourished
Jesus.
if we don't give them some
They
support.
don't care about any of
Such
it.
bullshit.
They're
They're
demons.
not going to be malnourished.
They just
have
don't
you
give
met,
a fuck.
Have you met people?
Have
you met
When
any
are the
single
Democrats-
mothers?
as a single mother.
Okay, so
I've learned this. I've rehabilitated. When are Democrats gonna fucking learn that we need to stop being like, where is decency? Well, these people used to be a party of decency. They don't give a fuck about decency, about education, about credibility. They don't give a fuck about it. So you need to stop trying to use and go through the system to work with these fucking people. They are demons. They don't give a fuck. Quit playing by the rules. They don't play by the rules. Why should you? I'm sick of it. The Democrats are such fucking pussies. Quit it. Quit it. Quit being a bitch. Quit playing by the rules. They don't give a fuck. They never.
Yeah. Maybe she was like really
I mean,
successful or
get one of
something.
them. How many
Then
calories?
how
though?
did she support?
Yeah, she has boobs.
Ooh,
She has boobs,
damn.
and
Holy
she
shit,
eats,
that's a
and
lot
then
of calories.
you get breast milk right there.
So kids only live
malnourished.
Kids
What?
only.
Our lives 170 calories.
Oh, that's not bad, but 300. Oh man.
Goes up.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you've become Hasan is kind of scary.
No, they just don't give a shit. I'm sick and tired of them. Like, we're gonna go through this.
Bro, why are you sending me this fucking tweet? Don't open on screen. Boy banned from Twitch for fake dick. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you want me to fucking click on the link then?
Like he's gonna save
Why are
the
you
fake
linking
dick
it,
for later.
dumbass?
Wait. That was the most psychotic thing I've ever heard. What, are you still sucking on her? I'm saying that.
Where's the video of me drinking her breast milk? Get that one up.
He did.
Wait,
Jamie,
first of
pull that
all-
one up.
First of all, you have to. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. You have to be nourished as a mother to give good nourishment to your babies, and then the babies grow out of the sucking phase.
Yeah,
and then you still have to feed
And then they
them
eat food. Yeah.
Yeah. So then that's what I'm
Are we
talking
acting
about.
Are we acting like people are not getting food?
A lot of people, a large percentage of the U.S. population is food insecure. Yeah, meaning they get some food but not enough to have a healthy, nutritious diet because most of them are in poor environments.
Really, in America? I
In
see
America.
a lot of fat people. I don't know.
Nice.
What?
Also, being,
Oh my god, brain dead.
no, like obesity is also can be caused by malnutrition.
Yes. What?
Don't show your phone.
No, I know.
In America.
Very interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
the-
curious what these communities are.
I think the
Are you
point that
hungry?
he's
All
trying.
sorts of communities.
You mind if I eat?
I'm saying where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like
It's worse in red states because red states, by almost every metric, are worse.
Really?
yes.
Like in
but at least they're gonna go to heaven.
What about the cities? What about the liberal cities? All the
health
homelessness,
outcomes.
LA. Like, come on.
Yeah, so red states
All
have
I'm saying is-
disproportionately worse.
All I'm saying is, look, if God is real, if that's your thing, if that's your jam, if you believe in Jesus or whatever, all these Republican politicians are going straight to hell. Every single one of them. If that's your jam, that's all I'm saying. Even if you ascribe to that, they're all going to fucking hell. So I don't understand this shit. Even if you follow that, even if that's your jam, if that's your thing, you're still going to hell. So what the fuck are you doing it for?
What is this?
I feel like to young women, unironically, they need to find a man that's very misogynistic. If you at all want to have a guy that's going to like make you follow his frame, and you need to find a strong Christian man that's going to put you in your place, or else you're going to dominate the relationship. And when a woman dominates the relationship, it's destined for failure, because I see even how I was different, like in my previous relationship. I was dominating and I was such a bitch, like such a Jezebel. And, you know, I wasn't always like a good wife or like this great, or even Christian. I used to be atheist, but he has completely transformed who I am and how I act because he's such a strong Christian man, and he doesn't let me get by on things. He always will nitpick everything because he's literally training me how to be a good Christian wife. You need to be trained. Women are bitches and they need to be trained. So that
Damn. Sounds like abuse.
She's such a dumbass, dude. I'm just happy that two fucking idiots could find one another in this day and age like this.
I need to grab my food real quick.
There's gotta be fetish. They're gonna have even. She's not a dumbass. She's abusing gaslit. Bro, you gotta have a little bit of accountability in this situation, okay? If you read this, please help me. Message me because I can't message you. What the fuck? Bro, I'm sorry. There is a point of a point beyond like my charitability. Okay? I think if you're actively making money off of like going on these whatever loser fucking Nazi shows to promote this lifestyle and advocate to be like ritualistically humiliated and abused and dominated, then yeah, we've moved past the point of me feeling bad for you. Okay? We've moved past it. I'm sorry. You will not be able to get me to feel bad and sit here and be like, well, that's a victim. You know? Like, I do feel sometimes like people engage in this weird like rad lib shit. Where they have this tendency to be like, nah, every woman is unconditionally a victim all the time. Like, there's no need to infantilize. She knows what the fuck she's doing. That's a whole dumbass.
That's my advice. Find a man that will train you.
What's up, big dog? You want something?
Let you walk
My
out
phone?
until my point was conveyed that you do what you're supposed to do, whatever I tell you to do, because that's your job, is to submit, do it with a smile on your face. I don't care. And I wouldn't have let you leave. I would have, you would have had to eat
No, this is the same guy as the other clips. He just grew that ugly ass pube on his neck.
whatever mean things I would have said. And then the job would have got done. And then afterwards, after the cooling down process, I would have, repented to God and smooth things over with you for the sinful behavior. That's how things would have went down. I wouldn't have let you walk out until
Josiah and Isabella Moody explain how trad wife Christian submission works in practice. Basically, she has to take his emotional abuse with a smile on her face, and eventually he'll repent to God for his sinful behavior. Genuine question, Hasan. How much of this online hysteria and rage bait grifter stuff, and how much is it actually IRL? I think there's worse versions of this in real life. Isabella Moody went viral for proudly posting a video of her baby saying the N-word. Here she is sporting Carrie Lake at Mar-a-Lago and wearing Carrie Lake badge. Who are these fucking losers? I didn't even know they existed. My daughter literally said the N-word. I'm so proud of her.
Oh, is she a Carrie Lake supporter?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. My favorite. I love the Carrie Lake supporters talking about how the election was stolen for her exclusively.
Yeah.
Trump won the state, but it was stolen for her.
I'm getting like really fuck vibes. I'm gonna be honest with you. Not only am I getting really fuck vibes from this, but I feel like she dominates the relationship a lot more than she lets on. Okay, I feel like she knows what she's doing.
Or he's a bottom 100%.
There's not a single thought behind those eyes. Okay, she is in control of this relationship. She is making it feel like he's in control. She knows what she's doing. Why do you have this right-wing commentator on? Who, Austin?
Violent crime, worse poverty, etc., worse infrastructure, worse education.
I would say the cities probably have.
No, this is.
You're just looking at
debatable,
states? Okay.
Well, because state governments structurally, systemically have a lot more say.
I think the point that we're trying to make is that when the government incentivizes bad behavior.
That's misogyny. Yeah, it's misogyny to say that the woman in this relationship is like very clearly a lot smarter than the man.
Poor rural red areas, right, where they're food insecure.
course. Yeah.
Okay. So if a mother, if the husband, for example, runs off, let's say it's a happy couple, and all of a sudden the husband runs off, and then this wife who is living the lifestyle you wanted her to live, so she's not trained on anything, she can't go get a job easily, she needs to raise the kids, is all of a sudden trying to figure out how to get a really low wage job because she's a single mother now, or her husband dies.
Okay.
She should join a church community and get help there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, those are so healthy.
So chat. I feel like I'm a little out of touch with like the commentariat, the commentary space, because I think these people, these like little demons, pop up on fucking TikTok, right? Is that what it is? Is that why I don't know who the fuck these people are?
Do people follow these people?
Yeah, it seems like there's like hella fucking videos of them on Right Wing Watch and like all these other people. Like I've never even heard these motherfuckers of these motherfuckers before.
What is this fucking Little House on the Prairie? How is this
There's
appealing
so many
to young people? Like, I'm serious. Who wants to live a fucking life like this?
I mean, I guess they're just
how
like,
is this
they're getting
appealing
clout somehow. What are the metrics looking like? They have a following? Yeah. I thought they were like two random dumbasses this dude found on the street. She's in the right-wing conservative side of the Destiny debate space. Oh my God. Dude, the debatosphere being this like massive fucking area is genuinely dire for the future of America.
I don't understand how young people are inspired by this.
They are direct friends with Nick. This framing of women are naturally submissive, thus when they're in a submissive position, good things happen is used everywhere. I dated shortly, thank God, a woman who wasn't Christian but definitely conservative. This framing is used in the divine feminine / masculine chambers. It's kind of crazy. I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about these people.
It was tomato soup.
Wait, what the fuck?
And he said that
Is that John Zerka?
he wanted me to tell you that we will have our daughter ready for you as a virgin.
What is happening, bro?
Are we moving to Blue Sky?
Bro, you are so fucking libbed up. He texted me that. I didn't even respond.
I know. I was kidding. I knew it'd get a rise out of you.
Zerka is funny? Fuck no, he's not. Are you kidding me? Yeah, dude, real funny.
I thought it was funny.
Her YouTube to get a vibe of what's going on.
When I texted you that.
40 views. I witnessed Jake Uger destroy liberal Alan Lichtman's argument. Bill Maher takes down woke libs on The View. Damn, she's really popping, dude. I say this, but then like next week she'll get picked up by the Daily Wire and have like 7 quintillion subscribers, you know? I didn't even know that there was an endless well of depravity here. And Right Wing Watch apparently is all over it.
Understand the West, and it's why one day we'll probably end up picking up our things and moving to Russia, because this is just too strange. And
You'd fuck them.
Look,
this is
in an alternative gay universe, we would all fuck him.
Right here, this right here is like is hitting the pocket a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, if
this is
look,
this is 100 P.
Look, y'all, abso-fucking-lutely not. All right.
I mean, we'll go to Russia.
He's so twink coded.
And we still will be too
I would
westernized,
absolutely
and maybe
not
we'll
have
have to
sex
get
with this
bullied a
person.
little bit over there. But
Absolutely
it'll put some hair on my face and some hair on my chest for sure. But I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the gay agenda. I'm sick of it, and eventually they're going to start raping your children.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
Oh, she's pro-Nazi Germany. What? Log Cabin Republicans name homophobic bigot Isabella Riley Moody as a spokesman ambassador. Wait, is she gay? Isabella Moody conducted a friendly interview with white nationalist Dalton Cloudfelder and attempted to use jokes to downplay Cloudfelder's virulent anti-Semitism, even ending the interview by declaring Heil Hitler. Wait, that's not downplaying his anti-Semitism. That's just fucking straight up being anti-Semitic. What? Bro, thank God the ADL is coming after the real anti-Semites. You know what I'm saying? Thank God. Thank God the ADL is working round the clock tirelessly to make sure that those who declare Sabra hummus to be fucking shitty. God damn. Yeah, I don't think you're downplaying Nazism if you say Heil Hitler in the end of your interview with a Nazi. You're out-competing the Nazi, I think.
What makes us different? What is, the America First position really about? It's about putting you and your families first on a national level, on an individual level, all of it. So there you go.
Does the you and your family include the Jews? I'm just kidding. Yeah, we love to joke around here. We love to joke. Thank you so much for joining, and Hail Hitler. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much for joining. That was a joke.
Damn, that's funny. That's really funny, dude. Good job.
So that was my segment. Thank you for having me on, Isabella. Thank you so much for having me on. Yeah. And
bro, what is going on? This is the problem with platforming these fucking freaks, dude. This guy just interviewed these 2 dumbasses, and I thought they were just 2 dumbasses. And now I find out that they're like clout farming content goblins. Why do these guys have these fucking virulent Nazi little freaks on? Well, that's why. You get 600,000 views. Oh my God. Yes, that's what I'm saying. They circulate around all the people you tell us to avoid. Oh my Lord. And now I fucked up by watching this. Now they're going to fucking do like endless Hasan Sucks videos. And then they'll get in the Hasan Sucks algo alongside Destiny. And they'll fucking shoot into orbit. Ugh.
Have you been watching this video for how long? 3 hours?
I don't know. I just, I fucking watched it right before you started, right before you got here. Hasan, this is what so many people think politics is now, debate shit. They already were. I didn't realize, man. I thought these were some random fucking dumbasses, some random jabronis they found. She's already made vids on you? Yeah, I didn't even know you existed, lady. I watched it a little bit yesterday.
2 days?
Okay, I watched it a little bit
You
yesterday.
watched it for 2 days?
And I
It's
was like,
fucking
I gotta
20
get
minutes.
I was like, I got to get back to it. This is really bad. Maybe we got to stop letting the idiots know how easy it is to grift to the right, Lamau. Nah, they know already. Oh my God. Oh, I want to throw up. I don't want to watch this no more. Ugh.
Well,
I don't want to watch this no more. Let's watch Jason cooking Cutie Cinderella.
What are 5 different options for periods for keeping blood
I've said
away and at bay?
Ali, do you still have periods?
That's
Kill yourself.
I'm just kidding.
That's the craziest thing.
If
That's
I said some shit like that, Cutie would actually kill me.
Yeah.
But Jason, the golden boy, gets away with it. I will be bringing this up to Cutie later
On the podcast.
Yeah.
That one hit. That was a good way to get yourself out of that, but you still have to answer.
That one hit. Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. What is this? HasanAbi on Destiny's use of slurs? Well, not even putting any thought into that. Reposting that for sure. What does the PFD take?
For the last couple years, that I think I can beat up any 10-year-old in the world. If we're going with Jake Paul, he keeps fighting worse and worse fighters. But I think I could beat up any 10-year-old in the world.
I agree. This is not an insane take at all.
Do you agree?
I have to see every 10-year-old in the world.
I think 10 is pushing it. I think there might be one now, 99% for sure. I think there are 7 or 8 10-year-olds out there that are probably a problem.
Where?
I don't know.
I've never met one.
I think if you
every
said
10-year-old I've ever seen, I think to myself, I would beat the fuck out of you.
I think you could beat up every 8-year-old.
Do you think
for
you
sure.
could beat up every 100-year-old in the world?
Yeah.
Every single one.
Yeah.
I think I could too.
Probably not that many of them.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. There's probably like 25. Look it up. How many 100-year-olds are there in the world?
A lot.
left?
We found out that like a lot of
We
100.
said there's like 3.
Yeah, a lot of 100-year-olds apparently like, bro, they're not even like really 100 years old.
What are they?
A lot of the what is it, like octogenarian or septuagenarian, whatever the fuck is called. A lot of them are actually faking it. They actually come from areas where there's like limited.
Oh my God, they're faking it.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
They all a big chunk of them were just like they had false documentation.
That's crazy.
Centurion. Yeah,
That's crazy.
They all a big chunk of them were just like they had false documentation.
That's crazy.
Centurion.
Yeah,
Centenarian.
Centurion.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, bro. Jimmy Carter's 100. I'd beat his ass. I'd beat his ass silly. I'd have to just disconnect. That's all I have to do to beat him. He's dead. What does he do?
I can't believe he's still alive. I think he's hanging on to vote for whoever in 2028.
Yeah, it's gonna be Mitt Romney for the Democratic ticket. Yeah, no, I could beat up every 100-year-old.
Romney Newsom.
I could also beat up every 10-year-old for sure. Like easy, not even a question. There's not a single 10-year-old. There's not a single 10-year-old out there that could beat me. I could beat him so easily.
Sure.
Duh.
Probably every 9-year-old. 10, I think there is a 1,000% that might give you some
attention.
Look up world's biggest 10-year-old.
And I'm much happier. But I do have a question.
What's up?
I saw the Republicans put up a
Fucking liberal.
the ban of the. No, I'm engaged.
Stops paying attention.
No, I'm paying attention.
Okay.
So much so that I saw the Republicans did which I imagine will be so popular to normal people, the banning of the bathroom, banning trans people from bathrooms.
Yeah, because there's Sarah McBride is the trans congressperson.
Have the Democrats moved so far to the right that that's bipartisan now?
Bro, the trans congressperson literally was like, "Yeah, I'll piss in the men's room. I don't care."
Wait, what?
No, literally.
No fucking way.
Yeah, Democrats moved so far to the right, the trans person was like, "Yeah, I'm kind of a man, actually." Like, no, that's not even a joke.
You gotta be shitting me.
That's not even a straight up.
No fucking way. They're just like, oh yeah, fuck it. I'm not.
No, the Democrat position is capitulation to right wing framing so aggressively, so unconditionally. She literally came out with a statement and was like, "Yeah, I'll piss in the men's room. I don't give a fuck."
Wait, where's the statement?
Right here. And trans people have been getting real fucking mad about this, by the way. So it's not even like, I'm not here to fight about bathrooms. I'm here to fight for Delawareans.
I will follow the rules? What the fuck?
I will follow the rules outlined by Speaker Johnson, even if I disagree with them. That's crazy. She's like, listen, I'm here to do one thing and one thing only, and that is defend Israel's right to defend itself.
Oh
okay?
my God.
I will piss in the men's room. As long as I can vote for every pro-Israel bill, I'm there, baby.
Oh my God.
I'm going to be pissing in the men's room going forward.
Oh, this is so sad. Oh my God. Damn, this is so sad. The world is so sad. We're so fucking cooked.
I am still
we're so cooked. This is so
love
sad.
this response. Don't give them the attention they so desired. That's crazy.
See, fuck this Harry. Is that the actual account?
Harry Sisson.
That's not the actual account.
No, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, he follows me. He's got 266,000 followers.
Fuck you, Harry. You stupid fuck. He's so stupid. Oh my God.
Yeah, no. For the record, trans people have been very understandably very mad that she was like, "Yeah, it's all good."
This is the same dumbass that was trying to fucking peddle 95-year-old Joe Biden in trying to keep him in the race.
Nancy Mace
Stupid
AOC
ass.
response.
You made any
Comments about that publicly. What are you going to do? I am giving you the chance to address the Boeing layoffs here. Have you posted anything about that? Have you made any comments about that publicly? What are you going to do for your constituents about that? I looked on your social media. I did not see anything regarding the Boeing layoffs.
This psycho tweeted 306 times in the last 24 hours about this bathroom bill. Like, she's abnormal. She's not normal.
I'm sure that is going to impact people in the Palmetto State in South Carolina.
You are incredulous and so insulting to women. Number one,
So insulting the women is crazy.
it was just announced yesterday. And before I make a comment on any company's position or, firing their employees, I'm going to get all the facts and understand what's really going on.
Bro, we got to get bisexuals out of Congress.
Is she bisexual?
Not openly.
Oh.
There's video of her literally making out with a very butch lesbian woman with a ziz haircut.
See, that's what I'm saying. None of this shit matters anymore.
And
None
wearing
of it matters. They
a
don't
Trump
care.
shirt. Wearing a Trump shirt, and she spits in her mouth. Like, she takes a shot of tequila, spits in her mouth after kissing her, and then the butch lesbian woman then spits it into the mouth of another man, and then the man spits it in the mouth of another woman, and it's so funny.
Wait, do you have we
It's
watched
disgusting. The man also throws up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the man throws up in the video. It's gross. But yeah, no, she's just another instance. You
Play
know,
it again. Can I watch it?
On so I don't shoot from the hip prematurely. It's just like when the monkeys were released 2 weeks ago by Alpha Genesis Lab, again in my district. I had a meeting with the CEO before I commented publicly. It's really, I think, important to.
Where is she?
Yara Kobe, thank you for the 15
Where is
gifted
she from?
subs.
Where is she from?
I forget. I think I thought she was in, like, where's Nancy Mace from? South Carolina, right? I think. Yep, South Carolina.
To be deliberative when it comes to people who are going to lose their jobs. It's important to get the facts before commenting on something prematurely. I think my voters and my constituents deserve that. I will tell you, no one will work harder than I will for South Carolina. I have brought tens of millions of dollars in resources to my district because people.
Was I wrong when I said the butchest lesbian wearing a Trump shirt with a ziz haircut?
Wait, that's crazy. Okay.
The last lady is the best. This guy is great too, but the last lady is the best. Cause it's like, look at this old ass lady, bro.
This is somebody's
grandma,
mom.
somebody's auntie. Get him out of there. What the fuck are they doing? Yo, these guys, there's always the fucking Vaseline filter too on the fucking phone camera. I swear to God, bro, they get into some freaky shit. Conservatives do some freaky ass shit, dude, all the time. And then he throws up. I don't want you to see that. It's gross.
Don't worry. He was enough.
But yeah, that's her. She's doing
Them,
that.
whether it's infrastructure, whether it's women's issues, whether it's cybersecurity. I sit on.
For real, you got to look at this 10-year-old. Bro, what are you talking about? I will destroy this 10-year-old. I will destroy him.
Okay, he probably kicked my ass, to be honest. He's already 6'5".
Yeah, but he's too fucking...
Fuck.
Bro,
Damn it, get
he
my
is
ass
10
kicked.
years old, brother. You're crazy. I don't care that he's 6'5".
Kick my ass.
That kid beat Wemby one-on-one. No, he didn't. Okay? No, he didn't. And also, he's 10 years old. Brother, a 10-year-old is not capable of, like, working their body right. Okay? They don't know how to move right yet. They've only had 10 years inside of that body. 9 walking. Okay? Like, get the fuck out of here.
It's so crazy. It's not even fair.
Yeah, brother, I put my fucking knee straps on and bust his ass, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I would. I mean, he's good, though. He could cook me on basketball, probably. What is this?
I saw this tweet on the plane today.
Look, I genuinely don't care who's in the bathroom with me, but the law you're proposing says the person on the left should use the women's bathroom and the person on the right should use the men's bathroom. Yeah. No, yeah.
The Oversight Committee work on a lot of cybersecurity issues. I have worked diligently 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and nothing some left-wing journalist like you can say will.
I think is real freak shit that she's doing this, but it's actually like it's genuinely shocking that the first trans congressperson from Delaware, or the first trans congressperson in general, was like, yeah, rules are rules. Like, that blows my mind. Like, that's insane. So you're just going to go in the men's room? Like, the fuck? This effort to distract from the real issues facing the country hasn't distracted me over the last several days as I remain hard at work preparing to represent the greatest state of the union come January. Serving the 119th Congress will be an honor of a lifetime, and I continue to look forward to getting to know my future colleagues. Oh. And then she's like, oh, there's some wonderful personalities everywhere. Yeah, each of us were sent here because the voters saw something in us that they value. I have loved getting to see those qualities in the future colleagues that I've met, and I look forward to seeing those qualities in every member come January. I hope all my colleagues will seek to do the same with me.
That's what we need in this time of imminent fascism.
Bro,
bipartisanship.
Bro,
yeah.
what the fuck?
Fucking stupid.
Oh
my gosh. Why the fuck?
I just don't get it. Is the transfer standing out, watering down perspectives that makes cis people feel comfortable? Bro, there's a difference between like her running around and being like, you know, a 98-year-old congressperson needs to use fucking neo-pronouns, okay? Like, there's limits to this shit. Do you understand? Like, this is way past that limit of beyond unacceptable. Like, what?
Is Harry Sisson or whatever his name is? What's his name?
You know what I mean?
Is he like gearing up to run in like 40 years or something like that?
Harry Sisson? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Do you see what I'm saying though, chat? Like, this is your capitulations at this point. Your capitulations at this point are so far removed from what is acceptable that you're like unironically now as a trans representative like harming trans people, kind of. Does that make sense? I don't know how like if a black congressperson was like, yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, sit in the area that they appointed for me as I'm told, and I'm not gonna drink from the same water fountain, like, that would be wild, you know? Like, that's akin to this at this point. It's like such a Rosa Parks did not give up her seat on the bus. This will not impact every trans person in the U.S. Yeah, I don't know. I fucking hate to see this capitulation, but is there any chance she's thrown in the towel to try to get the attention off transphobic legislation already? Like, I'm also mad about the rest of the Democratic Party because look at this. She folded like paper today. Yeah, here I am in North Carolina women's restroom that I'm barred from being in. Stop this. We are good people. Hashtag this is transgender. It's like, if you're trans, don't you ever fucking listen to Sarah McBride over Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, and other radical queer and trans sex workers of color who built as a movement in the first place as it was started. I don't think that as a trans congressperson, like, her only impact should be about trans issues, obviously. But it's like, but this is wild. You know what I mean? It's like, it's such a very obvious and egregious, gross, and overall unpopular act of transphobia. It's a waste of resources. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever to like even capitulate. Liberalism win. Transgender representative completely gives into her rights being taken away in an honorable, classy way. Yeah, that's exactly. Like, you're not going to be seen as a one of the good ones, you know?
Hello. I believe perhaps the largest factor of why Hasan Piker has had such a successful career and why people fuck with him is because authenticity is palpable. It's so obvious when somebody has said for years what their morals and beliefs are and their stance on things. And when
Damn, HasanAbi girlies are popping off today.
that stance is unshakable and they are steadfast in what they believe in, it's impossible not to respect that as a viewer, for me. Make no mistake, that level of honesty and authenticity is fucking threatening to people who are shakeable, to people who are wishy and washy.
Repost that.
Okay? Fox News, your latest fuck to the party. They've been trying to take the boy down for about 13 months now. Let's be honest. The boys, girls, and MBs ride hard for that man. He's not going nowhere. Hercules, that's our guy.
Let's go. Hell yeah. What's going back to the Sarah McBride saga here? I think it's also gross that the Democratic Party immediately didn't fucking bring in the ranks and go, what the fuck are we doing here? You know? What are we doing here? The fuck's happening? Like, this is a congressperson. What's next? I think it's just so insane. It's so completely unacceptable. Yeah, I said about this yesterday. I said I predict these antics will play well on social media and backfire in the real world because it's so clearly exposed to the singular hyperfixation transphobes have with the simple existence of trans people. You are supposed to be helping your constituents. Go write a fucking farm bill. Yeah, Chappell Roan is vindicated every day. I know. Remember when everybody was yelling at Chappell Roan, being like, "Girl, you think the Democrats are transphobic? You think the Democrats love Israel that much?" Well, turns out they do. They are and they do. Okay. They never stop. Yeah, the world we all live in did not disappear overnight because of a close presidential election. Normal people still hate the bullies and think it's creepy to be obsessed with trans people in bathrooms. The sun still rises every morning. I'm telling you, dude. Like, this is transparently
Reagan Bush 84 fan.
This is transparently a fucking psychopath trying to be a bully. Okay, this is a psychopathic person transparently trying to bully a trans person. I think it's so unacceptable. I think it's so goddamn unacceptable the way she's behaving. And no, you're
Has
not.
anybody spoken up against her?
You're not weird. Okay? They're weird for doing this. Remember that, chat. Don't get fucking gaslit by this dumb shit. Don't get gaslit by what you see on Twitter. As a visible trans woman, it's bad. She said, I will follow the rules, even though bathrooms are the least of my fucking worries. I'm more concerned about my job and housing security as a visible trans woman. You have to be very resilient, yes, but it's gross. But again, least of my worries. It's infuriating. She's capitulating to the right-wing framing. All it does is give headway to further regressive action. Yeah. Because this isn't coming, chat. This isn't coming from a logical place. It is objectively illogical. So when you normalize that framing by not fucking immediately going, what the fuck are you saying and doing, you absolute psychopath? Get fucking censured, bitch. If you don't do that, okay, and you instantly capitulate, then you're giving more permission to people to continue along with their transphobic desires.
So has she faced any resistance from the Democratic Party at all? Is anybody out?
Well, here it is. Scoop. House Dems say they're messaging against GOP's anti-trans bill to say it's a distraction. Was advised by Sarah McBride herself. We got work we need to do. Don't forget that. And that's what she's telling a lot of members. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. I fucking hate the Democrats so much. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're so fucking stupid. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. They're so dumb. They're so terrified of the anti-trans ads. Oh my God. 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 You guys are such fucking cowardly little shitheads. Oh my God. Oh my God. A Democratic Party that can't even fucking defend their own representative. Why the fuck would they ever defend a random trans person? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is, they literally, they're such cowardly little shits, dude. They immediately fucking tuck tail and they show their belly. Trans State Rep Zoe Zephyr's statement against this was great. I literally just got out of meetings with members of Congress and used the bathroom on my way out. Trans women are women, full stop. We are every bit as biologically female as cis women. Speaker Johnson's statement doesn't change the fact that women's spaces include trans women. What is going on, dude? What a fucking clown show. What a clown show this goddamn Congress is. Blame the trans person. Dems aren't transphobic, by the way. Yeah, I am shocked. I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. I'm straight up shocked that Sarah McBride also caved on it. But also beyond that, like the fact that the Democrats' overarching message is like, yeah, they're going to be transphobic. It's fine. We're here to do what? Tax cuts? $50,000 in taxes for startups? Is that what the goal is here? Oh my God, you guys are such a pathetic fucking loser party. You're going to lose for permanently. Oh my God, you are literally welcoming fascism with open arms. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God, I chat, I'm telling you right now, please do not be fucking, please do not mistake this, okay? Please do not mistake the Democratic Party's idiotic attitude in this process as some kind of permission or some kind of like normalization that like most people feel this way or anything like that. The trans bathroom bill was combated against in North Carolina, okay? And every single person recognized how fucking stupid it was. This absolute charlatan, Nancy Mace, trying to run it back right now is only going to work if the Democratic Party allows it to work. And the fact that they're allowing it to work is so goddamn gross. It is so fucking gross. Holy shit. There are Democrats all around the country that have successfully combated transphobia and have not been punished for it. The fact that they are also, the fact that Democrats believe this framing is successful is only because they themselves are like transphobic, at least a little bit, and also think trans people are gross or some shit.
Referees this week called me a bully for being a groundbreaker.
Oh my God, it's so fucking insane. I hate this person so much.
And what Speaker Johnson are doing are endangering all women and girls. Because if you ask them, what is your plan on how to enforce this? They won't come up with an answer. And what it inevitably results in are women and girls who are primed for assault because people are going to want to check their
Can you open the
private
door?
parts
Gabe's
in
here.
suspecting who is trans and who is cis and who's doing what. And so the idea that Nancy
As a trans
Mace-
person, can you explain to me why it's incorrect to say these pointless bills are distractions? Because these pointless bills are distractions, but you're not supposed to just say it's a distraction. You're supposed to say it's gross, it's stupid, it's a misuse of funds, and it's not actually helping any American citizen, and that we're here to fucking protect and defend our constituents. That's what you're supposed to say. Not say, oh, I will piss in the men's room. Okay? You're supposed to say, I'm the first trans woman to be in these halls. And it's obvious to me that the Republicans would rather focus on like these completely unproductive and hateful, bigoted bills to I guess bully those who are like me. I will never allow that to happen as a trans person. I will not allow that to happen to myself, and I will not allow that to happen to anybody else. Just like I will always fight for all of my constituents, regardless of their fucking worldview, whether they're Republican, conservative, or Democrat. Liberal, socialist, doesn't fucking matter. Okay? You're supposed to say, I'm here for my constituents. You're actually fucking using this as an opportunity to distract people away from the fact that you're not interested in helping your constituents. Okay? What a ridiculous crock of shit. That's insane, dude. Because when you allow this kind of sentiment to go along and not immediately fucking address it, you might as well say you agree with it. Like you might as well say like, yeah, you know what? I'm a man actually, low key. Fuck it, YOLO. Like what are we doing here?
I'm starting to think that I see so many.
She was like, Sarah McBride was like, yeah, biological men should be pissing in the biological male bathroom. Like that's insane. Okay, that's an insane thing to say. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Austin?
I was just gonna say I've seen so many lunatics in Congress. I'm starting to feel like I could run for Congress, like and win, and like be president. I'm starting to get people like me hope. Like I don't like I'm not even serious as a heart attack. Like I'm not even kidding. Some of these fucking people. I mean, I can shake hands. I can speak
That's
publicly.
your takeaway from all this?
No, I mean, no.
I'm glad Austin's doing
No,
the commentary.
I was just in my own head a little bit.
The commentary was missing from this broadcast.
Thank you.
No, this shit is fucking so nutty. That pisses me off. Maybe I'm overstepping a little bit. I don't know, but I'm shocked. I'm shocked that she was like, I'm gonna piss in the men's room. Like that's insane to me, dude. That's actually insane. Like the fuck. Anyway.
wants little girls and women to drop trow in front of who? An investigator? Who would that be? In order because she wants to
She's right about this too, because anti-trans legislation overwhelmingly harms cis women. That's the other side of this equation, which is that there's a healthy dose of misogyny in transphobia to begin with, but it's just like there's no regulatory mechanism. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? You'd be like, up, let me see your pussy. Sorry, it's penis inspection time. You're gonna have Marjorie Taylor Greene sit outside of the fucking bathroom stall and be like, I'll have you know, need to see your pussy. You got a nice one over there or what? It's crazy. It's crazy. Nope, drop your trousers.
Respect and point fingers at who she thinks is trans is disgusting. It is disgusting. And frankly, all it does is allow these Republicans to go around and bully any woman who isn't wearing a skirt because they think she might not look woman enough. People have a right to express themselves, to dress how they want.
Yeah, what's next? If the trans person has bottom surgery, then they have to do chromosome checks. Sorry, time to get your blood work done. It's like, yo, I have diarrhea. I'm going to shit on you if you don't fucking let me in right now. Okay? Fuck you mean you got to do blood work done? Yeah, let's wait fucking 8 business days to see the results of my fucking chromosomes, dumbass. The fuck out of here. Oh my God. Throw the gauntlet, dude. Throw the fucking gauntlet.
And to be who they are. And if a woman doesn't look woman enough to a Republican, they want to be able to inspect her genitals to use a bathroom.
Thank you. This is what I was saying. Yes, there's a way to acknowledge the ridiculousness without capitulating. You don't say, I'll follow the rules. You say, this bill is obviously simply focused on bullying trans people so that we don't meaningfully improve the lives of the working class people. It's inherently ridiculous, but I won't comply with their ridiculous demands or let them stand in my way. Exactly. I'm here to fucking defend my constituents. Some of them happen to be trans too, you know, like myself. Get the fuck out of here.
In what world is that response that she came up with a good response?
I think it's like it's great for the liberals. They love caving the Republican demands, no matter how insane
Do they think
they
that
are.
like taking the high road here is like this, or this is some sort of version of taking the high road? Like, we're not going to let that bother us, so we're just going to do it. I don't understand.
Yeah, no, libs love that
what's
shit.
the fucking
it's
logic?
Peak lib shit. It's peak lib shit, dude. It's peak lib shit.
Well, I mean, I know. I saw Harry Sisson.
Yeah,
in the
liberals
response. He was
will be like,
fucking loving it.
yeah, that's right. That's why I'm reporting in the interest of unifying the country. I'm reporting my Mexican neighbor to ICE. Like, that's what they do. That's literally how they operate. I want to fucking shake them out of their stupor.
They just want to follow the rules. They're just going to follow the rules.
A liberal looks at injustice and goes, if I turn a blind eye to it, even if it's directly impacting me, then we have civility, and that's what's most important. That's what they do. Republicans, on the other hand, are like, oh, I don't get my way, no matter how insane, I'm going to burn this to the fucking ground. They literally, January 6th, you know? They did that shit.
That's what I'm saying. When the fuck are they going to learn?
So many of these stupid fucking beltway dumb fucks unironically watch those ads, the Kamala Harris is for they them ads, and they fucking shit in their goddamn diapers, and we're like, oh my god, we have to kill trans people immediately. Like, we just have to kill them ourselves, and then maybe these rabid shit in their goddamn diapers, and we're like, oh my god, we have to kill trans people immediately. Like, we just have to kill them ourselves, and then maybe these rabid sociopathic fascist Republicans will know that we're with it, and they'll vote for us, and then they'll lose by an even wider margin next time around. It's crazy. What a bunch of spineless nonsense.
It's disgusting. And everybody, no matter how you feel on this issue.
She supported trans people in 2021. Wait, what the fuck is this? Bro, you ain't sending me a fucking blue sky. What the fuck? Bro, this shit is not even loading. I strongly support LGBTQ rights. No one should be discriminated against. Religious liberty, gay rights, and transgender equality can all coexist. I'm also a constitutionalist. We have to ensure anti-discrimination laws don't violate religious freedom.
The same person?
Yeah.
The fuck? Is she Republican?
Yes. Yes.
What happened in 3 years? What happened in her district?
Bro, Donald Trump was pro-trans in 2016 when he ran. Do you not remember? No, this isn't like a Democratic interest. This is just like they know it's just a wedge issue that they can fucking drum up support for.
He was pro-trans in 2016?
She was, yeah.
No, he was.
Oh, Donald Trump? Yeah. Yeah. He literally said to North Carolina when they tried to do this bathroom bill, he said, don't do that. Leave it as is. What the fuck are you doing? Who cares where trans people piss or shit? He said, Caitlyn Jenner can piss anywhere she wants in Trump Tower, as long as she's pissing in Trump Tower. That's what he said.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Nancy Mace has posted 262 times on X in the last 36 hours. And this was at 11:40. She's actually past 300 by now. I can't believe it, dude. I'm the endless depravity is completely out of fucking control. Yeah, here it is. Here.
In Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses.
That is correct.
Appearing at a live town hall meeting on the Today Show, Trump also said he admires Harriet Tubman, but doesn't think Andrew Jackson should be removed from the $20 bill.
Andrew Jackson had a great history.
Smiles as she watched.
Ugh. we're such a misogynist. Why did you quote retweet me? Like, what did that have to do with anti-Semitism?
Who are you?
I don't know what this person is talking about.
Who
you all
are
right,
you?
Chatter? No.
Yeah. Just
former staffer from Mace popping off. I don't want to see your botched. What? Oh, this is Nancy Mace's former communications director saying, I don't want to see your botched, cheap, hooker-inspired boob job on my television. Can we introduce a bill to bar that? Oh my God. If you think this bill is about protecting women and not simply a ploy to get on Fox News, you've been fooled. Oh my God. She She also was trying to fundraise. I don't want to see her junk in my bathroom. It's Rep Mays. The trans mob wants to kill me, but I fought back and won.
The trans mob? What the fuck? What? The trans mob?
Bro, I'm sorry. Look, there are so many ableist slurs that are swirling in my mind right now, and I'm not using them.
Trans mob? What sort of...
But like, this is just so
The
stupid.
trans militia?
This is so stupid, bro. Like, this is like
crazy.
stupid.
Come on, man.
Stupid moronic is not like enough. Like, I need something with oomph. You know what I mean? I need like troglodyte. Not enough. I need something. Like,
oh my God.
I need a better word to describe this person's insanity. More than insane. You know what I mean? Chatter meant this tweet, I think. Yeah, I'm saying I like this quote that I had on the Fox News article, so I reposted a photo of me looking hot with the quote. Did you see this? They posted this like I'd be feeling bad about this. I don't feel comfortable placing the blame of a violent settler colony that has killed and displaced tens of millions of Palestinians on Palestine. I don't feel like it's appropriate to lay the blame on the hands of anyone that is resisting against their own brutal occupation. Piker said in an October 19th YouTube video about the death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. During an April 18th stream, Piker expressed that Hamas was the lesser evil next to the Israeli military. Hamas, unironically, is the lesser evil of the two, the streamer said. If you look at the civilian casualties, if you look at the civilian deaths versus the death of soldiers, Hamas's percentages are infinitely better than Israel. That's just facts. So no, Hamas is the lesser evil. And it's like they literally posted this as though it's like incorrect. Just look at the civilian casualties versus the enemy combatant military casualties on October 7 versus everything that's happened since then, and you will know that I'm right. I don't know why they did that. Anyway, yeah.
Where the fuck did CNN go?
Oh, they shot a bunch of stuff this morning in an interview. They left.
Oh, really? Are they coming back?
No, they didn't want to be here while you're here. They said they hate you.
I was a star of the last segment.
They said they hate you. Did Dr. Mike
so
fix
is Trump going to give Putin like all of Ukraine?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. There's no job I'm afraid I'll lose if it requires me to degrade anyone.
Can we maybe draft a bill to make it illegal to watch your son's porn usage? Fucking freak. Why don't the Democrats hit him on that shit?
The Democrats just are cowards.
Why don't they hit him on that shit? This guy's a fucking freak.
Dude, it's so funny.
He's watching his son's porn.
You know your ass
Weird.
on the chopping block.
Why?
When they eliminate trans people from existence, who do you think they're moving back to? The only reason why trans people are like in the crosshairs this hard is because gay marriage was legalized, and then everyone was like, all right, I guess we gave up on that one. You can be gay now. It's cool.
Well, I know, yeah, they're coming for me next.
Yeah, they're 100%. They're going to go to the Supreme Court and fucking overturn Obergefell.
Yeah, I know. I won't be able to get married anymore.
Yeah.
Here, at least.
Yep, they're coming.
There's no protections. Is there any state level protections?
Bro, Fetterman is defending Sarah McBride because she's also pro-Israel. Fetterman's like, whoa. Hold on. Any other trans person, I'm right there with you, okay? But that's my APAC buddy. You understand? Don't you fucking dare. Anyway, yeah, you're right about this, by the way. Community's dogpiling McBride, but I think we should be in solidarity right now. We could critique her without abandoning her on this issue. No, I agree. I still think it's, like, I think it's ridiculous, and that she is the victim in the situation. How many are you sucking on those? How many of those have you sucked down so far? You fucking animal.
Fucking so
You're
good.
a ravenous hunger.
So when are they going to take out gay marriage, you think?
I don't know. 18 Democratic U.S. senators voted to block arms sales to Israel. All Republicans voted no.
2026?
Maybe, yeah.
Are they waiting until 2026 to take it away so that like they can do better in midterms or something?
I don't know. Maybe in Trump's third term or fourth. Fuck it at that point. You know what I mean?
Wait, is he going to try to hold office again?
Who knows? I don't think he likes being president that much. So probably not.
He's just trying to get off of his freaking...
He said I'm going to go to jail. Some levity.
Dad, I just want to tell you that I'm gay. That's okay, son. I don't care who you decide today, and I still love you. Dad, I just want to tell you that I'm gay.
9/11 happened.
Oh my God.
Dude, come on. You can't hit me with a 9/11 meme without me immediately calling it out. My straight interracial marriage is on the chopping block too. I won't be able to safely have kids now because of anti-aborto laws, anti-miscegenation laws, and polio. Yeah. America's so good. Gay marriage is protected even if they overturn it in the courts,
No,
I
it's not.
think. Oh yeah, they have the Respect for Marriage Act.
It's not protected.
You looked it up?
I looked into it. It's only it protects the rights of states. States can recognize, they have to recognize your marriage. Utah has to recognize your marriage, but there's nothing in it that says that Utah has to give you a marriage license. Furthermore, it doesn't protect things. It's basically just the aesthetic of marriage. It doesn't protect any of the things that come with marriage, like as I understand it, like the spousal benefits that you get. Right? It doesn't protect from shit. It was an aesthetic thing that the Democrats passed for some fucking reason. It doesn't protect against shit.
Also, it's
look into it. It doesn't protect you the way you think it does.
Shit is so cooked. Posture check on, get up. No, we're about to do the podcast. I'm done. I'm done for the day. We're waiting for Cutie and Will.
He's gonna be a little late, by the way.
I'm shocked. Anyway, that'll be all for today. Tomorrow, I am going to give up Kai to the vet to get her snipped.
Finally, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and also, that's it for tomorrow. We got some wonderful guests coming up next week as well, including but not limited to Ta-Nehisi Coates and Lena Khan. That's right, I'm leaking it. YOLO, baby. Why do I keep saying YOLO? Ew, I need to stop saying that.
So millennial coded.
I know, it's fucking nasty.
So millennial.
That's right. FTC Protectorate, Lena Khan. And liberal media former darling, Ta-Nehisi Coates. But that'll be all. Kaya gets snipped, but I can't shake in my head. Yeah, that's how it works. All right, love you guys. See you tomorrow. All right, peace.
Peace, y'all.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on brace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There dishonest treatment, HasanAbi.